Yeah, welcome back to our live stream. Thanks a lot for joining us. We are going to talk about Peter Obi now. Peter Obi will continue to trend until this election finish. Obedient and Peter Obi, although now it's no longer obedient, it's okay now. It continues to trend. So, Kenneth Okonkwo came on Arise and said what he said. Some people are not too happy with what he said. So let us listen to what he said. He has spoken his own mind. And I bet you his mind did not reflect the mind of many people. They are angry with him. So let's listen to what Kenneth Okonkwo said today.
Democratic Congress is quietly emerging as the biggest beneficiary of the fresh wave of defections from the African Democratic Congress. This comes as prominent members of ADC continue to abandon the party ahead of the 2027 general election. The development followed the recent exit of former presidential candidates Peter Obi and Rabiu Kwankwaso, who both defected on Sunday. Analysts attribute the defections to the race to beat the Independent National Electoral Commission's deadline for party primaries, which is scheduled between April the 3rd and May 30th, 2026. While ADC chieftain Kenneth Okonkwo joins us now to have a conversation. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us on Newsday.
Thank you very much for bringing me, and thank you, viewers, for joining in.
Well, let's begin with the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, mocking the ADC when about 17 lawmakers defected. According to him, the ADC is dead. How would you react to this?
Well, I will react to it very simply. The only dead institution in Nigeria is the National Assembly that is supervised by the dead Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio. I wonder how a man that does not have the breath and the balls to confront and check and balance the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that approves everything that is brought to his table, even if it is borrowing Nigeria into slavery. You can imagine a man who is oversighting the President, who has 3 budgets running at the same time, doing all things illegal and unconstitutional, and he does not have the life in him to talk about the governance of Nigeria. And what he knows how to talk is to talk about ADC. Let me tell you, sitting in front of him are 8 members of ADC, 8 senators. They are still the number 2 in the National Assembly. How can such a progressive, prosperous party be regarded in any ramification as dead? The only thing that is dead there is the National Assembly under Senator Akpabio. So we are alive, we are well, we are kicking, and we are going to form the next government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, because we will win the 2027 election. The coalition is well, and it is moving smoothly, and we will overcome.
And you were once a very fierce defender of Peter Obi. Now that he's exited the ADC ecosystem for another coalition, exactly, do you feel his departure was a betrayal of the Third Force movement? Or do you see it as a pragmatic move that you secretly admire?
Oh, well, you recall that when I said I wasn't going to speak for him again, I said I will not speak for a man that I don't understand his position on important national issues. I say I will not speak for a man who, even if he wins and Nigerians give him his vote, he does not have what it takes. He does not have the capacity to even secure his own victory. So the issue of saying whether the coalition will be affected, the coalition will not be affected in any way. Peter Obi, within 6 months, changed parties 3 times. You could recall, since he defected to NDC, I've not taken it as anything serious or anything relevant to bother myself. Because by December 30th, he was a member of Labour Party. By December 31st, he was a member of ADC. By May 3rd, he is a member of NDC. I am sure, if not for the restriction in the Electoral Act, before the close of the registration or the membership time, I'm sure he will be a member of another party. That is his nature. But let me say it, changing parties is not what questions your capacity, your competence, or your character. It is the reason that you adduced for changing the party. Peter Obi said, I don't have a problem with David Mark, meaning he didn't have a problem with the ADC. He said, I don't have a problem with Atiku Abubakar, meaning he does not have any problem with the aspirants. Then what is the reason he gave? He said, I don't like challenges. I don't like trouble. ADC is going through challenges, legal and otherwise. And I like to run away to where there is peace, to where there is no trouble. And I now ask, how can this same man ask Nigerians to entrust Nigeria in his care when Nigeria is the most challenged country in the world today? Nigeria is both physically and mentally challenged in all capacity. Nigeria is the fourth most terrorized nation on earth. Nigeria has borrowed itself to bankruptcy. Nigeria, as I'm talking to you, the bandits tie people on the tree and put fire under them to burn them. In Kwara, in Kogi, in Niger. So how can a man who says running away from challenges be able to face the challenges we are facing in Nigeria today? I am sorry. The Peter Obi's temperament and his capacity is incompatible with the requirement of Nigeria of today. So the ADC cannot possibly be missing anything. Recall that before he came to ADC in December 31st, his political career was already dead. He was losing his polling unit in his own state by the gubernatorial candidate that he chose by himself. Recall that even when one member of the House of Assembly of Labour Party died, they fielded his widow to know whether they can get the sympathy of the people. But because of the rejection of Anambra people to Peter Obi's leadership star, they still voted against the innocent widow. So recall that before he entered ADC, his political career was already dead. So dead that he could not even enter ADC from his own state, Anambra State. He entered ADC from Enugu State, my own state, where he believed that the toxic on the toxin will not overwhelm him. So ADC actually gave him a lifeline. Peter Obi needed ADC. ADC did not need him because we were already moving on without him. So when he came into ADC with his normal toxic followers, with their own penchant of not wanting democracy at the primary level or at the secondary level, obviously, I knew he was going to go. Let me reveal one secret to you. The first day I was consulted in this coalition, and that was before the unveiling, they asked me, so how is the possibility of ADC performing in the Southeast? I told them plainly and straight away, don't build anything on Peter Obi because he's not going to contest under ADC because he will eventually leave. Why was I so sure? Because he's a man that has morbid fear for primary election. He has never been in one and he will not be in one until he finishes his political career. He became a governor. He entered into primary election. He failed and lost to Ralph Mosu in Apga. And then he still managed to find the leaders to cancel that primary, and they still gave him the ticket. That was how he became governor. And so when he gave the reason of challenges, of course, he lied because his main reason is that he does not want to face the primary election. And let me tell you another thing, because ADC was fully prepared to convince the whole world that Peter Obi is not interested in democracy. When he came into ADC, he gave a condition that he should be allowed to produce the National Organization Secretary, National Organizing Secretary, NOS. And the reason he gave is that so that he will be the one to conduct the primary. And ADC said, fine, take. When we were doing the e-registration, Peter Obi again and his followers asked to be in charge of the e-registration. And that was why they put my sister, Aisha Yusuf, to be in charge and Obi aid, so that all the members of ADC in the primary will be determined by Peter Obi. And then Peter Obi was to organize the primary. That was why you did not hear him say, this primary is dollarized.
This is unfair. This is extremely unfair. I believe when Tinubu wants to operate, he'll use your brother against you. Kenneth Okonkwo is Peter Obi's brother. Kenneth Okonkwo is Peter Obi's ally. Do you remember 2023 when Kenneth Okonkwo was following Obi from one court to another? What has Kenneth Okonkwo turned to? What did they give to him now that made him turn against Obi, his brother? What has made Kenneth Okonkwo to turn against Obi, his brother, is quite unfortunate in Nigerian politics now. That stomach infrastructure has taken over. Stomach infrastructure has become the norm of the day. Imagine Kenneth Okonkwo that can die for Peter Obi is now anti-Peter Obi. Is pity. It's a pitiable scenario. It's a pitiable scenario. It's quite pitiable. It's extremely pitiable. Let's continue to listen what he's saying because it's good though, so that tomorrow this recording will be kept so that posterity will bear us witness.
Monetize. That's the reason I'm going, because he was to be the one to organize the primary. Yet he was still afraid of free and fair election, not of course of zoning, because he went to even southern aspirants in order for them to step down for him. So he's a man who is afraid of free and fair primary election. So he left. Of course, I knew he was going to leave. And then ADC is moving on.
Allow me to interrupt you, for the sake of time. Now, you have said that it was the ADC that gave Mr. Peter Obi a lifeline. You said his political career was dead even before he joined the APC.
Was dead.
But
do you know why I did not like this interview? Rofai should have granted this interview. Rofai should have been there so that we open the annals of Kenneth Okonkwo. Why didn't they allow Rofai to sit down on that seat so that Kenneth Okonkwo would be ashamed? So that Kenneth Okonkwo, the seat will be laid bare. Do you know why Kenneth Okonkwo is supporting Atiku? Because Peter Obi does not give shishi. Peter Obi does not give shishi. So he's supporting Atiku because it's only Atiku that will give him stomach infrastructure. Let us continue.
some analysts,
Yes,
believe the continuous high-profile defection from ADC is due to the exit of Peter Obi and Rabiu Kwankwanso. Of course, they have their followers, they have the obedient movement, they have the Kwankwansia movement. So I'm wondering then what the ADC is doing to prevent more high-profile defections and how the exit, of this political heavyweights, whom you might dispute it, but they do have their followers, and those followers would have benefited the ADC if they had stayed in the party. So what has been done to prevent more defections? How is the party planning to rally, from all these exits?
Well, first of all, let me even tell you that some people who even wanted to follow him are already coming back. I can tell you in Enugu State, for instance, that some people who went to follow them, the NDC in their own Congress that they wanted to conduct in Enugu State, their talks among themselves, who felt that they wanted to hijack their NDC and to leave them alone, went and scattered them. So some of them are already running back, trying to plead with ADC to accommodate them. What you're seeing is a fad. It will just do, a wave. It just do, and it will die out. Naturally, some people from Anambra State, some legislators who believe that they needed an Obi to win, not that they want, not that they know he will win. They know he will not win. I will tell you what one Igbo elite, very brilliant, high person in the society, he comes on air and he talks well about Obi. So one day he met me and then he was telling me that, look, when we saw you in 2022, 2023 talking about Obi, you were so sincere. Then we knew that you didn't know him very well. We know that one day you will leave. I was shocked. He said, yes, because you're sincere. Then I said, why are you also talking about him when you know this? He said, why do I have to go and talk ill about him and get the backlash when I know he's going nowhere? So the truth is that all those people following him, they know he will not win. They know.
You see this story he has told now has betrayed him. Now, that person, you don't want to call his name, because if you call his name now, we'll discover that you are lying. Then secondly, the guy does not want to leave because the name of Obi is giving him favor. The name of Obi is benefiting him. The name of Obi is giving him something. So why should he leave? Have you seen it clearly? The name of Obi is giving him something, so there's no need for him to leave. How can he port when the name of Obi is giving him credence? So you see the story. Then apart from that, how can you be wasting your energy in fighting fights, whereas the preliminary is where you are wasting your energy, whereas there is a big fight in the front?
He cannot win. But within the little hut they are, they believe they could use his name to win, or Kwakwanso's name to win. That's why when you check all those people that defected, is Anambra, Kanu, then one or two other people that have become political orphans. Abaribe left ADC. He went to LP. He did not go to NDC. So the people that we lost from ADC, it is not all to NDC. A lot of them do not have confidence in the ability of their presidential aspirants to win any election for them. But they believe that within that locality, they might still manipulate their names to know whether they can win. And let me tell you the news. Most of them will lose. You should know that the Kwakwanso angle has lost relevance in Kano State, and they are simply trying to hold on to each other to know whether they can help each other regain political relevance. So you're talking about two major political aspirants that have lost relevance in their states, and they are trying to use a new thing to know whether they can rekindle their political fire to no avail. They are gone for 2027, and their wind has blown off their candle, and they are in darkness. Take my words for it.
So Kenneth Okonkwo has spoken. We have listened to him. He has spoken. We have listened to what he has to say, and we discover that he has no waters. Let us just move ahead. Let's move ahead and listen to what happened to NDC during the time they moved. And you listen to what Nick Dixon said. You listen to what Obi said. They were talking something condit, something very important. That's what they were saying. So let's listen to what they were saying.
Of our great party, the Nigerian Democratic Congress. NDC. Let me
they are recording with television.
and farmer. What the National Assembly always won. All members of the working committee, National Working Committee, and the leaders of Nigeria gathered here, women and youths of Nigeria gathered here, ladies and gentlemen, in this here where we are gathered, we chant this very special patriotic, ideological, the party of good service. So when I say NDC, you say NDC.
That one is
Raise your finger. Service for Nigeria.
they are blocking.
Service for Nigeria. Service for Nigeria. Service for the youth of Nigeria. Service for the women of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Let him come and let him. Since he knows the
Right?
there's nothing like equalize them. You should go and do. There is a equalize it.
And all
Which can be used to go and do.
as you can see, even though you didn't want to come with a crowd here, you yourselves, you are personification of crowd. It will, and the crowd has followed you here. On behalf on behalf and all the members of the committee of our party, on behalf of the leaders of our party here assembled in no particular order, and on behalf of the teaming members of Nigerians from all who in the last 5 months have defied all odds and doubts, conquered all doubts, and invested confidence in the dream and vision of this party. On behalf of all of them, I thank you all and I welcome you all specially to the NDC and to my humble home. I want to, on behalf of all of us in the NDC family, one of the youngest political families in Nigeria, no doubt, Nigeria's I welcome you to Nigeria political party. I also want to welcome you all to a party that does not know what is called status quo antebellum.
Yo, don't throw jab. Don't jab them. He don't jab ADC. Oh. No wonder ADC are very aggressive. This is a very big jab at them. Status quo antebellum.
For the Nigerian women and youths, a party of dedicated servants of the people like you are. Thank you very much for coming. And let me assure you, on behalf of our party's leadership, that you, the two of you, are one of the biggest political brands in our nation. Okay. Yes. 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 And so, thank you. And so you can wait. Take it easy. We never start a campaign. Okay. When we start, we will tell them. So you can imagine our pride, our happiness, and our pleasure today that you are leading Nigerians to invest your time and your confidence and your personalities in this party. We are grateful in receiving you, and we know and we trust and believe. We know what you are bringing on board. The Nigerian people know what you are bringing on board to the NDC. There will be time enough for campaigns. There will be time enough when we unfold the political processes within the party. But you know, there is a saying in my place that if you have a beautiful daughter and you have suitors, several of them coming, when you see a very handsome, good-looking, and good-looking doesn't feed a daughter, so you will also be interested in waiting in the pocket. By the time you like that suitor, my people say, you don't even wait. You don't even wait for the bride price to be paid. You don't even wait for the marriage ceremonies to be concluded before you begin to treat that particular suitor as an in-law. Before you okay. Oh, before you okay. In fact, before anything happens, you will say you are not just a suitor, you are an in-law. And I don't want to violate the electoral rules, but we have seen very handsome, very qualified, very suitable suitors. And we can pronounce you already in-laws. The formalities will await. And for all of you who have found time to be here, all of you all over Nigeria who trust and believe them, and who are waiting to hit the streets when the race begins. We thank you all for your support and solidarity to them and to our nation. And to say you should get your laws and get ready. They have come. And on this note, I would like to yield the floor, firstly, to His Excellency, Engineer, Senator, Governor, everything, so many things. So many things. The leader of Okonkwo to make some remarks, and when he finishes, I will turn to my right. I will turn to my right to Okupe. I will turn to my right for him to make his concluding remarks, and then we call this a beautiful evening. On this note, over to you, sir. Wow. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, let me, on behalf of my humble self, my family, members of the Okonkwo movement, and all our supporters across the country, thank His Excellency, the former governor of Bayelsa State, and of course, the leader of NDC. Your Excellency, we thank you for warmly receiving us in your house. Let me also thank you for your sincerity of purpose. I thank you for taking time to explain to us so many things about this party. And we also congratulate you for being a good man, a respected person in this country. We came here together with our team to consult His Excellency, the leader of this party, on our ideology, our blueprint, and all what we believe in, especially my humble self and His Excellency Peter Obi. And we realize we are all on the same page, believing in education, believing in empowerment of young men and women, believing in security, and of course, believing in a very peaceful, united Nigeria. So, as we are going, during the discussion, we realized that the party, the NDC, is submitting its register, I think, on the 6th. Now, at this point, I would like to invite all Nigerians, including our brothers and sisters.
Yes, what he says is true. The NDC are submitting their register on the 6th. As I'm telling you now, the NDC portal is closing. As I'm telling you, as I'm talking to you now, the MDC portal is closing. Let me open my browser. Let me open the portal. The portal is closing now. And if you want to register, you can register, but you will not use the main portal. You will not use the main portal. The main portal is about to close. The main NDC portal is about to close if you want to register. So that is that. So as we are anyway, let's just continue to listen to what His Excellency Senator Kwankwaso is saying.
Especially those who are interested in contesting elections in this party to register as soon as possible. Service to the people. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now that we realized that we only have a couple of days within which we have to register, and we decided before coming out that all of us will register by the grace of God today. And once again, I want all of us who are here, and those of us who believe in us and who believe in promoting the peace and the progress of this country, to register with NDC. Let me particularly thank the few pressmen and women that we met here. Thank you, and God bless you.
Yes, thank you, Elder. Pause this a bit so that we'll go through the NDC portal so that we'll see. It's closing today. The NDC portal is closing today. So this is the NDC portal. As you can see on your screen, this is the NDC portal. The direct portal, for example, now, if you just come here now, if you type in NDC, you see the direct portal is not working. You see it. The direct portal has been shut down somehow. It's not working now. So this is the NDC direct portal. But somehow, if you go to sign up, okay, let's just go. So this particular portal is not working for NDC now. Then if you come here, like sign in, this is what is working. So this is the NDC portal. It's closing 12 o'clock. Okay, if you come here, you now sign up. So it's this sign up that is working now. You put in your NIN, then after you put in your NIN, then after your NIN, you this is not there. You put in your NIN, then after your NIN, the rest, so that's the thing. That's the NDC portal. So let's go back to the video that we were watching and see.
Thank you. Before I speak, we have our wonderful lady here. It's good for us to hear a woman's voice.
Gender sensitive.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Excellency, the leader of our great dynamic party, the national chairman of our party, our two distinguished visitors at this junction, permit me to stand on all existing protocol. Your Excellencies,
It's not our fault. It's the fault of the market.
Your Excellencies, it gives me great delight to witness this historic event. I mean the visit. Our party has officially received very important politicians and renowned national figures in this country.
Exactly.
Your Excellencies, to say we are proud of you is an understatement. Your Excellencies, Rabi Musa Konkoso and Peter Obi, they are household names in this country, especially amongst the youths and the women. And incidentally, youths and women are the bedrocks of our party supporters. Nigerian Democratic Congress is a symbol of democratic tenets, fairness, equity, and justice. And that is the reason why it is different from others. At this junction, on behalf of women and youths, I am saying collectively we shall pray and pray and pray fervently so that we can sail to succeed.
Amen.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
Once more, you are most welcome and congratulations coming on board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Excellency, and the leader of our party. Your Excellency, and my dear brother, Rabi Okonkwo, our chairman, and of course, let me stand on all you and existing protocols. You can see that what we did by when I.
So that is the video of what really transpired during the Obi and Kwankwaso time. They went to their visits, so they went and Dixon welcomed them and other things were done. So that is the kickoff, at least. That is the kickoff of the ceremony and other things. We all saw it. Then at the beginning, we heard what Kenneth Okonkwo was saying, trying to body shame Peter Obi for entering NDC. You will ask yourself, na by force, Peter Obi has his fundamental human right, for crying out loud. Peter Obi has right of association. He can join any party he wants to join. So I don't see any reason why Peter Obi should be body shamed for joining NDC. I don't see any reason. Instead, he has right to join any party he wishes to join. There's no need, there's no cause for body shaming. But now, Nigerian being the way Nigeria is now, the way our country is, now he's being body shamed for joining ADC, which is quite unfortunate, extremely unfortunate. But there's nothing we can do. So we go to the next video.
अगर आप अभी मैंने से भी जुड़े हैं तो आप ट्रस्ट टीवी पे डेली पॉलिटिक्स देख रहे हैं.
The next video.
फेसबुक, इंस्टाग्राम पर हमारे
on the one on our lineup. This is the next video on our lineup, and let's see.
होने वाली बातचीत को फॉलो करें और यूट्यूब पे
अब उन अंतरों को भगा जा सके, खासकर उन
Okay.
अंतरों को
Let's. So, as we were,
Look when I sit down.
yes, we want to play this.
Peter Nigeria. Now, one young man where I don't they admire for a very long time from a distance. This young man here. Now, blessing it be. I just pray. Peter, borrow me your microphone. Peter.
God, my president.
Yes, you go take a near your mouth.
Yes, sir.
Yesterday, when me and you meet, between you and God Almighty, if you remember within the things where I tell you before you enter that hall,
Yes, sir.
where I come out from that place, they can close to your mouth.
Thank you very much, Ordinary President. I greet everybody, Brekete family. It is an honor and a privilege to be here for the first time. I don't dey watch for TV, but today I did.
So it's good we listen to Peter of Nigeria. Let's listen and get diversion of.
You. And I want to thank Ordinary President. Yesterday, not everybody, the problem with Nigeria, I'll answer your question, is that we they mistake people who are in office to be leaders. You are a leader before you occupy office. That is why if you are not a leader, even you go to office, you cannot make impact. You are not a leader in public office, but you have more impact than a person who is in a government office with a budget. Ordinary President been there very much in a hurry yesterday because he was even late. I think maybe I even wrong this thing, he later go. But immediately I call him, he didn't know, say we didn't plan to meet. I say, Ordinary President, he turned to me, say, Peter, he say, come, you told me some few things before you say I should make I give number to Chief of Staff. You say they will come to you, they will try to buy you, they will bring money that they believe that you cannot resist. But make sure you tell them to know, say, your priority is Nigeria. You say any other thing will follow, but your focus should be Nigeria and don't change what you are doing. Those words have stuck to my heart and I want to say thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you.
Oh, no, no.
Yes, so we want to come to Arise now. We're talking about this Kenneth Okonkwo saga, what he was talking about Peter Obi. So let's go through and see. Because this Kenneth Okonkwo is an agent. He's an agent. He's being used to fight his brother. Kenneth Okonkwo is being used to fight his brother. So now, you know, Arise, he granted interview. Kenneth Okonkwo was giving interview this morning about Peter Obi. He lampooned Peter Obi. He said a lot of things. Fresh cracks have emerged within Nigerian opposition coalition ahead 2027 election. With ADC chieftain Kenneth Okonkwo accusing former leader Peter Obi as abandoning the coalition to avoid competing in a competitive primary. Speaking during an interview on Arise, Kenneth Okonkwo claimed that Peter Obi departed from ADC was driven out by ideological disagreement on internal crisis, but by what he described as a long-standing fear of open demonstration. So this Kenneth Okonkwo, he comes, you know, they will use your people against you. They will use your people against you. They are using Kenneth Okonkwo against Peter Obi. He gave the reason of challenges, but his main reason is that he does not want to face primaries. He's saying that Obi does not want to face primary. He should be allowed to produce Nigerian organization. You know, the thing is quite appalling. It's quite appalling now that Kenneth Okonkwo should come and be accusing Peter Obi that he doesn't want primary. So that is why he wants to leave ADC. Then now we are talking about this xenophobia. It's quite sad. It's quite sad. It's quite sad about this xenophobia in South Africa. It's a pity. Let's see if we can get some videos. Let's see if we can get some videos about this xenophobia, about some of our Nigerian brothers and sisters in South Africa. They are going through a lot. They are going through a lot. Let's see if we can get this xenophobia. It's appalling. It's disgraceful. It's quite disgraceful. A lot of Nigerians are going through a lot in South Africa. A lot. A lot. Let's see. A lot of Nigerians are going through a lot in South Africa. If you have a relation, if you have anybody in South Africa, you pray for the person. You just pray that God keeps the person, that God guides the person. So this is going on in South Africa.
After weeks of anti-migrant protests, Ethiopian business owner, who we'll call Ahmed, says he's packing up his shop for fear of harassment and looting. He's been living in Durban for 20 years and says this is not the first time he's seen demonstrations against foreigners.
When this kind of vigilantism happen on our business situation, and it's not easy to recover. As I said, we are not corporates who are backed by the insurance companies or the government.
Ahmed wants his identity hidden for fear of reprisal. He says he's concerned by the continuing intimidation of foreigners.
If you know yourself that you're not...
As seen in this video distributed on social media. Here, South Africans ask that foreign nationals identify themselves at a public clinic. They're then told to leave. Those protesting say they're against illegal immigration. They say these migrants are draining resources meant for South Africans. This is Addington Primary School in Durban. It's where in January protests demanding spots for South African children took place. Demonstrators say foreign children were placed at the school at the expense of South Africans.
And the most time when it's a near elections, either it's a local or national election, we've been experiencing this kind of attacks to our foreign national.
The most recent marches have taken place in the capital Pretoria and in Johannesburg. Protesters blame foreigners, mostly other Africans, for taking jobs and the high crime rate.
So it's quite a pity now that they are blaming Africans for taking their jobs. As in, those that come to their country, they are blaming them for taking their jobs. It's quite unfortunate, extremely unfortunate. In this civilized world, we are seeing all these things. In this civilized world now, we are seeing all these things happening. It's quite unfortunate, extremely unfortunate. So what can we do? We just pray. If you have a relation in South Africa, you pray. You pray for the person, that God may help the person, because this xenophobia attack in South Africa is I don't know, it's much. So let's just go back to Nigerian news. Let's go back to Nigerian news and listen to Peter of Nigeria.
No.
They no get them. They no get them. He said.
Now time for us to listen to somebody who will lecture the whole world via the Brekete family platform. I don't know which message you get, but since where I see this young man post, where they see in content, I never see useless content before.
Yes, sir.
If Peter Nigeria cough, na positive thing. If he sneeze, na positive sneeze. The mess. Una Peter Nigeria, in order for you not to restrict yourself to the microphone handling. I want to do this. Thank you. Sorry, ma. Yes, over to you, sir.
Ordinary, I beg a round of applause for ordinary president. Honestly, I no come to give lecture. I just come to also join Brekete family to show solidarity.
We need to
for
listen to
everything we do for here already. And to show, say, I am also fully in support of a better Nigeria. For me, as a country, we don't complain, reach the level where we say, Nigeria matter, no day new. Any problem where you talk for Nigeria today, they don't talk them before. And if you not do anything about them, in another 10 years, we go discuss the same thing. So if you talk about up NEPA, children where they born for 1990, they shout up NEPA. 30 years later or 35 years later, they go still shout up NEPA. Because the people where they on ground, they not do anything concerning the NEPA where they. All of the dysfunctionality where we they see, even with the case where they go on here to use it as an instance, I am a Catholic too. In fact, for you to take a child of 7 months, the fear first go be why a father go come alone with a kid of 7 months come meet me. As a mama die, who be the caregiver to 7-month-old pikin? And Catholic Church is one of the most organized society. If they, that kind of thing they won't hand over, they go carry go give reverend sisters where they take care of children. They can use parish priest, then they will call somebody, can say, okay, they don't sign, they don't do this, then they hand over a 7-month-old child. So if you look at the dysfunctionality of Nigeria, everybody go fit become victim because a lot of people do not even know what to do. The whole system have become failed. But I want to take from the conversation where we get for morning when we come here, when Auntie Miriam talk about deforestation, and Oga Omang respond, Oga Kelechi respond, Uncle respond too. He come talk say, part of the problem for Nigeria or why this thing no they move forward now because international power like Western world, they no want make Africa continent develop, an Africa country. And if you look at very well, it is actually true. A lot of global power, they do waiting that they call to protect their national interest. But one thing about Nigeria and Africa where you go understand, they say, everything or any person will come your place to come put you for problem, to come take your resources, you know they happen on in own. It they happen with the full cooperation of people where they on ground. So the Nigeria problem be say international interest go meet domestic greed and corruption, then it go start to the work. If you take, for instance, Niger Delta oil, Niger Delta people go complain, say that they thief our oil, they know they develop the place. The question be say, the people where they come the place so, that they work with outsiders. No. Now the Niger Delta leaders where they there, go cooperate with the person where go come from outside. The traditional leaders, community leaders, they go collect their money, collect everything, they allow criminality to continue. All the international people where they come Nigeria to come spoil things, that they come mind these things, they work actively with Nigeria corrupt leaders too. So when international interests meet local greed, it is a good breeding ground for criminality. So the question where we go ask, we say, now inside all of this international pressure, now a country like China, by 1979, China was one of the poorest countries in the world. Yes, they were third world. What thing China do within a space of 40 years? Today, China and US, they are fighting as economic powers. If you look at the indices in certain way, US still they use some of their past glory, but economically, you know where China is moving. Chinese prime minister, they took different patterns from Xi Jinping and all of them. Look at India, which was the world headquarters of poverty. Nigeria, where been they give aid to other countries, including even Dubai, United, and all of them. Today, Nigeria overtake India as the world headquarters of poverty because of policies of a certain Indian prime minister and leadership. Look at the trajectory of India under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, their current prime minister. So their conscious step, waiting as they try to talk, is there international interest in wanting to impoverish people? Yes. How does it succeed? With the active cooperation of the people on ground. Every international country gets interest. Ghana today, in those days, they go tell you, say you won't pay transportation for Ghana. They go say 40,000 Ghana cedis, 50,000. The currency was completely devalued. In September, I go Ghana because of this INEC issue. Today, 1,000 Ghana cedis is more than 120,000 Nigerian naira.
Yes, sir.
Because they held election where removed the immediate past president Nana Akufo-Addo, the person will take over from John Mahama. He don't be president before. He lose, Akufo-Addo enter. The person where he run against was the immediate outgone vice president Muhammadu Bawumia. But Ghana election be the kind where we say before the end of that election, the sitting vice president knew that he had lost the election. He called Mahama to congratulate him, and Ghana election no end up for court. The Nigerian challenge is that everybody knows, say, leadership is our problem. How do we now fix this leadership? We are all running from it. Partly because the politicians and the criminals in power, they don't understand, say, if you begin to hold them accountable, you are first step to fixing your problem. So they will make sure that that system must not work. That no matter, that is why the thing we go make 2027 election, they go rig am. Not be because anybody be Jagaban we get power to rig. No. Now because Nigerians have already, before the election, they don't make up mind, say it cannot be free and fair. So Nigerians have given up on that election before the election will come. So because you have given up, a lot of people go sit down, no go participate for the election. So they go now gather money to buy votes for people who go come out, rig where they go rig, use police to change the one where they go change, and then they announce result because there must be leadership. So that is where Nigeria don't drive reach. And today, everybody will be Nigeria. You must be afraid of where Nigeria don't reach as a country. The typical example, na Katsina State. Dr. Usman Kofi give interview. He said bandits killed one ACP of police, Assistant Commissioner of Police. They call him Aminu Dai. Very, very, upright police officer. We've been they take the fights to bandits. Bandits attack them. They are terrorists because I don't know the definition of these bandits. They are terrorists. Terrorists kill them. The head of the terrorist group they call Jankari. They unalive them for sake of national distinct. The Jankari, they tell the police, the government people say that they come peace meeting. As they come, so the police will go come. May they no wear uniform. May they come in mufti. They come in mufti. But the bandits, when they come, the terrorists, when they come the meeting, they wear the uniform of the police where they kill. So the terrorists came to a stakeholder peace meeting in the uniform of a slain Assistant Commissioner of Police.
Peter, sorry for interrupting you. Before that time, this same leader of the bandit, after they unalive this Assistant Commissioner of Police, we they look for the family, make we support the family. Now, the following day, all the terrorists, because they get
faction.
Now they can't do party
celebration. Yes, thank you, sir.
Now the uniform of that Assistant Commissioner of Police,
yes,
he will come the celebration.
Yes,
that is one. Number two, from time to time, if you want to show the community, say the person will not think say go they protect you now. I don't unalive him. You go wear the uniform to show. You go enter town.
The parade.
Then before the final one, where they talk say they won't do a settlement with a terrorist. You come wear the uniform. I don't even know say you get give conditions say make the police know where uniform come. But waiting we see for video be say he wear the late Assistant Commissioner of Police uniform. Come for the meeting. Now, you got one where they try to do with soldiers, whether make a no go quote, but somewhere in Nigeria, I know one talk state where no be because the thing too much for my head. They want to do settlement with terrorists. Now, let's assume say now that back now be the play venue for the meeting where they want to do with the terrorists. Army checkpoint, they here. So they must pass the army checkpoint to go for the meeting.
Now, according to what I hear, they say if the terrorists go come, they go do the soldier. That kind, what you not fit do. I don't know what I don't understand. Yeah. One soldier way no fit take rubbish. Ask me what happen. Again, no. Why now they shout? Why now they whisper?
Waiting happen.
That soldier. He talks say if not today go be in last day as soldier, so be it. He reduce them. God bless the good Nigerian army. God bless the good Nigerian police. Yes. Anybody way good, may God bless them for this country. The ones way bad, God will report them and hand them over to you. Sorry for interrupting you. Continue. So he wear the uniform, come
go the peace meeting, the peace summit where they get. So the officers they come in mufti so that they go get the agreement. So the meeting where they get, the people where they bring the guidelines of how it go hold, now the terrorists. Them we kill people, kill officers. Unalive them. Now them go dictate the terms and conditions for those meetings. So if country reach that level, then you go no say, now turn by turn Nigeria PLC, everybody they wait for. So tomorrow, if you want to go here, they go tell you, say, Nigeria is a sovereign country. But how you get sovereignty where commander-in-chief, they share sovereignty with terrorists?
Sorry, sir. Adena, he say him wear with the name and rank, sir.
With the name and rank. You know, remove the lapel. It was to send a message to order of the officers, say, if you now continue to come after us, you will end up like this. Now the message. And in that meeting, government official day, and with the whole stakeholder meeting. Until today, National Assembly was supposed to carry out oversight. Never think, say, make we even set up an extraordinary committee. Make we even pretend, say we care. Make we know what exactly is going on as peace deal. When I hear the statement of KB State Governor, he tell Mr. President, he say, DSS give us intelligence, say they go come this school, come carry children. We give military the intelligence. They actually deploy people, go to school. Principal for the school say, yes, the people come. They come, they take picture with children. But before daybreak, all of them come out. 30 minutes after they come out, they come pack the children. They kill vice principal. KB governor say, Mr. President, we need to know who order these people to come out. Even if we no go, let us hold chief of army staff. He go hold GOC. He go hold, make we know the chain of command. But the thing we celebrate today is that the children were recovered.
And nobody was arrested.
Nobody was arrested.
Of how now?
So if a country, everybody sit down, continue to allow, what we call government in Nigeria today is organized criminality. At every level, as ordinary president talk, if you come for judiciary, no they work, education, no they work, transport sector, health sector, the things where they work for Nigeria is corruption, crime, and criminality. That is why person when no get budget as human rights radio from government is doing what the judiciary should even do and doing better. Because people don't even get confidence in going to court. Which of the court you won't go? The one where they don't fool with people who belong to politicians, their family members, where their wife will move from high court to appeal court to Supreme Court within a space of how many days? So Nigeria must have a solution. And if everybody continue to they say, oh, it no go better, is it until person later die, say it don't? Because you know, say the news it go there very far until it near you. Look at the Dr. Chinelo, where been done prepare her Japa plan finish. She say she don't come out. She go Kaduna to go carry her things, come back. That was her final trip. Now in that train attack under Buhari happened. She put her for Twitter. Some people were mocking her, saying na lie. Some people, some other party, they say na lie. She said, I'm bleeding, pray for me. The tweet was there. People were mocking her. That's so she died. A doctor who don't gather everything, say she won't come out of the country. They say, oh, there is deforestation. They send out crude. We cannot refine it. The total land area, when one politician talk, they say na statistics will go chop. But the total square area of Israel, the country, is less than 23,000 square kilometers. Niger State alone is more than 70,000 square kilometers. Half of Niger is under terrorists. So if you allow this level of criminality to continue in the country, for how long and at whose cost? Because everybody, they try to make up for government. Government no do this, they say make we do this. The current government will tell you, say the major thing what they don't do for country was to remove fuel subsidy. When I don't see NNPC report, according to NNPC report, Nigeria is spending more than 17 trillion for protection of oil facilities.
Hey.
1 year, in 12 months.
17 trillion.
17 trillion. Meanwhile, the subsidy where we pay for 8 years was about 18 trillion. So you remove subsidy from the poor and subsidizing the rich. When you ask, they go say, hold your state governors will increase allowance to them.
I don't know this one. Oh.
He's doing what the judiciary should even do and doing better. Because people don't even get confidence in going to court.
To it again, oh.
Which of the court you won't go? The one where they don't fool with people who belong to politicians, their family members, where their wife will move from high court to appeal court to Supreme Court within a space of how many days? So Nigeria must have a solution. And if everybody continue to they say, oh, it no go better, it no go better, is it until person later die, say it don't? Because you know, say the news it go there very far until it near you. Look at the Dr. Chinelo, where been done prepare her Japa plan finish. She say she don't come out. She go Kaduna to go carry her things, come back. That was her final trip. Now in that train attack under Buhari happened. She put her for Twitter. Some people were mocking her, saying a lie. Some people, some other party, they saying a lie. She said, I'm bleeding, pray for me. The tweet was there. People were mocking her. That's how she died. A doctor, we don't gather everything, say she won't come out of the country. We they say, oh, there is deforestation. We they send out crude. We cannot refine it. The total land area, when one politician talk, they say now statistics will go chop. But the total square area of Israel, the country, is less than 23,000 square kilometers. Niger state alone is more than 70,000 square kilometers. Half of Niger is under terrorists. So if you allow this level of criminality to continue in the country, for how long and at whose cost? Because everybody, they try to make up for government. Government no do this, they say make we do this. The current government will tell you, say the major thing what they don't do for country was to remove fuel subsidy. When I don't see NNPC report, according to NNPC report, Nigeria is spending more than 17 trillion for protection of oil facilities.
Hey.
1 year, in 12 months.
17 trillion.
17 trillion. Meanwhile, the subsidy where we pay for 8 years was about 18 trillion. So you remove subsidy from the poor and you are subsidizing the rich. When you ask, they go say, hold your state governors, we increase allowance to them. Between me and you and State House of Assembly, who is supposed to hold governor accountable? Then the governor where you go hold accountable, where EFCC go agree, say, governor thief money, so they pay school fee for children in advance. Once the governor defect come back for una party, the case don't close. But now me go hold them accountable. Then today you bring out a list of ambassadors where include INEC chairman where conduct election, collect 313 billion. Say there was a glitch. You collect 313 billion and there was a glitch. In any serious country, let us keep aside party. If you spend that kind of money on one procedure, at least my people, shall we not supposed get audits to say waiting caused the glitch? Why should we not have further glitches going forward? An honest country. What was the president's response? Say anybody when you agree, go to court. You, as the former president, all the times when you've been run as president, you always ended up in court. What did you get from the court? No matter the election. What did you do to improve judiciary? Now, under you as the late President Buhari, the sitting Chief Justice of Nigeria was removed based on code of conduct ex parte order. That gave room to bring the second CJ, we come carry governor from one state, we go number 4, make him governor till today. And then you are telling us to go to court. So as me, I don't see Nigeria problem beginning and end. When you see me on social media, this campaign, which is my message and my plea to Nigeria, nobody they come rescue Nigeria. If America was built by America, Nigeria would be built by Nigerians. No matter how long oppression over a people may have lasted, once the majority.
There. He has a point there. It's only us that can build our country. It's only us that can build our country.
There is international pressure, but once you align your national interest to the international pressure, you are going to be able to thrive. You go to do well. They will get their own as superpower, but it is under there that you too can make progress. By the time you begin to invest in critical sector of education, innovation, and the rest, now so countries like China wriggle their way out. Today, the US cannot just wave China away by, wish them away by wave of hand. It's not possible. Then let us negotiate. If you put tariff on me, I put tariff on you. You want to tariff me, I will stop the export of raw earth minerals to you. Because the global stage works on value chain. Nigeria has nothing we are offering anybody. That's why a president of the US can say that disgraced nation. A country of almost 300 million people. One of the largest markets for
over 300 million people.
Over 300 million is a disgraced nation.
Oh.
A country where an individual was able to build a refinery. And the country's government is killing the refinery.
Killing it. Because that same government get 3 refineries where they say they no work, they no produce anything, but we are spending billions to service them. Nigeria so we create, the politicians who create a problem, pretend to be solving it, then in that pretense begin to engage in more criminality. So today, everybody go, they run. You want to go to Brekete. I want to do this. I'm looking for, so how many people you go fit help? How many people, because everybody is doing what government is supposed to do.
Peter, as we speak, we get National Human Rights Commission.
We do.
We have Public Complaints Commission.
PCC.
We have Legal Aid Council. We have Citizens Rights Department under the Ministry of Justice.
Yes.
Go to their gates. You no go see person there.
No.
Now here, people they gather. Waiting human rights supposed to do. Waiting Public Complaints Commission supposed to do. Here where we did, staff of Public Complaints Commission carry their complaint, come here.
Yes, I get insider information.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I get insider information. And we get some things where I no go even talk. But we know the capacity. Nigerians do not even believe in those institutions. For you to even start with. By the time you go there, you see where your case, it be like this. It be, how many people? This kind of case supposed to maybe go to the Department of Child Welfare in the Ministry of Women Affairs.
Case.
Yes. But go there and go and see where government official.
Now, child welfare for Nasarawa State, the woman where they in charge of the child welfare, sell pikin.
Yes.
When are they here?
Yes, sir.
When I call the woman, I say, Madam, he say, Madam, he say, I know what happen. Return this child. They return the child, I be they no return.
They return us, sir.
Don't tell us say the child don't go. They follow procedure. They do this one, this one. Once I let her know, say I know how much they sell the pikin, who they sell them to, where they sell them. This now in charge of child welfare.
Yes, for children.
Yes. Now she sell pikin.
Yes. So imagine, because of your efficiency, you fit solve that problem. So imagine that government, they function how this place they function. So if now Mama P be this, a lot of people go know Mama P. Yeah. We recently go, this is Idris Zekeri, they are all on social media too. We recently go NAPTIP, or the case of NAPTIP and the children that were carried from here to here. Where somebody will carry children, will get active case for court with NAPTIP on alleged child trafficking, is still actively running an orphanage in Delta that is approved by the state government. A man who has a case with the country's agency against trafficking in persons is still licensed to operate an orphanage in a state and is under the oversight of the government of that state. So talk about organized criminality. Define it. That is why the country be where it is. How do you say we go NHRC, PCC, court? Which one? So as it is today, in order not to take Nigerians' time, because Nigeria matter, you know, if you talk and finish. And the more you talk, it be like Z-word. It's extraordinary every day. Yes. When you sit down, talk, finish, the end of every Nigeria conversation, now God will help us. And I say no. Calling on God to come and do what he created you and empowered you to do is irresponsibility. It's recklessness. Which prayer is building China? Which prayer is building Russia? Which prayer is building Dubai? Pray. Even Saudi Arabia, the holy land of Islam, it is leadership that has transformed it to what it is. Yeah. So why are we relying on prayers to build our own? So we have... The Oyibo go say, repeating the same action and expecting a different result is insanity. You prayed for 60 years and you prayed your way into becoming the world headquarters of poverty. You prayed for 65 years and your currency went from 1 naira to $1 at a time and has gone to almost 2,000 naira against a dollar. You prayed for 65 years and you have more than 18 million children out of school. You prayed for 65 years and you cannot pay ASU, what one politician is taking home in less than 3 months. That means it is either you are a liar or your God is a liar, and God cannot be a liar. So Nigerians must stop mocking God. The greatest invention, me, I'm a Christian, ordinary president, and Muslim. The greatest invention, the Bible says in the book of Psalm 89, it says, ye are gods, ye sons of the Most High God. I have made you God and given you the earth. Dominate. Whatever you make of this world is up to you. Make God come become Senate president. Make God come become my next chairman. So that tomorrow, first lady go invite them, say, they go chop dinner with a cocoa for a house. So God has given you a look at Nigeria. That is, if you remove, do you know that if you take away all of Nigeria mineral, natural resources, Nigeria does not still have any business to be poor. The real wealth of Nigeria is all of us here. These people seated here, the ingenuity. So then look at Israel. Where will they go pray for Israel? Israel, they fight Iraq, fight Gaza, fight for Lebanon, fight Yemen. If they use Iron Dome defense system, we na fire on a prayer bullet, we go use it. It happen. Now, yes, so now prayer we go use. If you go mountain of fire, it's there for you. If you be Catholic, chaplet of divine mercy, or you go do rosary and holy water. If you be white garment, maybe you light candle. So if that will not cover you, the Lord is your, so we do rest in peace for you. You don't go be that. So a country like that, to end this, we must fix leadership. Everybody is a potential victim. Make it not happen to you first before you. I say Nigeria is a country of more than 300 million activists who have not yet activated. 2027 give us opportunity to reset Nigeria. Make nobody put you under panic. Say, oh, everybody they go here, everybody they defect to this party. Now panic mood, now they day. Any government where you see continue to do like that, it is up to people to say the power of the people must be greater than the criminals in power. By 2027, you see me wear shirt and they shout electoral reform, vote must count. There is no law way perfect. Every good law is as good as people will go implement them. If now by law 2023 election supposed to good, but the mischief of human beings in those agencies, INEC, police, in fact, if courts been doing what they're supposed to do, we will not have problem. But we have a judiciary that is not able to dispense justice for the state. It rather dispenses justice for statesmen. So Nigeria judiciary has become the last hope of the uncommon man. It is the legal department of every government in power.
Thank you. Hold on there. Thank you. Barrister Pamela, I beg, give him water, make it drink. Take her near my... Oh, sit down. This man, life they more important than my own. You get the way we they do and here. Make somebody hold on for me. It I put here. If you hear kekeke, and new water.
Okay. Hey, kekeke.
No, yes, sir. Thank you. Take a wet throat. I do. My brothers, my sisters, if I look on a sister time done, they give us signal to do it, signal make we continue to develop. They go. You see, you get what I like about this young man. And I go force him do something. As either as a big brother or as an uncle to him. You get what you do for me, will impress me. Waiting you talk here today, everything when you talked here today, it will say now for social media, if for them more raw than, because you know say this na radio and TV station, we they guided by the ethics of the profession. When I see how he polish the talk, make we appreciate it. He get a weekend package course waiting they do in journalism. The International Institute of Journalism. I won't beg you. I know say you dey busy, but with this struggle where you dey struggle, I would like make you do it. I beg. You go do it. Yes, sir. Make we appreciate it. Now, Fridays and Saturdays, this my organs way they here. Then they go now. You understand, sir? It go just expose you to another angle of public talk. What to say, when to say, how to say, where to say, and what not to say because of what we call gatekeeping. If you talk out, because as you dey talk am, you dey reason am, wetin would be the reaction we go follow if this talk come outside. So I beg, I won't beg you. And make we appreciate, it be like say na three of una come back. Yes. Make una stand up, make we appreciate you now. God bless you now. May God continue to bless all of una. Una too na gift una be to this nation. I just pray, say, una no go derail. No, hold on. Una no go come out for road. Because some of them, now so some of them, he get one way be senator before, he no be senator again. Now together we grow for Kaduna that time. As soon as he entered there, so I beg. Because now una, me, I will never go into politics till I die. We'll never take any political appointment till I die. We'll never do government contract till I die. But people like una, we go push you now. Make una day for front. Make una shine touch. Make other people see positive example from una. So that when una come out for road, we go announce and say, this person don't come out for road. And if una they do well, we go continue to dey talk am. Some people talk say, this the way ordinary they do, ordinary president they do. Now, because you won't do politics, I don't do politics since. Now, when I don't nearly cross into 60, now, which politics? What I they look for? What God never give me? Tell me. Nothing where they look for in life where God never provide for me. My greatest asset in life now trust. People trust me. And I will rather die than to lose that trust. My brothers, my sisters, they go introduce themselves. We go appreciate them. Please give them microphone now. As he enter your hand, now your microphone.
Oh.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Ordinary President. Good morning, Brekete family. Morning. My name is Uruche Precious, popularly called Mama P, Trenches President, and I'm happy to be here.
If we appreciate her. When I see people who go to school, see the way she did talk. That's right. Nonsense. I know that madness no they hide themselves. You say?
No, we can't person, no. Guess no. If you know the problem where Peter gets na Riaza compared to our own. Guess Baba. Guess if you see if Peter did on one case, they lament, they do problem. They can't discover say Mama P did on the case. Immediately I say esprit the problem.
Una never teach until. Una never teach until. get Chanchi. When they work for Zenith Bank, ladies and gentlemen, they una go see Chanchi.
So, my ordinary president, this is an activism situation.
Activism
situation. We the Igala people know the two sabi shout for activism. Now the Randy Peter not sabi shout too. My ordinary. I was very, very surprised when I see all these kind of people where you
surprised
when you are touching one.
I touch it.
I say no, I no fit sit down for here, I go sit down for back. No, the grammar too much and na big name they kitchen more dog. So I think make I dey for back. They kitchen more dog. Make the senior men they do the one. Make me I dey for back. They do my own.
Make the senior men.
They
do their thing. You go sit down.
Now they represent for back.
Oh, you go to represent
for back.
Now, this man, the efficiency of say I decrease. See, madness. Because you see, I don't see weird madman tell somebody say you dey mad because he's too senior. When we dey talk about English, see where God compensates me. As I not get legal knowledge, see where God compensates me. As I not get small trouble, see where I not sabi Bible well. See, I not sabi cook. See where. As I not sabi oil and gas. See where. Now, for transport sector, person when we say, if to say Nigeria, na good country, where they support people we carry effort genuinely, no be thieves. By now, this man for her don't get in. If I'll be one of the few people who will fly their private airlines for commercials, Mark Mera himself, please come forward. Please come forward. Okay, as my uncle no wear shoe. I'm not gonna wear shoe. This man, Peter.
Yes, sir.
Mama P. Mama P. Please introduce yourself, sir.
My name is Idris Zekeri Jr. I come from Edo State. I'll be public affairs commentator, and we also they pursue this new Nigeria. And if I get 1 minute, I will talk something. But finish what you they do first, sir.
Okay, now today, as una don't join us, of course, Peter don't take away he join us. Today, officially, una don't join us. This man case, I want make una enter am. It is a disgrace to this country that somebody like this will be suffering after investing so much in Nigeria, but the Nigerian government cannot protect its business and investment. A bank called Citibank defrauded this man, and the Nigerian state could not protect this man. This, una dey hear, I don't know how old you be that time, Mark Mera. Luxurious boss.
Yes.
Mark Mera. This is Mark Mera. Now he be the thing. No bring luxurious boss wey get toilet inside. But they attack people when park for bush.
For road.
As you dey offload, they say pack it. You pack and put for pocket. Then say, where is your bag? This man, she don't. He say, if aeroplane fit get a toilet, why not order for luxurious bus we get toilet? Now, instead we una go stop for road. As this person enter, una go offload inside. When una reach where una suppose stop, when they run this man's business down. I beg, una go enter this man matter. I beg. Another man, they do business. He go buy local rice. Where then they mill rice, he go buy raw. They go mill am for him. They go polish am.
Those that their business have issue, if you check them, most of them are the Easterners. Why? Dangote has now monopoly of everything. Nobody to compete with him. It's not that there's nobody that has the money to compete with him. It's because of the government. The government. That is why we need Peter Obi. That is why we need Peter Obi.
If they for road they go, police stop am for road. Christmas remain some days. They say na plastic rice. They say na so rice. Rice where they no fit present for court. Rice where they talk say them burn am ashes. The assistant commissioner of police which thief the rice. They don't promote am now. Na deputy commissioner of police. Na commissioner of police he be now. And a thief he be. Yes. Because he thief rice when no belong to them. Una go enter this matter. Please come forward, sir. I don't know what I understand. Yes, if this kind of people then they disgruntled, they are not happy. Nigeria will never progress. Another man, he built school. One of the best private schools in Nigeria. So because of their performance, United Nations gave the school an award. As we speak, the Nigerian government, through connivance with bank and court, they have collected the bank from him, the school from him. Using the police. Please come forward, sir.
Check these people. They are from the East. What is their governor doing?
It's not small. Una they here. I just say, make I just present 3 to una. Make I prepare una mind. Time we una go there depressed, don't near. Because if they pick cases from here, one day you go lie down, you go they look ceiling, you go hear, they don't break, you don't sleep. Now my situation be this. And many of una. These are helpless Nigerians. Because the system is not working.
Exactly.
There seems to be hope nowhere. A deputy commissioner of police. This man, in mama borrow money, join for the business when he do. Actually speak, he begs for money to eat. This man used to be a multi-billionaire way back. Today, he begs for food. Now the grace of God upon his life, now make this man still there. If not, waiting they do, suppose don't make stroke hit him. This man, multi-billion naira school. Now he carry come to teach. They came, frustrated him, seized the school from him. And as we speak, they are using the school account to do money laundering. And if the Federal Inland Revenue Service is asking him to pay tax for an account they have taken away from him, an account that a court of competent jurisdiction have placed a caveat on it, Leanne. No money supposed enter, no money supposed come out. But they are using that account to do money laundering. As we speak, he is expected to pay 600 and something million. How much?
To pay 686 million naira as tax to the government.
Money when go enter account, when go warrant make you pay 680 something million naira. How much?
3 billion.
Billions. I just say make I present this. Peter Nigeria.
Have you seen why we are canvassing for Peter Obi to be the president? It's not that Peter Obi will do magic. It's not that Peter Obi will do magic. But the thing is that all these things will reduce. We know that Peter Obi is not going to do wonders. But bet you, all these things will reduce. All these things will reduce. And that is why they are fighting for Peter Obi not to be the president. That is why they are fighting Peter Obi tooth and nail. And that is why they are trying to remove Obi's name from the ballot. Now we are going to listen to another bunch of buffoons. We are going to listen to another bunch of people that they are disgrace to Nigeria and even disgrace to be Peter Obi's former friend. This dirty, Peter Obi's former ally. Let's listen to what they have to say. In short, it's a disgrace.
Bola Ahmed. I don't think I need to introduce Senator Dirty.
These are cousins, so these are cousins. These are cousins.
And a brother that I'm very, very proud of. He has decided to join the train to the future, a different future for Nigeria. You know that he ran on a different platform in the 2023 election as a vice presidential candidate. This time, he decided he will join a party and play a very active role in positioning it to win elections at all levels and give Nigerians a different trajectory and a change. He has taken his time to take that decision. I know him, he doesn't just take a decision on the spur of the moment. He will speak for himself, but I know that he's joining the right party. We are grateful that he chose us. We are honored. And I would like to say to all the people who have come with him, his old friends, his old colleagues, people from the Labour Party, people who have shown faith, people who have stood with him for all this time, people who believe that we need a new Nigeria, people who believe that we need to work. We can't just wish a new Nigeria for our children, for their children. People who believe that Nigeria has no future unless we change this administration. Unless we put new faces and new spirits.
You want to change this administration. You want to change this administration, and you people are running from pillar to pole, not consolidating and finding one credible candidate, which you already know. Why is he running up and down instead of him to support Peter Obi?
Who have come with him. I want to thank you very much. Thank you. For showing faith, for taking his advice that PRP is where we should be. We welcome you and we assure you that you have all the space you need. From the moment you join PRP, you are an equal member of this party. We don't have strangers, we don't have landlords, we don't have tenants in PRP. Everybody is equal. And we're in this business, we're very serious about it. We believe PRP can win this election, either on our own or in alliances or in conjunction with other parties. We also believe that Nigerians have one chance, one opportunity now, one opportunity to stop the decline of this country to a point where it cannot be salvaged. And this is 2027. That is why you see patriots like Detti and the people who are here. Nobody is here playing politics. This is a struggle. This government insists that it must come back to continue to make our lives more of a misery. We are here because we believe we must resist this. We and millions of Nigerians will resist this. This is our country. The country does not belong to the APC. Nigeria belongs to us, it belongs to our children, and the future belongs to our children and the grandchildren. And we will not yield the future of our children and their grandchildren to a government that has shown no empathy, no compassion, no sympathy to the future of our children. I would like to use this opportunity to appeal to other Nigerians. Join our journey. Support us. We are very, very serious about changing the nature of leadership in this country. We will not steal people's kobo. We will secure Nigerians. We will rebuild the economy of Nigeria. We will reunite Nigerians. We will remove the hate in our hearts against each other. And we will restructure Nigeria. Every Nigerian will feel a part of this country. So thank you very much. I know that everybody is busy. This visit is brief. But I can tell you, since I became chairman, today is one of my happiest days. Not just because I'm welcoming my own younger brother, an accomplished politician in his own right, and a great member of our party, but because I see all the people who have come with him to show solidarity and to say we are part of this journey. Welcome to PRP. Thank you very much.
Honorable National Chairman of People's Redemption Party, Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed, Honorable National Secretary, Chief Sonny, Kanu Sonny, and my leaders in the People's Redemption Party, my colleagues who have followed me to join this party from the Labour Party, Dr. Olorunfemi, just to mention a few, Obiora, Ahonotu, my good friends and younger ones from the Inspired Leadership Emergence Forum, ILEF, led by Honorable Hamza. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press, whom I singularly call the media force, good afternoon to you all. I'm highly honored and privileged to be at this historic occasion. I wonder how many times in the history of a country it happens that a national chairman is actually welcoming his, but this is Nigeria, this is life. For you, we take things as they come. We're very genuine and we're very legit. I have said it before that next to what God Almighty does with his creation is what authority does with its subjects. Leadership is too important to be ignored. I have also said that there is no shortage of good people, wonderful people, qualified people in Nigeria. What happened was that they shied away from politics, largely responsible to the situation we find ourselves in today. We have not experienced or witnessed an era as the last 3 years where the section 14B of the political group running this country happens to be disorganizing, destabilizing other political parties without honor, without shame. The organism called Federal Republic of Nigeria is such a powerful one. Rich, resourced, with a lot of human capital to it. Therefore, when the might of Nigeria is descended upon unsuspecting political organizations, they should be lucky to still be alive today. Quite frankly, it is a miracle that PRP has survived the onslaught that has been going on for the last 3 years. I have also said that so long as you bear the name of a human being, however high you are, a human being will sort you out. And that is what is going to happen. PRP is getting set to produce the next federal government of Nigeria. State governments of Nigeria, every layer, and the legislature accordingly. We have borne the brunt of a group that captured the state of Nigeria so easily. I want to state now that even if the next election were to be declared at 3 a.m. or 2 a.m., it will be resisted. There were only about 6 to 8 hours ahead of me in 2023 when that announcement was made at 4 a.m. I see PRP as a party that will not sit down and watch electoral victory so easily be taken away from the Nigerian people. I see PRP that will look this group of people in the face and tell them, you will be resisted. Face their authorities, the 3 main authorities that we know, which I don't have to mention. Tell them this is who we are. The act of declaring fake and wrong results is a criminal act. We as citizens, we as Democrats, we as candidates have taken it upon ourselves to stop constituted authorities from committing criminal acts. And so therefore, Professor Amutekun will not declare a fake result in 2027. IREV will not develop a glitch. Nobody will sneak to ICC and declare a fake winner of any election. No barrels will be pointed at Nigerians. No tear gas will be shot at Nigerians. No Nigerians will be followed and arrested because they are stopping criminals from continuing with criminality. I have seen PRP for what it is. I have come out from another political party that suffered the onslaught. I have also said we should feel sorry for ourselves. Don't blame anybody for the disorganized nature. Don't feel bad about anybody moving from one party or another. It is no longer a crime. The might of Nigeria descended on political parties. The might of Nigeria, the wealth of Nigeria was not spent in providing security. Sambisa is there running as it wishes. The Northwest, all hell is let loose, and it is gradually seeping down to the South. The group that did not provide security for Nigeria, the group that did not fix our economy, the group that could not stop stealing, descended heavily on political parties. I say, congratulations to PRP. Congratulations to any party that remains standing up till now. We have seen them for what they are, and we have drawn the line. They can cheat us no more. At this point, I am calling on those good Nigerians to realize that if you can contest an election and you refuse to, you are as bad as or even worse than the group that is misleading Nigeria. It is no longer a choice. Every good Nigerian must come out to help in this drive to rescue Nigeria. If you can contest, contest. And if you lose that seat, support. If you cannot contest, continue to support. Come out on election day. Stay on election day. Travel to where you have to travel on election day. We have the experience of 2023. And so long as people like me are alive and kicking, we know and we have the antidote to every trick in their book. Let us begin the countdown to a new Nigeria. We're going to escort them out of the presidential villa democratically. Any attempt to stop us will be democratically resisted. Mr. Chairman, my leaders, my friends, I thank you, and I will stop here in case I have forgotten anything. A simple question will awaken me. Thank you very much.
All right, my name is Francis from Punch newspaper. I have two questions. One for the party, the other one for His Excellency. I don't know whether I should start with the party first.
They are the bosses, so they are the leaders.
In the fallout of this Ibadan summit, where they made a proposition that oppositions to come together and field a single presidential candidate. We don't know whether you support this. Going by the disarray manner the opposition are in the moment, do you think this is actually feasible? Going by what you have seen so far, and what is the position of PRP to this?
PRP is watching the political environment very closely. A lot of the opposition has been severely damaged, deliberately and systematically. We don't know what will emerge out of the very tight timelines. Now parties are back in court. Many of the big parties are back in court. They're facing legal challenges. We will not know the global picture until quite possibly the end of May. That's the only time we would know who is going to even contest these elections. We are safe, and we thank God for all the efforts we made and with the prayers of Nigerians. But there are a lot of parties that will not survive. When we know who is in the field, we will devise ways in which we can either on our own or together collaborate. There are many different ways of collaborating, and we will collaborate. The key issue, the only goal in mind of the opposition, all of them, is to change this administration because it needs to go. Nigeria cannot survive under this administration another 4 years. They cannot. That's our goal. Whatever we have to do legally, whatever we have to do to win this election, either as a party or an alliance of parties, we will do. We will do it not because we want to take up offices, but because we have to salvage this country. And we're very serious about this. So we are willing to enter into any arrangement that reinforces the strength of the opposition, and so that we can change this government and make sure that President Tinubu and his government don't come back and destroy this country even more.
His Excellency, long before now, there has been a push for you to actually succeed Obi as a presidential candidate, going by what you have seen in terms of your personality, characters, and other things. But now that you are coming into PRP, are you still eyeing that going by what the chairman has also said that the need to actually push Tinubu out of office is actually paramount. And we don't know whether you are the likely messiah or somebody who might be interested in actually buying the cat in this case.
I am a party member. I didn't come here to get a presidential ticket. I came here to fix Nigeria. I came here to drive out Tinubu's government. That's all. If me supporting someone is it, then so be it. If me getting the ticket and contesting, so be it. But remember my comments all the way from 2023, and gets a little intricate. But speaking with, this kind of intelligent question, let me go the extra mile to try and answer you. I did say in 2022, after justifying my support to Obi against all odds, that, and I'm sorry I'm being philosophical about it, Almighty God does not make mistake at all. So the creation of Nigeria, as you see, God knows what he created. And he said we should live together and do justice to each other. I recall aspiring for presidency in Port Harcourt, October 2018 primaries. There was not a single southern Nigerian candidate from there. There were people who had the means, the people, the experience to contest, but they showed respect and love to the Northern Party. It was clear. I was honored. In 2023, I felt we should honor them. The first thing I did was to go contest in Kaduna for governorship, and later I decided not to. I was out of this country actually when His Excellency Peter Obi called me to join. He was avoided serially by others. Avoided has been toxic. Again, because I know God says live together in Nigeria and do justice to each other. I felt morally obliged not to avoid him as he was avoided by others. I stood with him. All the toga, the ID card to be worn, I corrected it. The pushing the Northerners out, I corrected it. The hello daddy thing, I corrected it. So many things. Even after, if they had gone by what I said, Tinubu will not be in the villa today. And so I don't have to be the candidate. I don't have to be a president ever. But if fixing Nigeria means, and if the opportunity is there, believe me, nothing will stop. Thank you.
Chairman, we don't know whether on this zoning thing, are you looking at zoning the presidency to the south, or you are throwing it open?
The party is looking at all the options on the table, but we are Nigerians. And this party believes in justice and fair play. And we know the mood in which Nigeria is. At this stage, we're leaning towards supporting the idea that we should respect public opinion, not the law, public opinion, and allow a southerner to become the next president. But remember, it is Nigerians who are going to vote. We have people who have bought forms from...
You see what he's saying? They want to respect public opinion to allow a southerner to contest. They want to respect public opinion to allow a southerner to contest. These are people that have a little sense of justice. These are people that have a little sense of jurisprudence. These are people that are morally balanced, though they can be fundamental sometimes. So, because I know Baba Alba can be sometimes a bit on the fundamental side, but he has a good sense of justice. These are people that will listen to the language of the voters are talking about a southern candidate. We don't know why Atiku is popping up his head. Don't know why Atiku is giving a bit of time. And people like Kenneth Okonkwo are there supporting evil.
We have people who have bought forms to contest from the northern part of the country. Our job as a party is to look at what is best and advise those who are contesting in the interest of justice. What is important is to recognize the fact that, as Detty said, that there is a country here to salvage, and no sacrifice is too great. If supporting a southern candidate is what is going to be in the best interest of this country, our party will do it. Our party will do it. The fact that you have a candidate from the southern part of the country doesn't mean the north will not exist, like in this administration. We want to advise people, the fact that you support a southerner doesn't mean they will be like Tinubu. Tinubu is not only behaving like a southerner, he's behaving like a southwesterner. That is the real danger. That is the real danger. But our party recognizes the historic situation in which we are. We are not opposed to giving it or sending our ticket, but we have internal democracies. We will respect the wishes of the members of this party. But our party members are enlightened, they are patriotic, they are conscious, and we know ultimately we'll take the right decision.
Yes. Sorry, if I may just add, to put it very, very short, I don't want to say blunt. We're actually looking for a credible southern candidate as we sit now. I mean, if you're qualified, please. It's like, who wants to be a president now?
You want to be president?
It's that simple. Whoever wants to be. So you can't come out to say that it's a northern thing. Come out, credible southerners, come out. This platform is for you. It's favoring you. Come out and contest. And you wanted to ask a question, which you refused to ask.
I wanted to read.
Listen, I read it from you. There's a question you wanted, but let me take the liberty. If you are afraid to ask it.
Okay, I don't want to embarrass you actually.
Listen, it's not embarrassing. We just have to be strong. We have to be brave. And it's not that I'm stronger than you. Listen carefully. It's not easy for me to say this. And I hope one day I'll not regret it for saying this, but it's not easy, but it must be said. The world of Islam has never suffered reputational damage as under Tinubu Shetima presidency. All over the world.
This is a serious allegation. These people, that's why I said that they are strong, they are fundamental. They speak their truth. They don't fear.
Have ruled or are ruling. There is peace and tranquility and there is justice. That's it. Go to the countries where you've had maximum Muslim dictators. I mean, start from Gaddafi. Start from Saddam Hussein. Look at, besides the human rights abuses, they have established records that are yet unsurpassed. Human Development Index of Gaddafi, no one can meet it in the world up till today. Only when you cross their path, then they will kill or destroy you. This is not about religion. And if you're presenting religion, then present the genuine candidates, the real ones who will govern by the dictates of their religion. That is why I started by telling you that God Almighty does not make mistakes. We want, if you are bringing a Christian, we want a genuine Christian. If you're bringing a Muslim, we want a genuine Muslim. Thank you.
The other one I would have loved to ask is your
Hey, no, let Daily Trust ask the question. Tough question, but I would say it's both. It's a mix of both. How old is our democracy? Still, we're still getting to 28 years. And then compared to the complexity of other countries that practice democracy, you will see that we have done well. But what is most important is for you to remember that onslaught. That onslaught. There, we are under a government whose primary purpose has been to destroy others. And in the presence of this situation, you will have a mix of the two options you gave. Thank you.
Principal, yesterday, along with Senator Rabi Kopansu, we are welcome into NDC. There have been a lot of talk. That was why I asked a question about maybe backing of a single presidential candidate. A lot of people are rallying the North. They are calling on the North to actually, if possible, either collapse their structure or form an alliance to back. They call it okay. This choice of okay. We don't know whether you are calling okay with that idea.
Okay. I, as much as possible, try to avoid names of anybody at this stage or the politics of everyone. But it is very unlikely that the North will rally around KO. Okay. It's and this is my personal opinion. I still have an excellent relationship. I have much respect for both of them. I did say that I feel guilty because I was the one who told Peter Obi on the 31st of January 2024 in John Wood's hotel, after asking him a few things, and I told him, Your Excellency, from this point, there is Kwankwaso, there is El Rufai, and there's another person. I would like to suggest you approach them. The business that I do now, which started around 2011, I was planning it as far back as 1996. If in 2024 you cannot plan 2027, I'm sorry, I cannot continue to be with you. I recommended, and to God, he knows this happened. So they are going together now with Concourse. So it's my idea. Do you understand? Will it?
What a bunch.
I think it's a big question. We wait and see. However, there is a bit. There is. Remember, why didn't Kwankwaso support Peter Obi in 2022, 23? What changed between 2022 and 23? Then the demographics of Nigeria, where you're looking for new blood, for new generation, you have a vice president that is older than you, first of all in age, in education, in political profile, in so many other things. The local government is nearly his state. The state is nearly his region. And this is somebody with a burning ambition and temperament. Who is going to be the president, actually? If you are presenting a ticket throughout history, there's a certain configuration that it goes. The respect that I still carry for Obi is because of the fact that we have that configuration. So even though I recommended Kwankwaso for Obi, as at the time I was doing that, I didn't really deeply reflect in all these political dynamics until it came now. I mean, how will Kanu think that their champion who has serially wanted to be the president, serially wanted to be, will now go and how many votes? I know we got nearly 25% in Kanu before the results were changed, from one of their champions who is now going to serve as deputy. And then the intricacies of, all right, certainly 2031 is mine. That doesn't play out well in any political contest. And then consistency is good. As much as I dislike what APC has been doing against Nigeria. But then someone who got Labour Party ticket so easily should have stayed to fix the problems of Labour Party, however difficult they were. I stood and I earned the wrath of many because I said, come and reconcile in Labour Party. Only for me to read it and to even view it in the news. Here's my former leader, my boss whom I believed in so much, saying that wherever there's a quarrel, he will walk away. So there's a quarrel in Nigeria, you'll walk away? And these are things that don't add up. These are things that don't add up. A leader must be firm.
With all due respect, Dr. or Professor, that you have said his own. You don't dissipate your energy in little wars, in little battles, where there are wars to be won. That is one thing these people don't understand. Obi cannot fight Tinubu in terms of repairing a party. For example, Labour Party. What do you expect Obi to do? Labour Party, where Abure have allegedly collected a lot of money. What do you expect him to do? So for me, it's even a good thing that people are criticizing Obi that is leaving parties. People are not criticizing him of stealing money. People are not criticizing him of embezzlement. EFCC are not looking for him. Now, what they are criticizing him is that he leaves from one party to another. Obi has a fundamental human right to move from one party to another. Obi does not have explanation to give anybody to move from one party to another because Obi is being haunted. Just as Omer that said it, that when a lion is chasing a woman, he does not even try to catwalk. Does not try to catwalk. She runs for her life. So Obi is on the mandate of running for his life. His life is threatened. A man that his life is threatened does not just sit down and count sand. They are saying Obi should stay and repair Labour Party. Repair what? What the hell is he going to repair? When it's obvious that INEC, which is the umpire, the referee of the match, has already decided to fix the match. Just check, for example, now the statistics. Obi was in APGA. He left APGA. APGA fell. What does it show? That Obi is not the problem. It's the party that is the problem. Obi left PDP, almighty PDP. PDP fell. That is a sign to show that Obi is not the problem. The problem is PDP. Obi left Labour Party. Labour Party fell. Does that really mean Obi is guilty? Then Obi left ADC. ADC in a state of glaucoma. Obi is now in NDC. So this is a long trajectory to show that Obi is not the genesis of the cankerworm that is eating every party that he enters and has been infested. Mind you, when Obi entered this NDC, 3 court cases came out. And these court cases are so mediocre that you can laugh. One of the court cases is that the logo looked like broom. That the logo of NDC looked like broom. And the people following that court case is NAPC. Then one of them is Ada ADA. The person that wanted to found ADA said that they are taking ADC to court because INEC allowed them to be registered. Is it not INEC you have to take to court? Is it not INEC? So when you see all this scenario, how dare you now tell Obi to stay? To stay for what? To stay for what? So that is where the people that are telling Obi to stay, that Obi is not a party man.
All right, welcome back and
thanks. Problem, Obi will leave. Oh no. It's a like emotional blackmail for Peter Obi. Yeah. But Peter Obi should receive all these insults because he's used to it. He's used to receiving all these insults because uneasy lies the head that wear the crown. Peter Obi is just. Imagine people walking free. People that stole money are walking free. What are you accusing Obi of for moving from one party to another? You are not even accusing him of stealing money. What you are accusing him is that he moves from one party to another. Does that have credence? So let's listen. Let's continue to listen.
We'll be diving right into our phone-in segment, which is Daybreak Interactive. Now, this morning, we'd like to hear from you. We'll be talking politics of defection. And the question is, do you have a problem with it? So make sure you pick your phones up, call us in, and share your thoughts. Now, to understand why we're here, we have to go back a little bit. We've seen defections in Nigeria back and forth, but we know that it is something that is the usual when it comes to politics. We might highlight a lot that has happened in 1954, where defections became a political culture. And some might say that in the Second Republic, it reached a fever pitch in the Fourth Republic. Now, in 2014, we saw NPDP governors, which is Amechi, Saraki, and Nyanko, and others shifted the ground beneath the PDP's feet to birth the APC. Now, we've seen serial candidates like Atiku Abubakar move from PDP to AC, back to PDP, to APC, and back again. Now, this trend has continued into 2025 and 2026. We are seeing it in real life, with the ruling party's umbrella growing larger as opposition-led states struggle to keep their leaders from switching sides. The latest shockwave hit just yesterday. We are seeing a massive realignment. Peter Obi and Rabiu Okonkwo have officially joined the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC. Quite a shocker for a lot. Now, this comes after their brief stint with the ADC last December. They say they're seeking a litigation-free platform to challenge the status quo in 2027. Now, between governors moving to the ruling party and opposition leaders forming new alliances, the Nigerian voter is left watching and a high-stakes game of musical chairs. So we ask you, is this constant movement a sign of a flexible democracy, or is it the ultimate betrayal of the people's mandate? When a governor or a leader you voted for changes party, do you feel represented or replaced? Now pick your phones, call us in, and share your thoughts on the numbers displayed right on your screen, or send us a WhatsApp message as well. Now, as a rule of engagement, make sure you switch off your TV sets or turn the volume down so we can hear you clearly. Now, Abdullahi, I saw you, having a little look. It came to what is going on.
It's just an aberration. Trust me. Political parties, as we know them traditionally, globally, do not exist in Nigeria anymore. And this just proves it. Because how do you join a political party in 4-5 months and turn around and change your mind about that political party? Do you know what comes with joining a political party? A political conviction that there's an alignment between what the party stands and what you believe in as well, ideologically, right? And it goes to show that for politicians, it's just political parties are just a means to an end. And I don't think that that's the way it's supposed to be, because listen, if you're a libertarian, it shows in your way of life. If you're a conservative, it shows in your way of life. If you're a liberal, it shows in your way of life. So it's not just about the colors. It's not just about the colors of the political party and all, but I believe Nigerians will have their say. And let's get the conversation started.
Absolutely. Let's pick our first caller. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Abdullahi. Good morning, my beautiful sister.
Thank you for joining us. What is your name and where are you calling from?
Garba is my name. I'm calling from Zaria.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Garba. Go ahead with your thoughts.
The truth is, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. We are happy with the way things are going. Let me remind you, any party Atiku Abubakar is inside is already a failure. Any party El-Rufai join is also a failure. So we are looking at the party as a party of wrong set of people, people that damaged Nigeria, want to come back to correct Nigeria in ADC. We have seen it as failure. So alhamdulillah for this, we are happy about that. We know the car, their campaign car is going nowhere. And inshallah they would go nowhere. So
who is the day, Malam Garba?
Nigerians for being patient. We are going to support the present government, and then next 2031 or 32, inshallah, God will give us direction of the new government. For any other person that is coming in the name of any party for now, are wrong set of people. They are not coming for the sake of Nigeria. They are coming to put Nigeria in a difficult situation again. So we are happy with the way things are going. We know from the beginning, ADC in cooperation with Atiku Abubakar, El Rufai, and other wrong set of people are going nowhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Now it seems like he's.
I wasn't surprised the moment he said, "Yeah."
I
wasn't surprised the moment he's, mentioned, support for the president. But beyond the politics of who you support and who you don't support, the bigger conversation we're having is this idea that politicians could just switch political parties in a matter of weeks, months. I saw Senator Marafa leave the APC to join the ADC, and in a matter of weeks leave the ADC to join the NDC. And listen, there's a normalization of this, almost to say as if, listen, the end justifies the means, as I said. But let's have the conversation. Let's see what Nigerians have to say about this.
Let's take our next caller. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, thank you for joining us. What is your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Haruna. I'm calling from Kaduna.
All right. Good morning, Haruna. Go ahead with your thoughts.
Yeah. Let me start from the first caller or the last caller before me. You can hear his view. And you don't need to ask him where he's coming from or who is he defending. But why I'm surprised is that he said he's calling from Zaria. And he's making such comments. And in his comments, he said that he made a statement by saying, again, Nigeria should again vote for people that will put us in trouble. So already we are in trouble. Despite that he is an APC supporter, because he is speaking as an supporter or an agent of the present administration. If you are from the north, please, I'm advising him, can he travel today from Funtua to Gusau? I will pay his transport fare. I want him to travel, please. Secondly, I want to talk about the defection of Peter Obi and Okonkwo. I'm not defending Atiku. Atiku is a politician. Atiku is a Nigerian. If you want to contest, he's free. At least the Constitution has given him that opportunity for him to contest at whatsoever age, at whichever party. But this coalition that came very strongly, and some people think that it is only what they want that will happen. If not, they can destroy every other thing. Nigerians, we are hopeful that at least we are going toward a direction that we will bring some kind of succor to our problem. God cannot come down from heaven to help us. We have to help ourselves. We pray to God and we walk toward our prayer. But this defection, I can see before the defection, when you go to social media, you will see the obedience making all sorts of videos, make all sorts of comments condemning Atiku. Atiku is not the problem.
Sure that they put up.
This is democracy. When Atiku joined ADC, he did not tell Obi to come and join. Obi came on his own and joined. If Obi wishes to leave, he's free. But let me tell you the truth. Atiku is a national politician, not a regional. This is what these people are supposed to understand. It's not when you keep on shouting obedient, obedient, or you say anywhere Obi go, we'll follow him. Obi is a party. Obi is this. Obi is that. No. Nigerians don't understand what this presidential election is. There is a place that even your party will hardly be represented if it is not a national party. I've participated in an election. I want to tell you the truth. In 2011, when I participated in the election during CPC, when people were shouting, say Baba Buhari, say Megaskia in the north. When you go to Edo or you go to Cross River, you will not even see CPC.
All right.
But here in the north, we will keep on shouting, say Buhari, say this, say this. If you are not the national politician, you need to work towards it. Atiku is an established national politician. Konkoso is only in Kano. Even Jigawa, you cannot see Konkoso. Let me tell you the truth. These people don't understand this. When you come to Kaduna, where I am, nobody is talking about Konkoso. Even in the last election, you can see it's Atiku that won Kaduna with over 900,000 votes. And they know that they won Lagos. They will still win Lagos with Tinubu as president. If they try, they may likely get 100 and something thousand or thereabouts.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. In 2023.
Right. Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
I think we're having some very passionate callers this morning. Interestingly, all from Kaduna, and you get the sense that Nigerians are quite passionate about the people they support, but there's also this metamorphosis that we're seeing in the political space, where, just as he pointed, however, the point is, wherever our political leader goes, we go. And that hive mentality, I guess it has its upside, but then it also does not allow individuals to really critically look at why they're doing what they're doing. This
and look from the outside,
blind adulation that wherever Konkoso goes, we go. I don't have a problem with you supporting somebody, but you have to have some kind of independence to your thinking, so much so that when you are asked why you follow this individual, you can then be able to convince people as to, okay, this is why we believe that this is the best action going forward.
All right, let's take Shatima Okojima from Midugre. Good morning, Shatima.
Good morning, Hawa. Please pardon me, I have a technical problem. I don't know whether you are with who in the studio.
All right, I am with Abdullahi Ahmed right here in the studio. I know you haven't heard from him in a while.
I can't believe
Abdullahi Ahmed, it's a very long time. Honestly.
I can't believe you've forgotten about me already.
You are welcome, Abdullahi. You are welcome back.
Thank you very much, Shatima.
Hold on. What is the topic today, please? Kindly, please. Sorry.
All right. We are discussing 2027 politics and the recent move of Obi and Kwankwaso to join NDC. So we are looking at the frequent defections that is going on in the country at this particular moment. And the question is, do you have a problem with it?
Well, honestly speaking, let all Nigerians doesn't have any problem with that move. Let them move. It's their own choice. We know they have been moving from place to place like an air. So they have the free will to do that. But honestly speaking, what we are calling Nigerians is we should unite. We should unite, because that visible oppositions, we have two oppositions. We have visible and invisibles. We are the one that they call, invisible ones. Those in the various homes and the corridor of Nigerians. And we are the one that's receiving the beating of the bad governance. So we have to organize ourselves for this battle of 2027. All my calls for Nigeria is we have to organize ourselves. We have to be ready with our ballot paper, with our ballot, with our voting cards, so that any inactive politician, we should not allow him to come back. Because this time around, this voting for 2027 is a vote to rescue Nigeria. It's not a vote that you will take it a mere chance. It's a vote that we want to rescue Nigeria. Everyone knows the situation that we find ourselves in. Today, Nigeria have changed to something else, whereby a masses of Nigeria, they are not enjoying anything about the dividend of democracy. What we are receiving is torment and hardship. Look at Nigeria today. No light, no power supply, no water. Even in some settlement in Abuja, they don't have water. Talkless of our ruling populations and some other states. Look at the situation of insecurity. There is no security in the land. So what we are calling Nigerians is we should organize ourselves. This time around, we should divorce the money politics. We should do all what is reasonable and necessary to peace our country. Please Nigerians, we have to sanitize our mind. We have to overlook that tribal politics. Northerners, southerners. We should look at the person that will make this country to peace this country. All what we are after is to somebody who will make our economy to be vibrant and our security to be peace and our life to be peace back, our power. So honestly speaking, that is our concern. We doesn't care of these personalities where they will move from, or they move. They can move anywhere. This is their own choice, and the Constitution has given them that privilege. They should move, but we should be organized ourselves we should make sure that we are budgeted to good people. Thank you so much, and have a nice day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shatima, for that. Now, a lot of Nigerians will say, especially as we've even heard from Shatima, that it is not even about the defection. What do you have to offer? What are you going to do for the Nigerian people? We just saw of recent the governor of Bauchi State, Bola Ahmed, that was
joined APM.
I was so shocked. Okay, from going to the APC to back to the ADC, trying to get in.
He said he was a freelancer just over a week ago.
Is there freelancing in politics?
I don't know. Nigerian politicians have a way of unlocking new frontiers in the practice of politics. But beyond that, however, we're not hearing plans to solve problems in education, in security, in the economy, creating jobs, addressing the gaps in our healthcare system. We're just inundated with personal grudges, personal ambitions, so much so that there is not room for us to discuss what the plans are, to look at your manifesto, to understand your blueprint and how you're going to solve our problems. So Nigerians just get carried away with all these superficial activities, and it's sad as far as I'm concerned.
All right, our next caller. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Yes, thank you for joining us. What is your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Anas. I'm calling from Maiduguri.
All right, go ahead, Anas.
Good morning, Trust TV. Good morning, Nigeria. First, let me start by acknowledging Tinubu, the president is the worst president Nigeria ever had. He has reduced us to beggars. And secondly, I have high respect for Atiku Abubakar. But I think the earlier he realized that he's not electable, the better for us in Nigeria. And all these defections you are seeing, it's a good move, because if Obi and the Okonkwo remained in the ADC, at the end of the day, Atiku will take the ticket, and that will take us nowhere. So I appreciate the move.
by moving to the NDC, and all this, and all especially my northern brothers, that are condemning Obi, that is playing regional politics, when they are forgetting history. The first republic, for our leaders of blessed memory, the Father Belewa, Amadu Bello, form alliance with the Igbos, Nnamdi Azikiwe in particular, to form the governments. So I want to believe this is a repeat of history, what we're having now, coming together for Obi and Concourse under the same platform. We should appreciate, this is the mercy of God for them to come together, and these are the only people that will take power out of Tinubu. I'm telling you, these are the only people. So I want us to come all together and support Obi and Concourse. I'm from the Maiduguri. Forget about all this religion, tribal, and what have you. Let's go for the best. These are people that Tinubu had done everything, to bring them to stand, but they refused. I respect their patriotism.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that.
All right, to each his own, right?
Absolutely. Different views, different perspectives, and different experiences, I would say. He would say he's dissatisfied. Others would say they're satisfied with what is going on, and they're on the leading party's team. Now, others might say that another alternative is the best, but as you made mention before we picked our caller, we are still not seeing anything or hearing anything concrete from them making sure that they have Nigerians in their hearts, making sure that they have Nigerians' best interest in making sure that each and everything at least has a semblance of being efficient, semblance of working in the country. I believe we have a call right now. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, this is Abasekong.
Good morning, Abasekong. Thank you for joining us. How is Gombe?
Sincerely speaking, Abdullah Ahmed. Why did you go into distinction? What went wrong? I'm happy I'm seeing you, but I always hear you on the background when you are making analysis of one or two things.
Thank you, Abasekong. I've always been around.
Good morning, Abasekong.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Sincerely speaking, I want to really appreciate Shetima. Shetima has been my backbone on this television platform. Each time I hear him, I am elated. I don't even call again. But today, I want to talk about the topic on ground, politics of defection. People are defecting because, why are they defecting? Because the country is not in a suitable position where it ought to be. And that is why the security is down the rain. Everything is in shambles, and that is why they are coming. They want to see how they can fix it. But are these people willing to fix it? No, they cannot fix it. Yes, there is a problem, and that is why they keep on defecting from one place to one party to another party. But Abdullah, and I want to really say something today. Why is this politics a politics or do or die? It's because the big men they are enjoying, they know what they are deriving, they know what they are getting. The masses are not getting it. They are the ones getting it, them and their family. They are making so much money. The security is here, nothing. Those people that have retired from the police, nothing. Those that have retired from the military, nothing. They cannot fix this thing, and they are looking to how to fix it, and they cannot fix it because they are eating the money. Then when you talk about Mikado, who owns it? Go investigate. I don't want to mention names. They privatize this. They kill NEPA because they wanted people to be buying Mikado, and they are the owner. So why are we like this? Until we go back to the drawing board. I want to add one thing now, please, if you can permit me. The fact remains that we cannot get it right if our DSS is not in position. Our DSS supposed to be checkmating the economy. Our DSS supposed to be checkmating the military. Our DSS supposed to checkmate the airport, the inflows coming in and coming out. Our DSS have not been given such opportunity to perform their rightful duties. And that is why we are not getting it. Now, Nigeria went to Turkey to go and invite Turkey for security. It will fail. Nigeria went to America. It will fail because those people, they don't have the basic prerequisites. Until you go to countries like India, their security, their DSS is known as RAW, R-A-W. They are very efficient. Why not call these people that have problems normally, that have a problem with internal security? Why not invite them? Look at Israel, they have a problem with internal security. Why not call them? They will not call them because of religion. No, they won't call them. Until we start doing the right thing, we will never get it right. Why not call the Indians? They have fought war, civil war like Nigeria. They have had several problems as regards internal security. Look at Mali now. Mali is getting it right. Why? Because they have to investigate what is causing the problem, and they discover that it is what do they call these people? Now that they are the one causing problem in their country.
All right. Thank you very much, Abasinko.
And they rose up to the peak until we start going back to the drawing board. We go back to the drawing board. We cannot get it right. Trust TV, I really want to appreciate you. I really want to appreciate Nigeria. I want to thank Nigeria for the enormous contribution. I want to really appreciate it. But I want to mention a comment of somebody. He said that he's going to give somebody money to travel from one place to another.
Yeah.
All right, I believe we lost that caller, but thank you very much, Abasinko, for that. This, as we made mention earlier, different views, different perspectives, and Nigerians are really watching what is going on. It doesn't matter how much jump from house to house. It is about the substance that you're bringing to the people, a solution to their problems. If you are presenting them with the problem and highlighting that, make sure you have a solution to ease the burden of the realities of the country.
Just as a final point, Hawa, democracy as a global practice itself has shared values, right? There's something similar about every democracy. There's a common denominator, and that's the will of the people coming to the fore on election day. But beyond that, in terms of political growth, political development, you do realize, as I said earlier, there's a difference in how a libertarian sees a problem and his idea of what a solution is. There's a difference between a liberal and a conservative, not just in name, but also in practice, the way they see the problem, the way they diagnose the problem, and the way they want to solve the problem. There is a difference, and that difference offers the voter an opportunity to say, okay, if we want to fix the economy, I understand what the conservatives are all about, lowering taxes, and so on and so forth, trickle-down economics, if you want to take the UK example under Margaret Thatcher or under Ronald Reagan, for instance. You understand how the Democrats, who in this particular instance are the liberals, their views on society, on safety nets, on being there for the average man, on applying subsidies, as the case may be. We understand how different they are from one another. But if you really ask yourself, how is APC different from PDP? Not in lived experiences, in terms of policy ideation, in terms of running a government, in terms of their fiscal policy, in terms of their approach towards addressing national cohesion and all of these things. And we cannot distinctively say that this is the difference between them. Then probably we need to, re-examine why we follow some of the people that we want to see on the ballot today, because I believe there needs to be a difference with a distinction between these political figures, because if there isn't, we might as well keep voting the same people over and over again, because we keep getting the same results over and over, regardless of which political party is in power.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, we're looking at developments in the opposition coalition with Peter Obi and Senator Rabi Musa Okonkwo making the move to the NDC today. What does this mean for the coalition? What does this mean for the opposition ahead of 2027? We join live from Kano by Honorable Habib Milemo. Honorable, can you hear me?
Too.
Okay.
How are you?
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Yeah, it seems we're having some challenges with our video connection, so that's why we can't have you on the screen at the moment, but I'm sure readers can make do with your voice, and people want to really know what is happening. Your principal in the last 24 hours first announced that people should calm down, that no decision has been made as regards his next move. And in just about 1 hour ago, he took that step, this time not alone, with Mr. Peter Obi, and they both joined the NDC and pick up their membership card. From your principal standpoint, what made this the moment, what made this moment the breaking point?
Well, I think first I would like to start by thanking you and also Nigerians for this opportunity for me to make some clarifications. And I'm sure that all Nigerians are aware actually of the happening within the ADC, the actual legal tussle that actually continue to threaten the party itself, which we believe is part of the larger script of the federal government, whose intention is to ensure that no opposition political party stands against the re-election of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And because of that, I think my principal and several others who knew very well this intention continue to consult within themselves, analyzing the situation and ensuring that they are not taken by surprise. You understand? They are not actually put in either political or legal trap that will, at the end of the day, not allow participation into the election cycle. And because of that, my principal was actually on 2 days ago in Kano, have a wide range consultation, analyze the entire situations, and also looking at the offers coming from the NDC and PRP. He threw everything to the stakeholders of the Concosia movement, which at the end of the day, unanimously, the stakeholders agree that the best option is for us to leave the ADC and go to a safer political party that at least will guarantee participation of not just our principal, but also others, notable Nigerians that are willing to ensure that 2027 election have a real contest, and also Nigerians are given opportunity to actually have an alternative political platform upon which they are going to make their choices as who become the president and several other positions that will be in office. So this actually give the principal the opportunity also to continue with his discussion. And that is why, because so many people were actually concluding even before the discussion is rounded out, that is why he made some clarification earlier. And the initial position was that probably it's going to happen tomorrow, but because we were able to conclude within the shortest possible time, because of the understanding that has already existed between him and Peter Obi and several other people. I remember Serki Dixon was also in Kano, so it wasn't something that just started today. So because they were able to conclude on time, and they feel there is no need also to keep Nigerians waiting, there's no need also to delay further, because the election timetable signals that we have less than 5-6 days for even party to present before INEC its own register, and also we have less than 28 days for all the political parties to also
present a candidate at all levels.
All right.
So that's why time is of essence, and they feel it's the best time for it to just go and conclude this phase so that they'll be able to look into other issues and actually run it within the time frame.
Yeah. Yeah, although some will say that the issues raised by your principal, talking about the crisis within the ADC, had been in the knowledge of everyone for weeks, even months, and perhaps the crises were there even before your principal decided to join the ADC. So does that not beg the question of how long has this moved? How long has it been in the pipeline? Because it's not a recent development, the crisis, so to say.
Well, I think what is very clear is that the crisis escalated to the such a level where we feel initially we believe that the issue can be resolved, but knowing fully that it's just not an ordinary crisis, it's an externally induced crisis of which other layers are being added to it. Remember, outside this particular Matthew's case, we still have another case of which even the federal government actually plays a significant role, where the Attorney General and some other 25 former members or something went to even ask courts to delist the ADC itself. You understand? And beside that one, there's also another case also. And if you look at the time frame within which the party need to compact itself, organize itself, and run even the process, coupled with other internal issues, because as we speak with you, APC has already gone far sorting out their primaries and what have you. And barely, it's just today, I believe, that the ADC is rolling out the timetable for certain things. And we feel that whatever we need to do with the calm mind, and we need to go somewhere safer than where we are, actually, for us to be able to confront this in our head, so that we will not actually get involved in the things that will not guarantee or allow full participation of our principals into the electoral process.
Oh, all right. Honorable Habib, if I can take you back just a week or two ago, you're on this station where you first made reference to the growing agitation for Obi and Konkoso's alliance, and your colleague on the Obedient movement that same day told us that the OK movement, the Obi Konkoso movement, is going to have a summit, which happened just a few days ago. And just today, we saw Obi and Konkoso joining the NDC together, coming in together. And does that signal what we are going to see in 2027? An Obi presidential candidate and Konkoso's vice presidential candidate?
Yeah, but if I remember vividly, when you asked me this question, I told you clearly that my principle is open to anything that will help actually ensure that the presidency of Bola Ahmed Tinubu is truncated. You understand? And that involves actually playing any role, vice president inclusive. So to me, I said, we're looking at a balanced ticket. We're looking at a ticket that signifies fairness. We're looking at a ticket, you understand, that will bring other Nigerians, you understand, who are actually decided maybe to stay on the fence, you understand, to find a reason actually to participate into the whole process. You understand? We're trying to look at the ticket that will stabilize the relationship between the north and the southern part of the country. And we're also looking at the ticket that will give all section of Nigeria that sense of belonging. And I assure you, my principal is ready to sacrifice his own ambition for this to actually happen. So it might not be anything out of ordinary if it is settled that the Obi becomes the president and he serving as the vice president.
All right, let's go back a little in history, just recent history. 2023 seems to be like a golden opportunity for your principal and Obi to work together. In fact, the negotiations were said to have reached advanced stage, but your principal was said to have pulled out and they couldn't agree. Some will ask, what has changed between 2023 and 2024?
Well, It is true that there were discussions, there were actually agitation from both sides, and I think they have even gotten us to certain extent. But you see, there are differences actually. A lot of things actually changes. As at that particular time, both of them were given the shot for the first time. You understand? And all of them are actually, they have this belief in themselves as to what they can offer. And also, they're trying to kind of prove the point. You understand? To some extent. So there might be a lot of things that are involved there, of which the present reality before all of them and before Nigerians, you understand, compel them to have a rethink and also think of working together beyond just that particular period of time. And I believe also that makes a man that has a good sense of judgment, and also that makes up a man that is actually ready to correct, you understand, maybe a mistake or whatever actually it is that must have compelled them not to really reach this understanding that they have already found themselves into it. And also the present situation of Nigeria, you understand, and the need, you understand, the urgent need for people that actually understand themselves, that are ready to, you understand, work together, and become imperative. I don't want to go into actually citing reasons that will have actually touched other people who are actually contesting. But the reality before us is that my principal is ready, you understand, to give a unity ticket a chance. He's ready to ensure that he contributed his own quota, sacrificed his own ambition in trying to make sure that Nigeria have an alternative, a viable alternative, without actually brushing any segment of this country, you understand, or making others feel unimportant, you understand, to actually support Peter Obi in any way he can, and ensure that at least the present government is out of power, and at the same time Nigeria have gotten exactly what they need, and also a chance for Nigeria to actually breathe and democracy survive.
Honorable, let's take a few minutes to listen to the video of the statement made by Peter Obi and your principal earlier today when they were picking up their membership card. There are some sweeping remarks they made, and I would like to take you on to there.
Okay.
Let's just take a look.
I've ensured that they put up crisis upon crisis, which led to litigations and everything in our party that made us to abandon those parties and move to join another party, well, thinking that our situation will abate. But what we saw is that they carried the same problem to where we went to, creating several unresolved litigations and everything. And today, we've left that place to NDC, where the leader have already told us no litigation. We are pleading with them. For sake of democracy, please, don't come here. Pleading with you. We want to have peace. We want to build the party. We don't want, please, we don't want cases. We are pleading with the judiciary. Please end cases in party so we can face the trouble of building a new Nigeria that is possible. So we can change the job of caring where our country is deteriorating today. Just yesterday, I saw a third world developing country, Bangladesh, order for the highest order of plane, 14 new planes at $3.7 billion. Our country has no national currency. So we want to start building. Please, Let there be no litigation. Party members, please don't go to court. Yes. We are not lawyers. Those of us who are lawyers want you to be good practitioners. Yes. What we want is the party. We will love those who will be warmly welcomed. Things will work well for this party.
Okay. That's Peter Obi, the 2023 presidential candidate of Labour Party, just addressing the party members at the House of former governor of Bayelsa State, Senator Seriake Dixon, with your principal just on the other side of the screen. The overall appeal by Obi is for party members not to go to court, and so as to avoid what has been pursuing the leaders from ADC. The question that arises from this, and I want you to talk to us on this, is that your principal has now moved within the space of 5 years. He has moved from about 3 or 4 parties. From PDP, he moved to, let's even start from 2017, he moved from APC to PDP. From PDP, he moved to NNPP. Now from NNPP, he moved to ADC, and now ADC to NDC. In all these narratives, it's always been about internal party crisis. What mechanisms has your principal put in place? What kind of conversation has he had with party leaders on NDC to ensure that the same thing that chased them away from ADC does not catch up with them in NDC?
Well, I think to a large extent, all Nigerians are aware that no single politician in Nigeria today that have not found himself in the same shoe of actually defecting from one party to the other due to the internal crisis, due to internal misunderstandings and what have you. And to this time around, it will become apparent actually. Earlier on, sometime it wasn't like induced by maybe the presidency or externally induced. But most of those cases were actually from certain arrangement or disagreement within the party, and sometimes some move about. But at the point when our principal settles with NNPP, that time the situation, to his belief, is going to be the last bus stop. He feels he needs to settle there and actually build up a party that will only be attractive to those that believe in his own ideology, in his own principles, and in the way he wanted to run things together. But unfortunately, we were able to, wouldn't get that to that point simply because the federal government feel that they must puncture every political party for them to survive. I believe, like you said, these are the issues that they have taken time within the last 5-6 days trying to trash out with the circulation. Even though you will not be able actually to see to some extent how much one can be influenced to do one thing or the other, but I believe at the shortest possible, you understand, they were able to set out mechanism often which issues will be handled without actually creating problem, especially at this particular period when what we need is stability in the political party. And I'm happy because this particular party, NDC, is a brand new party. It does not even have the structure. They are just building the structure now, which make it easier for our principals also to be part of that process. You understand? Instead of, and no one will lay claim to the fact that they were there as maybe the party executives and somebody took or take away their party or something like that. The scenario is a bit better in a sense where they are part of the people also that will key into the building of that structure. And I think that makes it much, much more convenient than the party that may be there for 10, 15, 20 years. You injected your life into it, and suddenly, because it becomes something else, other people will begin to now be that claim that you are coming to hijack their own party as well. So I think please make it a bit more better
And if you can relate to what he talking about the sincerity displayed by the party leaders, you understand? He has been consistent actually, right from the day he extended the hand of invitation to them. He has been consistent in trying to project and allow them to partake into building of that particular party. So I believe, hopefully, because when you are talking in a place where you have more than also many people involved, you never can vouch for everyone. But we believe with the shortest time available and with the job on hand, you understand, I believe whoever is going there or whoever is involved there, one might not actually come with that kind of a mind, and two might not have the time to create the necessary distraction that will have actually jeopardized the chances of the party to participate in this election cycle.
All right. You talked about the NDC being more like a safer option because of litigations here and there. But some will say, are you not aware, or is your principal not aware, that the NDC itself was a product of a court process? It was registered by court order. Is this not a source of concern for your principal and the Konkosia movement as a whole?
Yeah, it is, but I think in a way, you understand, I think we are even more safer that it is the court that have given that particular order, you understand, because INEC refused to do what it's supposed to do, you understand, and they were compelled by the court actually to do that. So I think to us it's a bit too late, you understand, in terms of what would you expect actually. And I believe the time, like I said, is too short for people to come up with certain things that I believe will put a stop to a process that have already reached 50% or 60% completion. So that is just it. But like you said, the federal government has already made it a duty, often itself actually, to continue to interfere in one way or the other through the back door, through whatever. But I assure you, I believe as it is now, they have so much themselves in their hands, starting with the process of election and what have you. We are optimistic at least that at least it's safer than where we actually left.
Well, there are concerns that have been raised also about how the NDC came to be and how this Obi Konkoso alignment is coming to be. There are speculations that this is being promoted by a former president whose sole ambition is to stop the presidential ambition of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. What do you have to talk to us on this first?
Well, the truth is that in the political cycle, you cannot stop speculations. You understand? You cannot stop people from actually seeing their mind. You cannot stop people from actually thinking the way they do. You understand? But I think there are certain things that one really need to have a look at and also accept the reality before him. You understand? The two gentlemen we are talking about have on their own ways actually in a different ways also been able to rise to the level they saw. You understand? Rose, you understand? Konkoso has his own processes different from that of Peter Obi. You understand? He has started politics. He has been having a lot of, confrontation with a lot of people right from his own constituency down to the state and up to a federal level. They are a cycle of friends, they are a cycle of contemporaries that have actually found themselves in a different setting, be it House of Rep, be it governors, and a lot of things. You understand? And in the process, he has brushed some other people likewise, others has brushed him as well. You understand? Yet he has rose to a level that he is now. And he has consistently, you understand, remained somebody with that principles to a level where people identify him. They can be able to see one or two things about him without actually feeling that whether what they say about him could be true or not. He is a very practical person. Likewise, Peter Obi also, his trajectory is not as well. You understand? Well, there is nothing harm actually in maybe somebody mooting an idea. You understand? From his own perspective. You understand? And for whatever reason,
so do, you understand. But there is also another, you understand, for other people maybe to take what he has said, you understand, from a different perspective. It could be an opportunity for them to be able to actually do what they have so much wanted to do by giving the Nigeria, you understand, that chance of actually seeing what best they can offer. So to me, speculation is just part of the game, it's part of the thing, you know. And for those who feel it's the Obasanjo has never hid his own, you understand, bitterness about the Vice President Atiku. More like also Atiku has never hidden his desire to consistently, you understand, irrespective of whoever involved or whoever's, you understand, emotion is touched. He has made it his life to continue to contest an election without giving room for any other thing else than just pushing himself. There are also other narratives that certain people are playing a different card for other people. You understand? Some people this morning accused the former Vice President of working twice to destroy PDP. You understand? More like what Wiki is being accused of doing with PDP and what have you. But the reality before all of us Nigerians is the fact that what do this ticket means? You understand? Has it has any potential of taking care of this hatred, taking care of, you understand, this polarization of the nation? As it has a potential of giving people something new, something different from, you understand, what they have actually been getting now? As this ticket, you understand, is able to bridge certain gaps, you understand, those certain tension, and give other people some kind of a sense of belonging, you understand, making Nigeria look more like a state for all, you understand. So these are, I think, what we should look at, and these are the issues that I believe will and should outweigh whatever speculation people would want to actually project it, maybe in trying to diminish the ticket or in trying to diminish the potency of the ticket. And I believe that is my take on it.
All right. The way you talk about the ticket is sounding more like it's not a situation of if, but a matter of when it will materialize. And that brings me to this question that has been on the lips of many people, which a lot of analysts have actually delved into. What exactly does the ticket of Obi Okonkwo on a different platform, now the NDC, what does it mean to the idea of a united opposition coalition ahead of the 2027 election? What do you think?
Well, the idea of united opposition coalition is an idea stemmed out of the fact and the fear that the tendencies being displayed by the present administration is that which intention is to actually take away the life of the oppositions in Nigeria. You understand? And that is what brings about the coalition. That's what brings about the need to pull strengths together. You understand? And that's what brings about the idea. And our idea, you understand, need to be weighed in very clearly. That's to my own belief, you understand? So that whoever is keen in, you understand, it's going to be quite and truly clear as to what exactly he's going there to contribute. Maybe that is one of the mistake that was made initially. You understand? When you're inviting people, you have to make a clarity as to exactly what they expect and what is expected of them as well. Maybe that has not been done.
Are you suggesting that there was no clarity when the ADC approached your principal? Is it that they never told him what they want him to play? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think to some extent there is not that much of that clarity, because if there are, you understand, there might be a very clear and sincerity to a level where once you find yourself there, you will feel at home because you know directly what is expected of you and what you do is expected. And I think that is the point. So, you understand?
Are you saying now that the NDC has given your principal the clear directive of what role they want him to play ahead of 2027? Let's hear that from you.
Well, let me just, I don't want to go deep into raising issues that may necessarily hit the polity, but the reality of it all is that at every level, you understand, of coalition, there are certain promises, agreements. Some might be gentlemen on, some might be written on. You understand? And if I have started the journey with somebody who tell me that I'm not going to be thirsty, you understand? And as we move on, I started looking for a water and I couldn't find the bottle. You understand? It will begin to raise some kind of maybe suspiciousness or something like that into it as to why we didn't even say that in the first place. You understand? There were arrangements that also have continued to structurally take place. You understand? As the coalitions move on. You understand? And to some extent, I will tell you that guarantees were not made as to that. In fact, there are certain time where you can see clearly that you begin to action yourself whether you really into this and why you are into this. So clearly, what I'm just trying to say is that pulling out of Okonkwo and Peter Obi to another political party, for those reasons we so mentioned, you understand, will in the long run, to me, allow even the coalition have yet another platform upon which to be able to survive in case the ADC itself could not survive the antics and the tactics of the present administration. You understand? Instead of just putting all your eggs into one box, you understand, and also maybe at the end of the road, even if you did not lose all, you might end up having some broken and becoming useless. You understand? It's better you have two separate boxes, and I believe those that survived, you understand, if the intention truly is to take down a particular government, I believe it will come to a point where they will come back again and move ahead.
Will the Okonkwo movement be open to having, say, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar join the NDC for them to slug it out at the primaries?
You mean we'll be open for anything, you understand? If, like I said clearly, we are open to anything provided our evaluation of whatever is coming will guarantee success, you understand, for the platform that we are into to be able to take down the presidency. So when I tell you we are open to that, it also tell you that we will critically look at any issue presented to us, you understand, and also see how far that issue will help in achieving that particular objective. If Atiku comes into NDC today, you understand, and if, like I told you, with the sincerity of the national leader of the NDC, if issues are laid out for understanding, and we find out that these things will help achieve the overall objective, I assure you we are going to buy in. We do not hold grudges against anybody. We are not actually working to undermine anyone. And we believe so much in allowing people to actually contribute and do their best. But it has to be, the energy has to be channeled toward achieving the overall success of whatever the mission there it is.
All right. Let me ask you this very direct question. When the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar granted that interview in which he referred to your principal as only being strong in Kano and the Kano strength already being weak Sudan, the noise generated by that interview, subsequently a day or two later, we saw the former Vice President visited your principal at his Abuja home. What transpired within that conversation? At what point was it clear that this is never going to work, we are not going to work together?
Well, the truth is that both my principal and Atiku Abubakar have known themselves very well. Remember, Atiku Abubakar served as the vice president, well at the same time my principal is serving as the governor of Kano State, you understand? So their path has crossed many times, you understand? And remember, they have contested election also. During Buhari's time, my principal became second, while Atiku Abubakar become third as at that particular race. You understand? And there was a lot of, politically where their path has crossed. And they have a different opinion to certain things, and they have played a different role actually with within the political cycle where each role maybe they played has maybe a tendency of actually brushing maybe themselves or one aside or something like that. So they know themselves very well, and whatever we believe, whatever comes out of Atiku's mouth might be coming directly from his heart. You understand? And my principal do not actually take that particular statement to heart. You understand? Because I remember I granted an interview responding to that. And when I speak with my principal, he said I wouldn't have bothered myself actually replying to that, because this is not a new issue, it's not a new thing. It could even happen tomorrow. So basically, that particular visit might be to calm things, maybe after seeing a different reaction, you understand, and to give some kind of reassurance that maybe he doesn't mean what he said or something like that. But since I'm not actually there, but I believe that it's part of it to give that reassurance that no harm is meant and what have you.
Yeah,
whether things will work out or not, you understand. Remember,
yes.
We are engaged. We know the problem we have, and we know that the South itself. You understand?
Yes.
Going by whatever definition of the statement, you understand what I'm saying? Or by the tone, you understand? It's only going to be justified when you allow somebody from that part of the country, you understand, to rule for more additional 4 years. You understand? We are that realistic. We believe also in that. Are you getting what I'm saying? So, naturally, we expected the party to actually outline things that will define, you understand, where your own bearing should be. You understand? Maybe if only at the beginning, the party say they have done the presidency to South, you understand, or Southeast or wherever they've done it. It will have allowed you to now, within yourself, do an internal evaluation and see how you fit into the whole arrangement, you understand? Now, with that level of uncertainty within the dynamics of the party, and also from the external influences, you understand, in this internal problem, you understand. I think any reasonable, anybody who have a particular goal, you understand, or an objective as to why I should be into such a mix of, you understand, should be able to now decide for himself whether it is right for him to continue to stay there with all the level of uncertainties, first across the survival of the party, second about even the internal dynamics of the party. When we are there when the indirect primary was conducted during CPC era, we have seen what it turns out to be. We have seen how much resources is required to run into that. And when you have presidential aspirants that are not ready to yield to each other, that are not ready to actually work for the same purpose or goal, you understand, that are not ready to chart a particular fact that will be definitive, you understand, you begin to question, you understand, what role is expected of you to play. And I think those are the decisions that led to pulling out of the party.
All right. But Honorable Belebo, as we begin to round up, the realistic position that most analysts have taken with this decision your principal and Peter Obi has taken is that at the end of the day, it could end up fragmenting the opposition votes and inadvertently even strengthen the incumbent's position. How do you respond to that?
Well, like I told you, everybody actually is entitled to his own opinion. But that being said, also, I want to take you back to the last election cycle. You understand? We have a different analysis. We have people that have analyzed chances of all the aspirants at that particular time. And I believe that nobody gave Peter Obi the chance to fool the numbers that he has pulled us at that particular time. You with me? Even the Okonkwo himself, nobody gave him a chance to even get off to that level. You understand? Because why? They have done the unthinkable. They moved to a relatively unknown political party. They did not enjoy the elite consensus. They did not also enjoy the structures, you understand, of the party. You understand? They become just moving there on their own.
All right.
You understand? So what I'm just trying to say that you cannot say people would not do that. But I think the context and the situation always plays a particular role into what happened actually. The Nigerian situation is getting worse by day. You understand? People are actually losing faith in this government, and also they need something new, they need something that is true, they need something that will they want to give it to us, you understand? And I think that is the point of this particular thing.
I think that's as much as time we take us today. We really thank you for joining us in this conversation, and we look forward to the next few days to have more clarity on what your principal and his new partner in the NDC have for Nigeria. We hope to have you soon, very soon. Thank you, Honorable Habib.
Thank you very much, so much welcome.
Yes. So tonight's conversation I've once again brought into focus the shifting realities in Nigerian opposition politics, and in the next few days more will continue to unfold, and we'll be here to bring you more. That's our program tonight. Once again, we apologize for the technical challenges we had that made us start late, and also for the glitches we had with the video. Please stay with us. We will be back tomorrow on Daily Politics.
Very distinguished, this address to the Senate President and it is notice of defection. We want to formally notify you and the entire Senate through this medium of my resignation from the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and my defection to the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC. Is it a problem? I should not have promoted this NDC. I'm taking this decision after wide consultations with my family, my conscience and supporters, in view of the lingering divisions in the leadership and ending litigations in the African Democratic Congress. I remain committed to making my contribution towards the development of our dear nation, but this time through the NDC. Please accept the assurances of my highest regards. Yours faithfully, the Senior Senator Victor Omerefa.
Yes.
Congratulations. But do you expect further defection, or this is the last one? This is the last one. So is this in line with my doctrine of Osondu? The race for life. Please, thank my distinguished colleagues, one more announcement and we are done. Resignation from ADC and declaration for Labour Party. Maybe all those defecting from ADC should just compile everything in one paper and bring, so that we don't keep announcing. Well, I think ADC is dead. Well, that depends on the constitution. Senator Shi is asking how many times are you defecting a month? Please, you have to ask Senator Barry. Senator Aliyu, as an elder statesman, the question is how many times can you defect in a month? Once. But maybe some have done 3 times. So that's why I'm saying the spirit direct, the voice of the gods. I'm ready to keep announcing, but let us compile all so that it doesn't look like a daily ritual. Let's compile the names. If you are defecting from Labour, you write all of you. If you are moving from ADC, you write all of you. If you are entering NDC, you write all of you. And then if you are going to accord, you're right. It's neater that way than one name. Well, this one is from another statesman, one of the landlords of the Senate. I write this letter to notify you and my deceased colleagues of my decision to resign my membership of the African Democratic Congress. We don't even approve you're going there. The last time you came, we told you take it easy. It's effective immediately, deserting the party. And then no other explanation. You didn't even say that you consulted your conscience. All you are saying here is please accept the assurances of my highest regards. You also the Senator Eginaya Abaribe. Happy sound. So Clark, note that Senator Abaribe has moved from ABGA to ADC, and now he has moved from ADC to the Labour Party. If he brings another one, I won't announce again. Congratulations.
Let's talk about 2027 politics and the ever-changing political landscape. The ADC has been hit by two torpedoes. The departure of Peter Obi and Rabi Musa Okonkwo has called into question the credibility of the ADC as a coalition movement, especially given its promising chances ahead of the 2027 general election. What kind of impact will this departure have on the ADC's ability to deliver on the much-needed votes that they actually have been counting on to defeat the incumbent Tinubu administration, not just at the national level, but also at the sub-national level. But beyond that, they still have quite a lot of hurdles that they need to overcome as far as their political party is concerned. There are multiples of cases at the Federal High Court that is still threatening the ADC as a political party, and that has been highlighted by both Rabi Musa Okonkwo and Mr. Peter Obi as one of the defining reasons why they had to leave the ADC. And before that, there have been noticeable departures also in Adamawa State, the likes of Senator Aisha Tudairu Binani, Senator Elisha Abo, Senator Kabiru Marafa, and a host of others who have joined their political leaders, Peter Obi and Rabi Musa Okonkwo, to leave the ADC. So technically, what is the implication of all of that on opposition politics? We have with us here in the studio an ADC chieftain, a legal luminary and former Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice in Benue State, Dr. Alex Ta Adum, to help us provide some context about this development. Doctor, it's good to see you this morning. Thank you so much for joining us on the program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us.
Would you agree that it's fair to say that the ADC has lost a significant weight, so much so that it doesn't look like a real threat to the APC in 2027, with the departures of Rabi Musa Okonkwo and Peter Obi?
Well, let me use an analogy to explain this. When there's a storm at the high seas, the water definitely will bubble, but thereafter it will settle. So yes, the exit has created a bubble in the ADC, but the water will settle. So what essentially I'm saying is that the exit of two prominent coalition partners has diminished the momentum of the ADC. The graph may have dropped, but after a while, it will settle, and then it will pick up. And the reason why I say this is because you cited the reasons mentioned by Obi and Okonkwo as the reasons why they are leaving the ADC. The truth of the matter is that there is no place you will go to or any political party you will go to, that the likelihood of litigation is absent. Let's even take the NDC that they have migrated to. Are there absent litigations within the context of the NDC? The answer is no. Two issues that people are litigating about the NDC. One is that the NDC was not part of the original political associations that applied for assessment, for consideration, for recognition or registration as political parties to INEC. So they find the registration of NDC against the norm and grain of the guidelines for registration of political parties. And one of the political parties, led by Dr. Umar Ado, is already in court challenging INEC and the registration of NDC. Because INEC just simply said they registered NDC by court order. Meanwhile, their own search at the Kogi, at the Federal High Court Registry in Kogi, does not indicate that INEC was a party to any litigation with the NDC before the Kogi High Court. I mean, the Federal High Court in Kogi. Two, if you look at the legal advisor of the NDC, Wan Eguruba, he's also the same person who is registered on the INEC website as the legal advisor of the APM.
Yeah, just to clarify, the NDC released a statement saying that their legal advisor has resigned as at December of last year, that the whole bureaucratic process of updating that data lies with INEC and not necessarily the NDC.
Well, we are not dealing with the storyline of the NDC. We're dealing with a factual reflection on the INEC portal. That is what we are supposed to relate with. Otherwise, why is the nation not relating to our own story? For instance, that Nafiu Bala resigned as the Deputy National Chairman of the ADC. Why is it plausible to accept that the NDC will tell you that their legal advisor resigned, and then you accept it? But when we tell you that our own Deputy National Chairman, Nafiu Bala, resigned before the coalition partners took.
All right. Just as you made mention, no political party is void of any litigation or court case. Now, looking at the exit of Peter Obi and Okonkwo from the ADC, we know they're heavy hitters and they can carry numbers as well. Do you think that is something that the ADC would miss with the number or the following that they do have? Do they have enough time to be able to gather those followers and move to the NDC as they have? And would that affect the ADC as well? My
answer will be in the negative. And this is empirical. I am not saying so just because I am a member of the ADC. If you look at the registration numbers for the ADC, we racked up numbers about 4 million registration. And if you look at the distribution of the registration of numbers, you'll discover that between the time Peter Obi came in and this thing, the total registration in the Southeast, for instance, is less than 500,000 out of these 4 million registered voters.
But you're not
registered members, rather. Right. Registered members of the ADC. Mm-hmm. Now, if you look at the registration in the southwest, there are probably about with the significant numbers in Lagos is about 600,000-700,000 registrations, and then you have about 500,000 registration in the south. Now, the bulk of the registration, the over 2-point-something million registrations for the ADC, are upcountry. And these numbers didn't come from Kwakwanso. These numbers came significantly from Kaduna, for instance, is topping the chart in terms of registration, followed by Adamawa, you have Gombe, you have Borno, and states like that. So Anambra or any of the states in the southwest, the only Lagos is among the top 10, 15 states of registration. And this is not as a result of Peter Obi. And a significant number of those people who registered for the ADC have said, we are not leaving the ADC, whether Peter Obi has left or not. And that is the current situation on
Are,
the
you-
ground.
are you implying, Doctor, just to be clear, are you implying that Peter Obi has had no impact, no effect since joining the ADC? So therefore, his departure is not going to have any kind of ripple effect that could see the decline in the stock of the ADC?
That cannot be deduced from the conversation we're having here. If you remember very well, my opening statement was that there's actually a storm in the ADC. I have considered, but I'm telling you that this, in terms of significance, it's a matter of degree. Okay? Now, you can have an accident. What is the impact of the accident? If the degree of the accident is such that you have lost a limb, then it's a very fatal accident, isn't it? But if you have bruises on your hands and a few places, and you go to the hospital, they examine you, they say there are no internal injuries, then you're good to go.
Now, Doctor, since you love analogy, is this the case of a limb being lost or just bruises on the body?
No, just bruises on the body, not
Really?
bruises on the limb. Yeah.
Some would say Peter Obi and Rabi Musa Okonkwo say, if you have to use a football analogy, which many Nigerians would understand, you have lost your number 9 and your number 10 in the squad. These are some of your best players, arguably two of your best players in the ADC, and you've lost them. And some would say, with all due respect, you're trying to minimize how much of a catastrophe this could be for the ADC.
It is not a given that when Lionel Messi is injured in a team and is removed from a match, then his team automatically will lose. I don't want to agree with that.
But the lineup is always different with Lionel Messi.
The lineup is always different with Lionel Messi, but it doesn't mean that defeat is certain because Lionel Messi is injured. We have incurred a major injury. There's no question about that. And I'm accepting that there's an injury, to the ADC. However, it is our ability to heal immediately and proceed. And for every player in the team, there is always a substitute. They may not equal in terms of skills and, capacity and competence in doing what Lionel Messi could do. For instance, we may not be able to manufacture a Kwakwanso in the Northwest. Neither may we be able to manufacture an Obi in the Southeast, for instance. So, but have we lost completely our fans in the Southeast or our fans in the Northwest because Kwakwanso has left? The answer is no. I'm saying that they have left with a significant portion, but they left something behind. Something is definitely behind. And in any case, we are not picking any quarrel with Kwakwanso or Peter Obi. See, the opposition is a coalition. Our objective is the removal of APC from government because of their failure, because of their bad governance. And for a coalition, it is too early in the day. What we have agreed was that we are going to feed one presidential candidate. That discussion has not melted or has not disappeared simply because Peter Obi and Rabi Musa Okonkwo have decided to explore opportunities on another platform.
Now, what does this say about, the agreement, the alignment that, the coalition of the opposition has done when it comes to the communication, or should I say memorandum of understanding that the ANC in Ibadan with Kwankwaso will be exiting ADC now? At this point, it seems like the leading party, which is the APC, is not the only thing that the ADC has to look out for when it comes 2027. Now, a part of the ADC has shifted to another political party. Do you think that with their grievances, there would be able to be a harmonization when it comes to who would be put out as the flag bearer of the coalition?
Yes. See, the initial theory, the initial thesis for the formation of the coalition in 2024, when the discussion started, was that the opposition need to feed only one presidential candidate to be able to confront, the behemoth called APC. Now, it was that informing consciousness that drove every of the potential presidential aspirants of today's Nigerian political, environment to agree that we need to coalesce under one platform. At the time, two options were available: register a new political party or adopt an existing political party based on the environment. So we opted to adopt one, and all of us agreed. Now, it would appear that that particular Ibadan declaration, which agreed and reaffirmed the earlier thesis that we need to have one presidential candidate to confront the APC, may have been modified slightly with this movement. So it is appearing more or less like we're going to have a 3-horse-way race. Now, if we have a 3-horse-way race in 2027, what are the implications? With the divisions of 2023 and the voter split of 2023 define the 2027 general election. My thinking and my assessment of the situation is completely different. And I say this because what is on offer in 2027? The NDC new alternative, from what I hear from the grapevine, is going to be an Obi Kwakwanso, ticket, which is an okay movement. Now, the question I want to ask, is the North looking for a new vice president? Because the North currently has a vice president. Is the South looking for a new president? Because the South currently has a president. Politically and strategically, the North would be more motivated to vote and block if they have a ticket switch that says the presidency is in the North. I'm just giving you an example.
All right.
I'll just give you an example. Let me land on my decision. The North will be more motivated to vote in block if there's a ticket switch. If you don't have a ticket switch, like what the NDC I hear is doing, for instance, it simply means is to consolidate the existing architecture on the ground. And if you consolidate the existing architecture on the ground, the North definitely will want to vote for the status quo ante now, because in 2031, the presidency, by the unconstitutional principle of zoning or rotation, the presidency will be coming back to the North. So I'm saying that the incentive for that particular ticket might not be aligned with the current political thinking on the ground. So I am not saying that the NDC will not win election, but I'm saying that my assessment of this is personal. This is not ADC's view.
Right. All right. I'd like to pick on that. We have spoken to a lot of ADC members of the ADC.
Yeah.
And when it comes to zoning, they say the coalition is not considering anything like that.
Definitely.
At the end of the day, it just depends on your capabilities and who is meant to be there.
Yes.
But if I follow what you're saying is, at this point, the ruling party or the president is from the South.
Yes.
And the deputy is from the North.
Yes.
Now, there needs to be a switch, according to what you're insinuating. There needs to be a switch whereby there'd be more give when it comes to the North, more votes when it comes to the North as well. Does that not point to zoning in the ADC?
No, don't misconstrue my analysis and my analogy. I said, based on what is in the public domain, the OK movement seemed to have concluded that Obi is going to be the presidential candidate of the NDC and Kwakwanso is going to be the vice presidential candidate of the NDC. And I'm saying that the prevailing sentiments on the ground are such that the status quo, the North already has an incumbent vice president. So the North is not looking for a vice president.
But you've already also pointed out, Doctor, that you don't believe the ADC has performed well. So it goes without saying that is not going to factor into...
Excuse me, because you're interjecting, you're not allowing me to make my point. Let me make my point, you can ask your question. I don't know how much time we have. But I'm saying that if you do that same arrangement, which they have already done, so to speak, because that's what's in the public domain. So I'm asking, what is the utility for anybody to think that that ticket is the ultimate ticket that guarantees voter sentiments, migration? Because it will not definitely create the kind of tumultuous migration, that will upset the status quo ante at the moment. So for a politician, the strategy is to look at both competence, capacity, capability, and tickets that will resonate with the voter banks of Nigeria.
Right.
And so in the coalition ADC, we were looking at all of these parameters to put on the ground. And we said, we were not going to discuss zoning We want the best of Nigeria and the best amongst us to be able to compete for this ticket. If it's somebody from the South that Nigerians prefer at this time, let the person emerge. Then we'll develop a campaign message, tailored to marketing that particular candidate. So it is too early for us to determine the ticket combination. But what they have done is to move out with a ticket combination, which is, for me, premature. So when we do a convention and we have a presidential candidate and we have a pair, then we will develop the...
But our understanding also from several interviews by key stakeholders within the ADC is that it is highly unlikely that there's going to be a direct primaries, because that's the only option other than the consensus. There's a high likelihood that you're going to end up with a consensus candidate at the end of the day. But in hindsight, regarding the issue of zoning, you talk about voter sentiment, right? And there's this unspoken rule in Nigeria that power rotates between the North and the South. And in the Fourth Republic, we've seen the plan, albeit one that has not been consistent, especially with the death of President Yar'Adua back in 2010. We've seen the move consistently done administration after administration, 8 years of Buhari, and now we understand that the South is supposed to enjoy uninterrupted 8 years of political power. In hindsight, shouldn't the ADC have factored in this sentiment that is quite popular across the North and South, that the rotation be kept in place so that we have an understanding that, listen, this is the turn of the South, and so shall it be?
Well, when people talk in very absolute terms about zoning, I get a bit worried. Worried in the sense that zoning is usually what applies to an incumbent political party that has power to share. Rewind back. In 2015, when the APC merger came on board, power for the incumbent political party was actually zoned to the South because Jonathan, the incumbent president, was gunning for a second term. Now, wasn't it more prudent for the APC to have toed the same line of the incumbent political party by also zoning power to the South? They didn't do that.
Well, we understood that Jonathan was swimming against the tide because the popular demand was that he was not going to seek a re-election.
Well, there was nothing anywhere in the Constitution that barred Jonathan from seeking for a second term. Okay? Now, if some certain political actors had an agreement with Jonathan, that was independent of the legal legal provisions in the Constitution, which entitled him for a second term. But what I'm saying is that the APC didn't follow the incumbent political party's zoning arrangement. They designed their own zoning arrangement that resonated with the voter bank. And what was that zoning arrangement? Switch the ticket, create a North-South kind of contest, and then harvest the discontent in the North at that particular time against the Jonathan administration, and then get yourself into power.
So you think that is the same thing?
You will now begin your zoning from that point. So once they got Buhari into power, when Buhari was exhausting his 8 years, power now shifted down to the South. Now, it is the same thing that any political party who wants to win an election. You see, you don't reinvent the wheel. We have a system that has worked. So if I were to be part of the decision-making process of the ADC at that level, in terms of deciding whether we're going to do zoning, unfortunately, we're not doing, but deciding who will emerge as a presidential candidate. But when you throw it, because the guidelines are already out, and we're limited by the Electoral Act to either do consensus or direct primaries. Right. And that's what the party has said.
Right.
They will try consensus. If we face, they will go for direct primaries. But the ADC zoning arrangement, technically, will start when we get into power. If the South is the one that picks the presidential ticket in 2027, then automatically the next presidential candidate of the ADC will emerge from the North. But if the North picks it now, when they get into power, automatically the next presidential ticket
evidently,
to the South.
Doctor, going by your analysis, Peter Obi is right to have jumped ship right now because it does look like there was never a chance that he was going to get that ticket.
You see, running away from contesting, I give this analogy. I like giving analogies so that we can graphically understand exactly what it is. Before you play in the World Cup, you must play in the qualifiers. Now, if you don't win the qualifiers, you can never be at the World Cup. Now, if you run away from the qualifiers, it means you are not a very solid team for the World Cup. So, primaries in any
just bad luck.
Primaries in any political party is the sieving process that allows us to produce the best amongst us to be able to compete at the general election, which is like the World Cup. Now, if you run away from the primary election process simply because you do not have confidence that you will win, then how are you confident that you will contest in the general election where the incumbent has state power, the power of incumbency, state resources, state institutions, the ability to coerce, and the ability to manipulate? These are indices that are absent in the internal processes of the ADC. Nobody in the ADC has state power, the ability to coerce, the ability to manipulate, and then the ability to compel others to do exactly what they want. Now, let's assume that all the presidential candidates in the ADC, and this is exactly what the internal consultations amongst the candidates were. Even when Peter Obi took a round, going around visiting the potential presidential candidates, like Amici and the rest of them, what they told him is that, look, let us go to the contest, like it happened in 2015, when Buhari, Kwakwanso, Atiku, Ndazaya, and Rota Sokorota were angling for the ticket. They went to an open primaries. And people who say Atiku cannot be defeated in the ADC, Atiku has been defeated twice in his presidential outings at the primary level. First in 2011 against Jonathan, he lost it at the Eagle Square here. And then in 2015 in Lagos at Onika Stadium, he lost to Buhari. Kwakwanso even came second, Atiku came third. So why are you so presumptuous that if you go into a primary election with Atiku, and then you hear this...
But you're not going to have primaries, Doctor. You're not going to have primaries.
Who said so?
Because this summer is direct primaries, and all your stakeholders say that it will be disastrous to have a direct primaries. You just admitted that you have well over 4 million people on your voter registers. Are you telling me that the ADC can coordinate primaries, direct primaries, with 4 million members voting across the length and breadth of this country?
The only person authorized to speak on the method of selection of candidates for the political party called ADC in 2027 is the NWC.
Yeah, but you only have two options. Only two options are available.
You're not allowing me to land.
No, I'm saying legally, you can either hold direct primaries or consensus.
The point I am making is that the only organization or organ of the party that has the powers to speak authoritatively on the mode of primaries is the NWC. And the guidelines released by the NWC yesterday, I mentioned it here, indicates that we are either going to select candidates from the House of Assembly to the presidential candidate through direct or consensus arrangement. We are limited by the Electoral Act. Okay? So any other person who comes here and tells you that this is what the ADC is going to do, is not speaking on behalf of the ADC. He's only speaking for himself and his opinion. There are some things I have said, and I said, this is my own opinion, because the party itself will speak for itself when they decide. So my conviction, I'm aspiring for the House of Reps for my federal constituency, and I'm preparing myself for direct primaries. I've appointed ward coordinators in all the 29 council wards in the 2 local governments that compose my federal constituency. Okay? And I have been doing meetings, even now that I'm sitting here in this studio this morning. I have to send logistics, for meeting to be held in 3 council wards in a very remote area where they have been displaced.
All right, Doctor. Now, we've seen the stages of, transition from coalition to all the back and forth when it comes to leadership in the ADC. We've seen go to court. We've seen the move of Peter Obi and Okonkwo. All of that. But the most important thing is election day when 2027 comes. And the most important element are the people that are going to cast their votes. Now, with all the shifts that Nigerians have seen, with all the back and forth, and now, you as you made mention, troubled waters in the ADC before the calm. How will the ADC manage to be able to convince Nigerians that they are the right pick? So far, we are not hearing anything tangible. We only know that the ADC is saying that they are for the greater good. They are for the Nigeria's best interest.
Okay. Now, have you ever lived in a situation where there's this heightened tension because there's likely contestation, for maybe a family property or maybe between the husband and the wife and things like that, and one of the partners decides that, okay, for the interest of peace, I have elected to give way. Peace, naturally, and calm will return. That's why I say, when there's a storm, the water will bubble, but then calm comes in. What has happened to ADC is there is a significant calm. Now the party is focused, because you can see that yesterday the party released its program of activity arising from the decision of the Supreme Court, which took away the status quo antebellum quagmire that INEC utilized to momentarily create a leadership hiatus in the ADC. Things have settled down in the ADC, and beyond the fact that those two leading coalition leaders exited the ADC, this week we were focused more on starting the internal processes, to organize the party for selection of candidates. But in spite of their departure, the party has gone ahead to focus more on what it needs to do to be able to produce candidates to contest the 2027 general election. And that's the basic thing that we need to do. Once we have that on the table, all other issues in terms of building more, harvesting more people into the party, marketing the party and things like that will happen. Mind you, we have developed a manifesto for the party, which we call the Orange Book. And the Orange Book is a new governance charter that seems to define the paradigm shift between the ADC and any existing political party in Nigeria at the moment. That paradigm shift as contained in the Orange Book. Salif Lukman, one of the special advisors to the national chairman, spoke about it very recently. It's what we're going to be unveiling this week for all the candidates who are going to purchase nomination forms, to contest on the platform of the ADC. What we are saying is that we want to build a collegiate system of governance, and a system of governance where the party is actually supreme, so that candidates who are going to be elected on the platform of the ADC are going to internalize the manifesto of the ADC, defer to the party in terms of decision making and the governance style and governance architecture.
Right.
And so when we have that situation and we begin to market ADC as a different political brand, and the reason why ADC is the best amongst the existing crop of political parties, and why our candidates represent a new beginning for Nigeria, the message that we have, we will market it. Right. Nigerians accept it, fine. You don't accept it, and they choose to remain where they are. They choose to remain with economic stagnation. They choose to remain with insecurity. They choose to remain with constitutional breaches. They choose to remain with callous governance, and so on and so forth. It is left for them.
Right.
But otherwise, what we're providing is a paradigm shift and a new beginning for Nigeria.
All right. If we have to zoom in on the implication of the last 24 hours on the chances of the ADC, some would say before now, maybe you have a 50-50% chance at winning the presidency. But now, definitely your chances are down by another 20-30%, give or take. You consider what Obi polled in 2023, what Rabi Musa Kwankwaso polled in 2023 as well. They have this organic movement with the Kwankwasia movement. There's this groundswell of youth support and energy with the Obedient movement. How do you see your party recovering? I know you have to speak up positively about the chances of the ADC, but in a 3-horse race, what are the chances that ADC could pull off an upset in 2027? And how do you do that without necessarily telling us the game plan exactly?
Politics, 24 hours, is a long time. And we have about 6-7 months to the next general election. Anything can happen. The templates keep changing by the minute, by the second. I'll give you an example. There was a time in this country when 5 political parties that Bola Ige, famously described as the 5 leprous hands and fingers of one hand, adopted Abacha as the next president to transmute as a military leader into a civilian president. Everybody was signing in at Eagle Square here, singing "Yay." Youth earnestly asked for Abacha. Complacency set in, everybody gave up. One day, in 1 second, things change overnight. That is not what I'm saying is going to happen. But I'm saying that in Nigeria, a lot of things happen. Let the ticket combinations of each of the political parties emerge in the first. People are talking about the opposition political parties, forgetting that the party that ought to be under the searchlight in terms of interrogation as to what are the likelihoods of its capacity to even consolidate its incumbency is the APC. Because the current tensions within the APC are such that if you go, when they invented this consensus thing, it was basically designed to hedge in people into the party and constrict the democratic space.
Dr. Someone say you're deflecting.
I'm not deflecting. I'm just trying to learn. A number of them are completely now being, sidelined within the system. There is even rumors from the grapevine that the president wants to ditch his vice presidential candidate by selecting a new vice presidential candidate. If that happens, that's also part of the tensions that will go in the APC. So in politics, by the time the candidates are selected and the tickets are now firmly on the ballot, you will see the new dynamics that will emerge. Now we are just approaching the primaries. This thing has happened. The focus is on the point that ADC has lost 2 critical, stakeholders. And so the party, may not be able to recover, from the loss. But I'm saying that loss is redeemable. We can remediate it.
All right.
So let's wait until the ADC is able to do its primaries, select its presidential candidate, and select the vice presidential candidate. Let the NDC put theirs, let the APC put theirs, so that the politics will begin. So we begin to now see how the graph will begin to move. Either the graph is going to drop considerably on the NDC side and rise on the APC side or the ADC side, or the graph will drop on the ADC side, drop on the APC side, and rise on the NDC side. But now it's premature to say that very conclusively that this is the party that is having an edge in terms of public opinion, or in terms of membership, or in terms of acceptability, or in terms of approval ratings.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Alex, some are excited for the journey ahead, for the battle that lies ahead within the ADC, APC, as well as the NDC. Only time can tell what Nigerians will witness at the end of the day. But thank you very much for a very passionate analysis on the state of affairs.
Thank you very much.
The ADC. Really appreciate you very much.
Thank you very much. And Nigerians, I can tell you that the best of the best is ADC.
All right.
All right.
Of course, he's supposed to say that. Dr. Alex, thank you so much for your time.
Hello and welcome to Political Paradigm. This is Channels Television and I'm Terry Ikumi. Well, we're talking about the Nigerian Democratic Congress. Who would have thought? Months ago, no one gave thought to the Nigerian Democratic Congress, but here we are speaking about this new party. Now, we do know that Mr. Peter Obi and Mr. Okonkwo have joined the ADC, and in a matter of 48 hours, we've had quite some defections, notably those lawmakers, specifically actually federal lawmakers in the Anambra caucus have moved with Mr. Peter Obi. Let's speak with one of them, the senator representing Anambra Central Senatorial District, Senator Victor Ume. Welcome to Political Paradigm.
Thank you. Welcome, Terry. It's good to have you again.
Distinguished, I don't know who's interviewed you in the last maybe 2 months, but I think that they'll probably be confused now because in the last 3 months, you've gone from Labour Party to ADC to NDC.
Yes.
Let's talk about this whole movement, but most importantly, talk about this recent one because it was quite unprecedented. So talk about the conversations that led to this defection to the Nigerian Democratic Congress.
Well, I think the movements that we have seen will not surprise people who are looking at the developments in Nigeria's polity. The political environment has not been stable over time because of attempts and, in fact, efforts to destabilize political parties ahead of the forthcoming general elections. If things had been normal, movements will not be occurring. But when you in a political party, you are there and suddenly something comes up to choke those who are in the party. The natural tendency is for people to find exit routes. And it's just like a rabbit. You know, a rabbit lives in a hole. And when you go and put smoke inside the hole, the rabbit will look for somewhere to jump out of the hole and escape. So to avoid asphyxiation, and that is exactly what's happening in Nigerian political parties. Conscious efforts are being made to choke people in various parties, destabilize the platform, make it non-conducive for any reasonable activity to take place there. And naturally, people want to escape and look for alternative places. And when you leave Party A, because of this situation, you go to Party B, they cause the same problem in Party B, you move again to Party C, all in the search to find a stable platform where you can at least pursue your political activities, you know. So that's what is informing this. All the parties in Nigeria have been turned upside down. The Labour Party was the first to be attacked because Mr. Peter Obi, who contested the presidential election in the Labour Party in 2023, took the nation by surprise. And his performance put fear in all people who never gave him a chance. And the people who are in government now believe that the only thing that can be done most, first of all, will be to ensure that Obi does not find peace in any political platform to prepare for the next election. So wherever they see him, they put fire there. He will run out, they follow him to wherever he goes, they put fire there, and he has made that move from Labour Party to the ADC. The ADC is now a place of confusion because the courts have also gone in. They have used somebody to take the party to court, and once that is achieved, they destabilize the place. So Obi was in the ADC with a lot of force, and when it became choking, everybody waited on the Supreme Court to be able to rein in the legal crisis. And the Supreme Court on the 30th of April delivered a judgment that gave reprieve partially to the leadership of the ADC, directing them back to the Federal High Court from where they will start their journey. And the primaries in the party will start this month, end on 30th of April. So if you are involved in such a disputation and you are sent back to the Federal High Court, from where you start, you go for full trial, go to Court of Appeal, come back to the Supreme Court before a final verdict to be given. It is as good as keeping you in the rainbow. So anybody who is serious about continuing with the election of 2027 should find his way out of ADC. And that is what we did. As these things were happening, we were doing due diligence checks on the remaining parties to see where one can run to, because the chase was hot.
The distinguished, based on what you said and the court ruling, would you say that the David Mark leadership, the Peter Obi, Atiku, Amechi, all of them put together. Because I recall speaking with Senator Ireti Kingibe quite early when this ADC defection happened. And I asked if she was concerned about legal issues. And she said they had done the legal checks and all was fine. So are you saying that there was a problem with the legal checks? Or do you now fall back to our justice system?
Well, the ADC conundrum was initially started by a renegade member of the party in a very simple way, because the statute and the case laws have forbidden courts from dabbling into internal affairs of political parties. Everybody didn't give it any chance that it would snowball into a full-blown crisis, believing that the courts will rely on case laws, judgments delivered by the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, that courts have no jurisdiction to dabble into internal affairs of political parties. And then the Electoral Act 2026, which were amended, also in section 83.3, made it emphatic that no court in Nigeria shall entertain any suit or matter concerning internal affairs of political parties. So with these things cast on iron, there's no way you will believe that along the line, a court will assume jurisdiction in a matter that you ought not to go into at all. And from there, you begin to use loose words to run around what is clear and certain. So when that of ADC started with one nephew going to court, we felt that the court would just dismiss it. And from there, he held on to the case. The person assigned the matter held on to the case. From there, he went to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal, instead of looking at the crux of the matter in that suit, which is the determination of leadership of a political party, that should have sent it away. The court instead excavated the crisis by holding that the parties should go back to that trial court to go and do what? To go and show cause why a court should determine issue of leadership of a political party. What type of thing is that? If the Court of Appeal sees that matter centers on dispute as to leadership of a political party, what the Federal High Court tried to do, the Court of Appeal would have reprimanded them and strike out the case for lack of jurisdiction. Instead, they carried the case and said they should go back to the Federal High Court, and therefore again made a very outlandish order that parties should maintain status quo ante bellum. And that's what INEC used to misinterpret even the order and paralyzed the ADC. At the Supreme Court was able to discharge that order of maintenance of the status quo ante bellum, but still refer the matter back to the Federal High Court for trial. So that has left the party in a perilous state.
You know, I want to draw your attention to something, because we're talking about Mr. Peter Obi specifically here in this case. And the reason is your caucus that has moved with him to the NDC, moved with him to the ADC. And you came into office sort of riding on his popularity in 2023 from the Labour Party. But then his running mate, Senator Bola Ahmed, recently granted a press conference where he said that Obi has not shown leadership. He said that Obi should have stayed to fix the political crisis within his party, the Labour Party at the time. Now, critics will draw attention to the fact that Peter Obi has moved from APGA to PDP, to Labour Party, to ADC, and now to NDC. And now the question would now arise. So is it his desire to be president that's moving him around like this? Because I know that Felix Morka, the National Public Secretary of the APC, had said that Obi wants ticket on a platter of gold. What does this speak about his political ambition and his leadership qualities?
Well, starting with his former running mate, vice presidential candidate Bola Ahmed, his allegation is self-conceived because, first of all, if you looked at what happened in the Labour Party, you see that the crisis that developed there, he himself, Bola Ahmed, went in to go and find a way of resolving the problem. He went in there and he couldn't achieve anything. He has left himself. So blaming Obi for leaving is like being short-sighted. He didn't want to address the very horrendous problem in the party. The leadership of the party lent itself for manipulation by opponents of the party. It's not news that along the line in the problem, he started posing in photographs with major leaders of the opposition party, and those who are working for the federal government, So when your national chairman begin to pose in photographs with your opponents, you know that what he's doing is receiving tacit support from your opponents. And when it became clear, when the Supreme Court delivered its judgment on the 4th of April last year, sacking the said Abure as the national chairman of Labour Party as being sustained by members of other political parties, it became imperative that staying there will be futile. And that's how he left the Labour Party. That he stayed behind and started attending their NEC meetings and speaking like the way he's speaking now. And at the end of the day, what happened to him? He threw in the towel and left. He's gone to PRP now. So why should you expect to be in Labour Party where you couldn't even stay? With his endorsement of the leadership at that time, he couldn't stay with them to fix the party. Then moving from ABGA to PDP to Labour Party, there's nobody in Nigerian polity that has consistently stayed in one political party. All of them saying these things, both those in the presidency. Name one person, you give me a piece of paper, I write for you all the parties they have gone through. Even Mr. President was in SDP. From SDP, he went to Alliance for Democracy. From Alliance for Democracy, he went to Action Congress. From Action Congress, he went to Action Congress of Nigeria. From Action Congress of Nigeria, he went to APC. So if you take other people, they've all been moving in accordance with the dictates of the time. When dynamics of events change, people will find a place to settle, to continue to pursue their interests politically. There's nobody you can mention that even at the National Assembly here, even in the leadership, they've all gone through different parties, to be at where they are. And I can tell you that if APC implodes today, many of them will leave to another party. By the time they are done with nomination of their candidates through consensus, you notice that many people would have gone. They will leave if there is a space. But they anticipated that these things will happen. So in the Electoral Act, they tried to pigeonhole everybody to a certain timetable where it will be very difficult for you to move to another political party in case you are disappointed by a party during nomination time. So the window is very short. And for us that left ADC last weekend to come here is because of the timeline. Anybody who didn't move from between that time and today will not be able to register in the NDC for your name to be able to go to INEC as a member of NDC. So everything is timed.
But there's still a few more days.
No, you have to give the party will have to submit the register.
For later as a 10th.
21 days. 21 days before your primaries. Yeah. And INEC said 10th of May. Yes. But you have to prepare the register in a manner that you can submit. You won't wait until 10th of May to submit. Otherwise you default. And they will be eager to close their chapter once you arrive late.
So that brings me to something. I remember watching Buba Galadima last night, who's a loyalist to Senator Rabi Kwangwaso, and he says that he's advising the likes of Atiku and Amechi and all to come to the NDC. Do you think they should come to the NDC?
I think some approaches have been made from the people you are mentioning. They want to come to NDC because they've seen that staying in ADC, that the door can be shut, slammed on them, finally. So they're looking for where to go.
So you think they should come to the NDC?
I don't know what they will be coming to NDC to look for. NDC has, for those of them who are wanting to be president from the other side, like Atiku, Atiku is somebody who stands against zoning. NDC has confirmed that the presidential candidate that will come from the south, So, you see, these are the things they didn't give the ADC the opportunity to harness, to be able to be stable as a platform. With the sensitivities of Nigerians towards issues that border on rotation of presidency and so on and so forth, President Atiku stayed in ADC and pretended that it wasn't an issue. Those who are supporting him, are saying that there's no need for zoning, that everybody should go there. I don't support that it should be like that. I believe in equity, that Buhari haven't served 8 years from the north, that the next 8 years should come from a southern Nigerian candidate, which APC used. They fought for it in 2022-23 nomination in the APC. There were elements who stood against zoning in the APC. There were elements that were wise enough. People like El-Rufai fought for APC to go south to get a candidate. And that's how the current president got the ticket of the APC to be able to contest. So coming back to this year, then President Tinubu from southern Nigeria is just about doing 4 years. And the election is coming up again. You want to come and contest to restore for the remaining 4 years again. That's the reason why ADC could not hold. The center could not hold there. So if he's coming to NDC, is he coming to NDC to look for that presidential ticket? Yes, in this case. So what is it going to come in here to do? So I don't understand.
But then again, but then again, what was Obi was part of? I'd like to think you are, because a top political figure as far as ADC politics was concerned at the time, and up till now you still are. What was the arrangement and when you all went to Ibadan for the opposition conference, where you agreed that there would be a consensus candidate that all of you will support? Zoning was not part of that conversation, was it?
Well, the zoning was not raised at that issue, but PDP, that was a party to that Ibadan summit, agreed to zoning. The case of ADC was a case where everybody was believing that reason would prevail at some point. Nobody knew that it would be stretched to the limit. The issue of where do we get our presidential candidate from. And now that the place has been put on fire, everybody is looking for escape. And do you escape from that place to another place that is peaceful, to go and start another round of crisis there?
No, that's why you don't want them to come to the
I don't know what they're looking for. If they want to come there and now become members of the party without wanting to become presidential candidate again, so be it. I don't know. But their mission has to be defined ab initio, because I know that in NDC, from all the discussions had already, these issues have been agreed to.
Yeah.
They've been agreed to.
Distinguished, you talk about zoning. You talk about 8 years for the South, 8 years for the North. And when you speak, you don't speak specifically to political parties. You talk about the country in general. You talk about President Buhari doing 8 years now. Tinubu has come in and Atiku was trying to scuttle the chances of the South. Tinubu has done 4 years.
Yeah.
We've heard conversations that Peter Obi wants to do only 4 years.
Yeah.
Is that part of the arrangement with the NDC, just to align with the South's, the zoning for the South?
Yeah, it's a principal issue.
So he would do 4 years?
He would do 4 years. He has said it and is committed to it. It's 4 years to complete the 8 years due to the southern Nigeria. So that in the event, on completion of that 4 years, then the North will take it. It's their natural right.
And then he can come back afterwards.
maybe in future, I don't know when it will be. The North would have had 8 years before he can come back. I don't know how old he will be at that time. But I think the only thing available to be is for the 4 years, he will put all his energy to change the trajectory of things in Nigeria, make the policy stable, enshrine tenets of democracy in the country, establish rule of law, then do extraordinary things that will position the country on a path of real economic growth and development.
Are you confident that this is possible within 4 years?
He's 4 years. Tinubu has been there for just 3 years. And look at what he has done in the country in 3 years. In terms of dealing with matters and decisions he has made in 3 years, they're all far-reaching in 3 years.
Are they good decisions or bad decisions?
If they're all good decisions, nobody will be complaining to them.
Oh, you're saying that within 3 years, the president has spoiled, so to speak, the country.
No, the people are suffering. Whatever his intentions
If he can spoil the country within 3 years, that Obi can fix it within 4 years.
Of course, it's a mindset thing. One is that if you come in now and make Nigeria your focal point, making Nigeria a truly united country, there are actions you will take to unite the country.
Distinguished.
You have to unite the country, first of all, before you provide the leadership. What we have here is a case of where everybody come together. Let us do this and salvage the country. Everybody came together, and in your policies, you now skew your policies to favor a certain set of people. That is not leadership. So if somebody comes to that mindset to make the ground even and make the country available to all, you begin to build unity of purpose in the nation. Today, Nigeria is heavily paralyzed and divided. The people from northern Nigeria are crying they've not seen this type of nepotism before. People from the south, if you go to the south, the southeast is annihilated and forgotten. So if you come to make Nigeria available to all, within 1 year, you do a lot, because Nigerians can follow anybody who is selfless, who means what he says, who says Nigeria is our constituency, everybody is a home to all. Nigerians will give you a chance to work.
Okay.
But if they look at you and see that you have come with a set of agenda to maybe work for your people only, the rest of Nigeria is so large.
All right, distinguished, just before we go, the idea of the meeting in Ibadan that arrived at a consensus candidate was to have a united front where opposition parties don't have a repeat of what happened in 2023. Mr. Obi and Kwankwaso have left that arrangement and want to stand on their own. Let's assume that the rest of the opposition parties don't come together ahead of the election in 2027. We will not have a repeat of 2023.
No, the agreement is that they will have one presidential candidate they will support.
Regardless of
because there's no way all the parties can come together and hold a convention and nominate one person. It means that the parties can field candidates, and when the candidates have fielded, they come again. A second round will happen, where you look at the various people that have emerged in various platforms and decide on who to support.
Let's look at
the coalition will not throw the entire weight on that candidate they believe we can win the election.
Let's look at it realistically. Let's say at ADC sorts out the legal situation and Atiku emerges. And then in the NDC, Obi and Kwankwaso emerge. What kind of consensus arrangement is in place to decide who
first of all, Atiku will be caught by breach of zoning. If you want to unite the country, you tell yourself the truth. You cannot be fighting with something that you know that is not acceptable to anybody. You cannot do that. Yeah, people may like you. Come and go and get it for us. Others will not follow you. Because once you put him on the ballot, you can be sure he has lost southern Nigeria.
So that's even for the division.
Yes, so it's for the division. It's not that. That's why we thought he would have supported a southern candidate and be a father figure in the party and in the coalition.
Distinguished, we have just about a minute. I'm hoping you can respond to this in a minute. And it has to do with dual party membership, which is a clause in the Electoral Act 2026 as amended. Clause section 75 So Section 5 talks about a person shall not be registered as a member of more than one political party at the same time. And goes further to talk about resignation, how the process will go. Are you not worried about conflicts? Because if your name has already gone to INEC with the ADC, INEC decides, maybe the legalities are concluded and INEC recognizes the ADC and your name is there, then your name appears on the NDC, in the NDC register. Are you not worried about that?
No, we are conscious of this.
Yes.
And that is why we had to move on good time to be able to resign from the ADC. And I have effectively, and I'm sure the same thing with others, they have effectively resigned from the ADC. How do you resign from a party? You write a letter of resignation to your ward chairman and he acknowledges it. You are out of the party. And I know that some people resigned, took the letter of resignation and sent to the INEC office in their states for acknowledgement.
Okay.
So that nobody will say you didn't resign. My own, I did it, I went further. I took write my ward chairman and I copied the national chairman of ADC and the national secretary of ADC.
Okay.
So it can never be in doubt that I'm no longer there.
Very well.
And I'm sure this morning, my letter of defection to NDC will be read at the Senate.
Okay.
It will be on the record of the Senate that I have left.
Great. So the reason I asked that is because of the window. There's just such a short time before registration.
I registered ADC on 3rd of May.
All right. Distinguished.
So with that, I'm off the hook. Anytime you see my name anywhere where it should not be, I have a proof.
All right then.
Yeah. So what is important for us now is that all these hurdles being placed on the part of people who are not members of APC should stop.
Absolutely.
Yes, let's leave the ground level and even.
Okay.
Everybody should campaign for the votes of the electorate on one's record of achievement and performance.
Very well then.
So let's not think that the only way to continue in office is to block all other platforms. Politics is like water. When you pour water must find an escape route. There's no way water cannot flow and find its level.
I appreciate your time.
They thought we are all out, but now we are rearing our heads.
We're out of time.
From other places.
Senator Victor Obi, thank you so much for your time on Political Paradigm, and good luck with your new party.
We're looking forward to a peaceful election.
All right.
No matter what is happening.
Thank you very much.
Let's have freedom of choice.
Thank you very much.
In Nigeria.
Well, we'll be right back. Please stay with us. Well, welcome back to Political Paradigm. Let's switch offices now and head to the House of Representatives, where another lawmaker was quick to defect the Nigerian Democratic Congress NDC. Honorable Kenneth Okonkwo is my guest. Welcome to Political Paradigm.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you for having me.
Well, but that was quick. That was quick. I mean, I've just come off a conversation with Senator Victor Obi, and I'm just going to go ahead with the same question. Well, why was it so quick? How did you just switch parties from the ADC to the NDC just weeks after they're defecting to the ADC?
Well, Terry, thank you very much for that assertion, because it's an assertion because it wasn't necessarily quick. To the eyes of the public, it seemed quick, but discussions were already ongoing. Earlier on, upon being in the ADC, we were still discussing to see what would be the outcome of the issues that plagued the ADC. And for us, as lawmakers, especially those that passed on the electoral law, we were also able to recognize that we had a time factor regarding political registrations, regarding political membership and party memberships. And this time factor was also what aided our decision to act fast. One of the things that occurred that made us, move ideally was the Supreme Court judgment that came, and as soon as we heard the Supreme Court judgment, the legal team from the ADC then that were present in the court had brought the information back, and we sat down with the legal team, and we saw that that judgment would not do us any justice in order to make sure that things are settled, amicably. So for us, it was a time for us to move on.
But what was it about that judgment? Because I recall that some ADC members were celebrating because it advocated the judgment of the appeal court. So it seemed like there was progress. But what exactly was it about the judgment that was concerning for you and your people?
Well, Terry, they were quite early to celebrate without really understanding the full complexity of that judgment. Really, I also saw some people celebrating. I myself, I asked, why are people celebrating so fast? First of all, in the rule of law, when you have a court judgment, you should actually wait for the CTC to come out, and then you read the CTC and interpret it. But unfortunately, there was no CTC that came out early on, so I was worried why people were celebrating. But what it was for the about judgment, as discussed with the legal team, was that one, yes, the court had set aside the status quo antebellum section remarks that was made earlier on, of which INEC had gone ahead to interpret by taking out, the leadership of the ADC and creating a vacuum. So once the court set that aside, that also, gave support to the ADC. But unfortunately, while setting that aside, the court also asked for those within the factions, and as mentioned in the judgment, the word factions, to go back to the High Court to go and solve the issues of leadership. So meaning that the issue still persists. And, you cannot be able to operate or function properly in a party whereby it is still going through political tussle of leadership, especially at a time whereby forms are supposed to be signed, and nomination forms, expression of interest forms for those that intend to be aspirants or candidates of political parties. Then you're now talking about having faction. Who is going to sign your form at the end of the day? You don't, take such risks. And I believe that those risks, were already, it seemed like a roadblock was already ahead, that if it is that the High Court, came back and stated the otherwise, what would be of those that ended up going forward to engage and to, constructively, campaign for the party. Maybe even it might even happen after the elections are over. So, we don't want an issue to come upon us, especially in the near future.
Okay, so it's not you just following Mr. Obi, because I know you professed him as your leader.
Oh no, yes, of course.
So it's where he goes, you go.
Look, Mr. Peter Obi, have said it time and time again, he is a leader to me, and he is a mentor. And one thing is certain, that I respect his ideology. And of course, there were deep consultations. He as well made his consultations. And he also consulted we that are in the parliament, the legislators that came with him under, or that came rather through the Labour Party earlier on, that went to ADC. And most of us decided that, yes, we would go with this new party, NDC, Nigerian Democratic Congress, where there is peace. I think one of the underlying factors is that we wanted to be where there is peace, and we keep asking for that peace, because so we can be able to build a party that can be resilient, especially within our areas and our demographics.
I know you talk about peace, and Mr. Sereke Dixon, who's the national chairman of NDC, has said that there's no problem within the NDC.
Yes.
But I'm curious to know why the choice of the NDC, and perhaps explain the last-minute decision to make that choice.
Well, like I said, Terry, this is not a last-minute decision.
So the NDC has always been a part of the consideration, even while you were in the
NDC has
ADC?
been a part of consideration. NDC has been a party in which we saw that it was coming up. We, of course, did our studies, checked on if there are any sort of infractions within the party or infractions that may come from outside of the party. And we saw that, look, this is a party that also is ready to accommodate the young people, also ready to accommodate women. Of course, you can see that one of the major political movers of the women in Nigeria, from Adamawa, had also entered NDC. So it was a party that was ready to accommodate all. And it was a party that was ready to say, look, to build based on resilience, to build based on integrity. Party that respected the position of lawmakers. A party that also saw that in their various demographies that lawmakers actually hold higher political positions based on wherever it is that they're coming from. So it was a party that really was ready to accommodate all.
Honorable, I know you follow the conversation since Mr. Obi and Kwankwaso left the ADC, one of which is from the ruling All Progressives Congress. I know that Felix Morka has said that Obi is afraid of contesting election. He wants it on a platter of gold. He doesn't want a situation where he has to fight. And then there's also been the argument that he's not shown leadership qualities in the past. And that's why he's been moving from one party to the other, especially when the Labour Party had the issues. And he moved with all of you from the Labour Party instead of addressing the issues within the Labour Party. How do you respond to something like that for someone that wants to be president?
Well, I would say that that's not true. First of all, Mr. Peter Obi has severally mentioned that he's not desperate to be the president of Nigeria. He wants to see a Nigeria that can work for all. He wants to see a Nigeria that can go from consumption to production. So it is not about desperation, rather. It's about seeing how Nigeria can work. We're in a country whereby things are going are not so good. Of course, you understand that even we in the National Assembly, we've had a lot of items that have not worked in our favor. So Mr. Peter Obi is not desperate, to be president of Nigeria, but he wants to see that Nigeria can work for all. So those statements about him not being a good leader, I don't think that someone has to be where they are going to hang a noose around your neck in order for you to be considered a good leader. No, I think that you also have to be calculative. You also have to look at the options, before you. And as well, if you have a team of people that are ready to go with you, I think that also shows true leadership and shows dedication and loyalty.
This defection is coming just a little over a week after that meeting of opposition parties in Ibadan, where they all agreed to put forward a consensus candidate regardless, and they promised to have a free and transparent process. And next thing you know, he's left the party. And now the concern is there have been chants of Obi and Kwankwaso, and now it's both of them who have now left the ADC to the NDC. What does it say about the chances of the opposition? I also don't know if you buy into the Obi Kwankwaso movement as it is being touted at this moment.
You see, the OK movement, Obi and Kwankwaso movement, has been chanted by well-meaning Nigerians. And Nigerians, when we come out to speak and say this is what, Nigeria wants to see, then I believe that it is on those that have the ability to make that happen to do justice by it. I believe that it would be a very good pairing because these are both strong men of political will, have both strong political backgrounds. Of course, His Excellency Rabiu Musa Kwakwaso has been governor of Kano State, two-term governor of Kano State, has been a minister, has also, been in the Senate as well. So he is someone that has held very strong political background. And of course, within his area of demographic, I believe that a lot of people also support him. And then goes the same with Mr. Peter Obi, who has a very strong followership, and we see it everywhere, everybody advocating for Mr. Peter Obi to run on for the presidency. So I don't see anything wrong, but rather I see it as a possible match made in heaven. And if they had decided within themselves to come out and go into the NDC as a bloc that could be formidable, then of course Nigerians are paying attention and Nigerians are interested to see how that would pan out.
The thing is, they both want to be president. And I don't know if joining the NDC there was any negotiation or conversation around who would be presidential candidate and who would be the vice presidential candidate. Was there any such conversation?
Terry, I believe that you saying that they both want to be president, I don't think that is necessarily true. I think that they both want to be in a place whereby there is peace.
No, they both want to be president.
Well, you see,
I mean, history also shows that.
You see, look, they both ran for presidency in 2023. Under different platforms,
exactly,
which shows that they both have the capacity to be president. But when it comes to the want, I don't think that is necessarily true. I think that the capacity to be president lies in the both of them. But I think that discussions, will be had, and the discussion that have already been had between the two. And I believe it will work out well for Nigerians at the end of the day.
Do you think this discussion should be centered on who is the stronger candidate or zoning?
You see, Terry, I think that there is this idea that when you start to bring people based on strength, it seems that you're trying to compare who can fight harder. I think
who has the largest political following appeal.
You see, no, not necessarily. It's not about that. I think it's more about how can you work together to make sure that Nigeria receives the best. How can you work together to make sure that Nigerians will be able to feel proud to have a decent duo on the ticket, the ballot. And I think that is really the key thing of which is being discussed right now, rather than who has more strength or who has more following. Of course, we know the numbers that came out from the 2023 general elections. And of course, I don't need to repeat it. We know who, received what votes as announced by INEC. But what we are looking at now is that whatever happened in 2023 and what is happening now in Nigeria, Nigeria has not gotten better since then. So I believe that we are looking more in depth into the promise of a better Nigeria rather than who has more strength or who has more following.
But what does it say about the opposition? What's your confidence now? Because the idea was for opposition parties to come together to unseat the APC. And now it would seem that the opposition is depleted. Does this take away the whole consensus arrangement where opposition political parties would come together and then support one particular candidate? Do you think that we would have a repeat of 2023 where the votes of the strong opposition candidates would be shared, leaving the APC to run with this?
Terry, you see, when in 2023 we had 4 strong candidates. That's Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu under the APC. You had Mr. Peter Obi under the Labour Party. You had Alhaji Atiku Abubakar under the PDP. And, of course, Senator Rabiu Kwambaso under the NMPP. So when you have 4 different political parties and you saw their performances at that point, it is only right to go to the drawing board and look for ways that you can either bring them together or you can make them go apart. And what we have seen over time is that we had yearned for a coalition that would come together, a coalition of those other 3 strong forces to come together and, work hand in hand. But you see that what has occurred, especially with the rulings of the courts and the tampering of judgment by INEC, has caused for that to, go apart. But I don't think it necessarily means that Nigerians are not ready to pick a particular force and vote for that force, whether you are in the party or you are not in the party. I believe that well-meaning Nigerians, are a lot more educated towards how voting works. And I believe that once they can see a good duo on the ballot, I believe that well-meaning Nigerians would vote massively for that ticket.
Do you think that would have the bandwagon effect, like we did in 2023, which produced you and a lot of other federal lawmakers across the country? Do you think we would have that bandwagon effect with the NDC?
Terry, I always hear about this bandwagon effect. And you have to ask yourself, what is really this bandwagon effect that everybody talks about? Because I know in my constituency, we had to do a lot of work. We had to sell the party. We had to build the structures. We had to get structures that were already inculcated, especially through my late father, Senator Okonkwo. We had to do quite a lot in order to make sure that we can sell the party and let the voters know the right place to vote. So for me, I believe that once you work hard, once you get your foot to the ground, once you get in the grassroots, once you have your structures that can help you deliver on your candidacy, I believe that you should be able to scale through. But yes, we know that on the same day that election was held is the same day that the presidential election is done and the National Assembly election. They all fall under the same day. And most likely voters will also want to vote in one stream. And if it is voting in one stream, we call that a bandwagon effect, then no problem. Let the voters vote in one stream on that day. Because I see, for example, even in my state now, that there is the, should I say, courting between the state ruling party and the APC, ABGA and APC. But I don't know if a bandwagon effect would work for the candidates in that party. I believe what is much more critical is what do Nigerians want? And well-meaning Nigerians, I believe that they want a place whereby there is peace and a place whereby they can see a sense of integrity and want people that can be able to work for Nigerians and work for Nigeria.
Honorable, when you talk about structure,
yes,
it's only pertinent to ask you about the structure of the NDC. Because until now, there was almost no structure. Here we are talking about the NDC as a political party. Meanwhile, when it was floated by Senator Seraki earlier this year, it was dismissed. But now, Peter Obi has won. Now, Peter Obi, to a great extent, and Kwankwaso do have following. Right. But is that structure? Now, I ask this because INEC has a deadline for the 10th of May, which is just a few days from now, for you to submit your party register. And then you have till the end of this year to conclude all party processes, conventions, president, all that put together. What's your level of confidence that you would be able to register as much people as you need and meet up with these deadlines?
Terry, first of all, in the recent news of our defection to NDC, there has been waves around social media, and there has been high speculations. And I can tell you for a fact right now that over 6 million Nigerians have registered with the NDC as we speak. And that number is growing, it's not stopping. And you see, when you now talk about structure are the people. Structure are those that will be the ballot, or rather that will be the polling units that day. Structures are those that are ready to get the work done administratively and otherwise. So I am very confident that the NDC can achieve these things within the timeline, so there will be no sort of issues that may face in the near future. Of course, I have to applaud the national leader of NDC, Senator Seriaki Dixon. And His Excellency has said it time and time again that NDC is a well thought out party. The registration started as far back as 2017. So this is something that did not just start today or did not come up overnight. Yes, the registration process was halted by INEC, but upon commencing the registration process again, it carried on. The party has its national chairman, Senator Cleopas. The party has its national secretary. The party has its national organizing secretary. The party has its office, national secretariat. So what else is there that the party is missing? Is it the people? Well, the people are ready to come in and do the necessary things. And of course, the party has also gained beautiful brides, as said by Senator Dixon.
Honorable, just before we go, in the next couple of days, starting from today, we will begin to hear lawmakers' defections on the floor, being announced on the floor of the National Assembly, and this in both chambers. And this is what we've witnessed in recent weeks and months. And it raises a question again as to the freedom with which lawmakers can switch from party to another, from one party to another. So do you think that this is normal or right? Or do you think that there are better ways we can address it?
As a progressive thinker and as a youth, I myself, being a victim of party malpractice, what I can say is that we would strengthen our electoral process laws as time goes on. Every election cycle, you have an opportunity to make law better. You have an opportunity to be able to create better options, for either legislators or whoever it is that is interested in contesting for a particular position. But Terry, I want to say that being able to switch to another party, it is only, for me, because of the betterment of my people. Because my people have said, look, we want you to continue. We want you to continue to serve us. So I would be in a bad place if I decide to stay somewhere that I might end up failing my people.
Failing your people in the sense that you may not return to represent them.
Return to represent them. And that is what would have happened if I remained in the ADC. So I believe that I did my consultations. And of course, when you are making such decisions, you don't make the decision.
If a law is proposed on National Assembly that prevents lawmakers from decamping, regardless, would you support it?
Terry, right now, it is because of the electoral Bill 2026 that was passed. There is a short time that has already been created for those that are party members to either stay where they are or go elsewhere. So you could also say that, look, this is something that is has already been done, because there are even some people that in the APC that have decided to switch and leave the APC to come to another party.
Yeah, what I was asking is, would you support a law that prevents defection from one party to the other, so that you don't run away with the party's ticket?
I would support any law that is supposed to help Nigeria grow.
No, this law.
I will support any law that is supposed to help Nigeria grow, and I will support any law that is supposed to be betterment for Nigeria.
Honorable Okonkwo, thank you very much for your time on Political Paradigm, and I wish you well with your new party, the NDC.
Thank you very much, Terry.
You're welcome. Well, that's all the time we have in Political Paradigm. If you'd like to catch this conversation and the previous one, please go to YouTube and search Political Paradigm, or go to channelstv.com. I'm Terry Ikumi. Goodbye.
What is going on with the ADC is a big question on everybody's mind, because at some point at the beginning of the year, it looks like, okay, the APC has a party that will give it a run for its money. But all of a sudden, because of litigations and multiple litigation at different points that went all the way from the trial court through an interlocutory appeal to the appeal court, down to the Supreme Court, and then, of course, where we are, the Supreme Court said, go back to the trial court, go and show cause why the injunctive reliefs that were sought by the other party should not be granted. So how long are they going to stay in court? What is going to be the fate of all of this? They have just barely, if today is 5th of May, maybe 4 to 5 days. So we're seeing people who are not taking chances with their political future, who had found a home in the coalition in ADC, now saying goodbye. Maybe we'll meet later, but I need to secure my future, including Leke Abejide, who had said he's the landlord of the ADC. He's now gone to a party he's not divided, he's not denied, he's in love with, especially the president, the APC. But 17 members of the ADC today in the House of Reps moved to the NDC, a relatively new party with the national leader, Saraki Dixon, who is a senator. So that's why we're probing further on this. Let's bring in my guest. Mr. Oladimeji Fabi is the ADC Deputy National Financial Secretary, an NWC member. Mr. Fabi, thank you so much for coming on the program. If you can hear me, Mr. Fabi.
I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Welcome to the program. Joining us from our Abuja studios. Also joining us at some point, I hope he's ready now, Mr. Peter Obi. He represents the people of Nnewi South, Nnewi North, Ekusigo Federal Constituency in Anambra State. Mr. Obi, Honorable Obi, thank you for coming on the program. Okay, I don't know what's going on with the audio, but let me come to Mr. Fabi. Mr. Fabi, what exactly is going on? If not that I know that senior men in politics like David Mark, Atiku Abubakar, former president, former vice president of Nigeria, Ralph Aregbesola, and several other persons are still there. What exactly is happening in your party that everybody is losing, or let me not say everybody, the members who are leaving have lost hope to the fact that if they stay with you, you're going to jeopardize their political future. In fact, the Senate president today said, your party is dead. Do you agree to that verdict of the Senate president, and what's happening?
Thank you very much, Geoffrey. First, don't mind the Senate president. I didn't expect him to say anything otherwise. For me, let me tell you straight off that there's nothing wrong with our party. Perhaps something is wrong with those that are leaving, and they are the only one who can say the reason why they are leaving. Most especially Mr. Peter Obi. Most especially Mr. Peter Obi that left. There was a purpose for the convergence in the first instance that he joined. There was a reason, there was a purpose for it. Now, he's the only one who can say this is the reason why I left. And I'm happy that in his statement, he said, I didn't leave because of Atiku, I didn't leave because of David Mark, but I left because I'm uncomfortable with certain things. Is his right. So he's the only one who can actually say, and those that are leaving are the only ones who can actually say the reason they are leaving. Because there's no opposition party today that does not have one key leg or the other. So for them to have left, they are the only ones who can say, I can't speak, they are the only ones who can tell Nigerians why they have. But one thing I know is that a lot of them have, especially those that left at the National Assembly today, they were leaving not because they love NDC, but they were leaving perhaps because they felt they needed a platform to advance their political, political journey, journey or whatever. So for me, and then when you look at tragedy of some people, especially Mr. Peter Obi, you will know that he's not a man who likes to face challenges. He's not a leader who wants to fight for the people. He only wants to fight for himself. And given it's his right to do that. So for me, like I said, he's the only one who can tell the entire country why he has to do this. A lot of Nigerians are expecting that opposition will come together and push this failed administration out of power. But he felt something has changed. I remember in one of the meetings of the coalition, he said a statement that if coalition should present two presidents, we're handing over a return to Tinubu on a platter. So I don't know what has changed now. So as far as I am concerned, I think it will be be able to tell Nigerians why he moved. So nothing is wrong with our party. We are still continuing with our programs and activities. You can see we rolled out our plans. We started selling forms, and a lot of things are going on with the party. Regardless, when you talk about the court cases, we don't have any problem with that. They're just reckless, court cases that we just saw. 3 of them, and in the next couple of days, court would deal with them. So we are not a party that came into being through the order of the court. We are duly registered, and we met all the registration requirements under the law. So all of this is that they are throwing on our way. We know where they are coming from, but we are fighting them. We are resisting them, and by the grace of God, we are going to overcome.
So the question will be, how many court cases do you have? At least I'm privy to one, the one that is at the trial court before Justice Emeka Nwite, between your party and Mr. Nafiu Bala Gombe, which is going to be heard. I want to presume the way court cases go, whoever loses will want to appeal, and then all the way to the Supreme Court. I don't know how long is that going to last. Which other court case do you have in the ADC? Because Robbie Okonkwo, who is the leader of the Konkwosio movement, also mentioned plethora of litigation in the ADC, which for him is not a good place to stay because of his political future. Not my words now.
I don't know what RMK meant by plethora of litigations. We had just, let me borrow the words of Bola Ahmed, flimsy court cases that cannot even stop us. Because if it's on the point of law, there's no how ADC is going to lose, except there's any other thing from elsewhere. The cases are clear, and if you are following the point of law, there's no how ADC can lose all of these cases. We were in Supreme Court. Everybody listened to the position of the Supreme Court. The ones that were instituted by some state chairmen, they are there that congresses and conventions should not be recognized is in court. There was another one by the guy that just left. He was in ADC before the Kogi House of Reverend by Lekki or something. He had already left now. So we wait to hear what the court is going to do. But like I tell you, we are solid on ground. We are solid. We're huge on these cases, and nothing is going to stop us. Like the national chairman said, we are going to be on the ballot, and ADC is going to win. That's what they don't want to hear. We're here. It's about Nigeria. It's not about anybody. It's not about.
For those who believe that this party is just put together by Elijah, and that's that. In fact, I was speaking with Buba Galadima yesterday, and he was actually inviting Atiku Abubakar to the NDC. He said, "Look, this is more like a sinking ship from where he sits and what he knows, that it should come and join before it's too late." For those who have always held that this is an SPV put together to, position and posture the ambition of His Excellency the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, don't you think that that's also one of the factors that some of these gentlemen have looked at and have said, okay, we don't know whether we can contend with this, and decided to excuse themselves from the party? I want you to speak to that issue of Atiku Abubakar, because it's central. I remember I was speaking with, I'm not sure whether me or someone was speaking with Mr. Shegu Showomi. One of his challenges is that Atiku Abubakar always shows up irrespective of whatever is the unwritten understanding of Nigeria. So whether a southerner is coming, Elijah Atiku Abubakar will show up to run for president. Whether a northerner is coming, he shows up to run for president. So don't you think that's also a challenge?
Geoffrey, let me tell you, let me make this abundantly clear. This has something to do with Atiku Abubakar. What Atiku simply did was to call for the convergence of all opposition elements. It started from PDP, and he rallied every individual you see. He convinced them. Geoffrey, that is leadership. If they cannot give it to him, we will give it to him, and he should give it to himself. What Atiku did was to provide leadership, was to converge every opposition element, because he knew that the way the APC started, the way they were going, they will stop at nothing to destroy that democracy. And the only way this government of Tinubu can be pushed out, it was to bring all the opposition elements together. That was what Atiku did. And if some people are now misconstruing that to be the party was built for Atiku, well, I don't know where that is coming from. So for me, and all of them, sorry, they came in the first instance because what led to the exit? We should query them. We should ask them, why did they leave? So all of you now cannot come together and defeat Atiku in a free, fair contest? Is Atiku God that you cannot face? Is it that too powerful, too strong that all of you cannot face and say, no, we're going to defeat, and the next thing you can do is to run away? They should go and tell that to the Marines. I don't share in all of that. It's cowardice. It's cowardice. And you can see that being exhibited significantly by Mr. Peter Obi. He left the party because he was so scared of Atiku Abubakar. Atiku said, let's go into free, fair primaries. The law provided for two options in selecting our candidate, either direct primaries or consensus. Now, Mr. Peter Obi and his people and RMK, they want to bring in coronation. It's not going to happen in our democratic lexicon. We are not going to accept it. They want everything on a platter. You are a leader you are trying to be a leader who wants to lead a country over 250 million, and you are so scared to face a challenge of common primaries where few delegates will elect candidates. No. For me, I think it's below the belt.
The days of few delegates elect candidates is over, so we don't do indirect primaries, it's primaries. So if you have the numbers that you claim to have as a party during that registration, maybe I should have looked at the numbers because the other day I tried to check out what is going on with the NDC. Literally, I don't know whether the site went down literally because of the massive number of migration, maybe from the Kwankwasi and the Obedient movement. I'm going to stay with the issue of Atiku Abubakar for a moment, if you indulge me. And that has to do with, it looks like every other party, literally, even the divided house of the PDP, even though they will say they are not divided, the Labour Party, now the NDC, a couple of other parties seem to have a sentiment that radiates with maybe the generality of Nigerians that the presidency should stay in the South. Even the APC, so the ruling party, has decided that, of course, they're incumbent, so naturally they will be given the right of first refusal. Isn't that something that gives the ADC a clue that should have given some of these gentlemen confidence that they may have a shot at the presidency? I'm talking about maybe people like Peter Obi and maybe Rotimi Amechi, rather than throwing it open.
See, Geoffrey, I'm not an advocate of zoning. I've said it many fora, including here. I've said it many times. I am an advocate of merit and capacity. And why I say this is because the opposition government, opposition party, has no business delving into zoning. It's the ruling government that dwell on it. This is very clear. In 2014, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came to Daura to convince late President Muhammadu Buhari to come and compete against President Goodluck Jonathan. Are you telling me at that time President Tinubu doesn't have capacity to face President Goodluck Jonathan? But he knew the arithmetics will not work. It was the duty, it's the responsibility of the ruling government to talk about zoning. What is opposition zoning? They don't have to do that because there's nothing to zone. When you come into government, then you can begin to do whatever you want to do with zoning. Opposition has no business.
I'm going to come back to you in a moment. I'm going to come back to you in a moment. The premise I was laying, my apologies, was the fact that what appears to be the natural sentiment is not about who is in power, who is not. But let me bring in one of the men who defected today. He was in the YPP. He left for the ADC. Now he's in the NDC. Honorable Peter Obi, thank you so much for coming on the program. You represent the people of Nnewi North, Nnewi South, Ekwusigo Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives. Honorable, will I say congratulations or I'm not sure how to address the matter. I've been going back and forth with Mr. Fabi over what the possibilities were that were considered by members who decided to, in their droves, literally for 17 persons to leave a political party in one day is very alarming. We may have to look at the data to show that this 4 years under President Bola Tinubu may be the record year of mass defection ever in the history of Nigeria. I don't have that data, but my suspicion. Why did you move to the NDC?
Jeff, let me talk about certain things he just said there. One, let us see first the way they are before I will tell you why I left ADC. Jeff, I am one of those honorable members, former legislators and current legislators that went around. We went to Atiku Abubakar's house last 2 weeks. We went to Kwankwaso's house the same week. We went around meeting our leaders, and we knew what they told us. And what Atiku told us was why we left today. But I don't want to go into that.
What did he tell you?
I respect Atiku. Let me finish what I'm saying. I respect Atiku for who he has been in Nigeria, former vice president of Nigeria. And let me tell my brother, if you have a leader that you entrusted your future in his hand, you can come here and tell us that you are not a proponent of zoning because Atiku is in the race. You can tell it to anybody, not me. Because Atiku is in the race, you are his man. You can tell Nigerians who don't believe in zoning. At the same time, you came back and said that in 2014, that His Excellency President Tinubu went to Buhari and considered to him. Tinubu considered to Buhari because Jonathan lost that election because our Northern brothers are not happy. They say that it is still the turn of the Northerners to complete their tenure. Now, Tinubu, in all his efforts, considered to Buhari, and Buhari came and took over the mantle of leadership. He said this now. Jeff, the ambition of His Excellency Abubakar Atiku of Nigeria is what killed PDP. Can he stand before Nyesom Wike and tell him that Atiku is still refusing to concede to the Southerners? And he cannot come out in all good faith and be saying this. I wondered why he is calling Peter Obi. Yes, it's good. I kept telling Nigerians, His Excellency, the President of Nigeria, has been attacking Atiku Abubakar for privatization, selling Nigerian property. We are not going into that. Atiku Abubakar is attacking the president of stealing, of doing this. None of the two has attacked Peter Obi of stealing. That is one thing. They have not attacked Peter Obi of stealing. Yet somebody will call the national TV because we left ADC. What was ADC before Peter Obi entered ADC? Let him tell Nigerians. Jeff, you are telling us the mass movement. We left ADC because His Excellency Atiku Abubakar said that coalition was formed in his house, that ADC is his party, that nobody will tell him anything. We went to him and said, can you step down and leave Peter Obi, Rotimi Amechi and others to go into primaries? Let Atiku say he is stepping down today, that Rotimi Amechi that he has considered to the south that Rotimi Amoechi and Peter Obi should go to the field and do primaries, or any other person from the south. If Peter Obi does not come back tomorrow to come and face anybody, what are you telling me? Somebody that stood for election in 2023 and you are telling me about primaries. My brother, stop telling lies to Nigerians. Tell us how you people came into coalition. And we said no. Former legislators and current legislators, we sat down, we went to all their houses. And we are not getting that the South way. Kwankwasia movement, they are considered to the South. What you hear them saying tomorrow is that Kwankwaso is just a politician in Kano, that he has no other places to conquer. But I keep on asking. All right. I'm coming.
Yeah, because of time, Honorable, you can land on your thought in 30 seconds so that we can begin to wrap up.
But you gave him 20 minutes. Go ahead.
No.
But he shouldn't be attacking Peter Obi.
All right, I understand. We're actually waiting for you to join in.
NDC.
Yes, I would have brought you in.
You cannot tell me that ADC, did he attack Honorable Abajide that Leke Abajide that left ADC to ADC?
Let me take it to Mr. Fabi.
We are here.
My apologies. Everybody had just about 30 seconds. Mr. Fabi, let me come back to you. Honorable Uzokwe, because we couldn't get you early. He said it's not my words now. So you may respond to him. You're a member of the NWC of the ADC. Respond to him. 30 seconds, if you will.
Geoffrey, we do respect to honorable members. Do you know all of these guys are playing to the gallery because they felt they could not win without Peter Obi. It's not as if they love NDC. It's because they felt with Peter Obi, that's the only way they can win their election. That's what we have done. Now, let me just quickly take him on Atiku Abubakar. If Atiku had told you that coalition started in his house, I alluded to it that he converged all the opposition elements to let us go through this route. And there was a purpose for that. But now Peter Obi said the purpose does not mean anything again. Rabiu Mukwasa said it does not mean anything again. Why is Amechi still staying? Amechi was part of all of this. Why is Aregbe still staying? You people, you members of the National Assembly, I wish all of you well that has left, but we'll wait to see what happens. Now on Atiku Abubakar, I don't know, because you mentioned someone that I don't usually like to mention, which is Nyesom Wike. And I want to ask you this question. If Atiku had picked Wike as his vice presidential running mate, will Wike be talking about Southern agitation today and has become the VP? Will he? I want you to answer that to the public. But let me tell you something. I won't come to the national TV. I'm too experienced to come and tell you what is not. I'm laying the fact as it is. Peter Obi was given significant concession in the ADC. He produced some of the engine room of the party, the National Organizing Secretary. And there was no meeting of the coalition, he did not go. So if he says he's leaving, it's his right to leave. I don't have any problem with that. But we have to say the truth to the public. All of you know why you are leaving. Atiku is not your problem. Party is not your problem. Court cases is not your problem. If you are genuine and true to yourself, including your leader, you should have stayed back and fight for the party. That's what reliable leaders do. That is the remarkable difference between your leader and Atiku Abubakar, the leader of Nigeria. And we will see where all of this will take all of you. All right, so don't come on national TV.
Fabi, we're totally out of time. Let me bring it.
That's what I said.
Mr. Ozokwe, have a minute so we can wrap it up. He said what he said. He said you can't stand. You've put that position as well. But what are your parting words on this particular issue? Yes. Because it looks like what the APC had said, issue has always been true. By what we are seeing just now on TV, they said the ego of the members of the coalition wouldn't let them do what they should do. The APC did something that was very simple but very strategic in 2014. In politics, they say it's not about who is the best candidate, it's about who can win. And when that question was asked through their primaries, they answered and Buhari emerged. That, they said, you can't do as ADC. And that's why everybody's moving. What's your last word?
Please, you gave him 2 minutes. Let me talk.
Yes, I'll give you 1.5 minutes.
Tell my friend there that I came into Peter Obi stood for election in 2023, Labour Party. Tell him that I came into the house through YPP against Peter Obi's Labour Party. I defeated the Labour candidates. So telling me that I will not win the election. Newi North, Newi South, and Newi Sigo is one of the toughest constituencies that you can start the election. 42 words. Tell him to go and watch and Google my name. You will see my medical outreach I did last week. I don't tell people. I go home. I go home. Listen.
Why didn't you say why?
The same issue we had in Anambra State. I did not contest the white. I did not contest the YPP because in Anambra, Anambra South is the legal district to produce the governor. And then YPP went and fielded somebody from Anambra North, from Obi and North South. And I told them that I cannot campaign for that person. I can use their ADC and win election in Newi North and Newi South. Please don't say that. I can win. Go and contest the election.
You should have stayed back.
Who voted you there? Go and contest the election. Where are you in the house? Have you been in the house? Have you been in your state house?
Mr. Fabi, let him land, please.
You don't talk to me when we are talking. People that stood the election. I went through court. I won my case. I went for the wrong. I won my case. Everybody ask them about the Newi North and Newi South.
All right, gentlemen.
Let me tell him.
We're totally out of time.
10,000. Let me come.
We're totally out of time, Mr. Honorable Zokwe. I gave you time to talk. So, Honorable Zokwe, I gave you time to talk. Yes. Gentlemen, there's no need to fight on TV. You're now in different parties, NDC, ADC. We're just trying to find out why the divorce happened. But I wish you both the very best. Peter Obi is one of the 17 members that defected from the ADC to the NDC today. He represents Newi South, Newi North, Ekusigo Federal Constituency, as well as Mr. Oladimeji Fabi is a member of the NWC of the ADC. He's the Deputy National Financial Secretary. Gentlemen, I appreciate you both. Thank you.
I am Bukola Koka, standing in for your regular anchor, Jeffrey Uzongo. Welcome once again. The headlines. The leadership crisis in the People's Democratic Party, number of
administrative leaders of our party, in line with the important positions of the Constitution of the PDP as amended in 2017, following the judgment of the Supreme Court, which on Thursday, 30th April 2026, stripped the PDP of a national working committee. This 103 next meeting is, among other things, basically convened to fashionable ways to chart a new course for our party.
Chairman is actually welcoming his, but this is Nigeria, this is life. For you, we take things as they come. We're very genuine and we're very legit. I have said it before that next to what God Almighty does with his creation is what authority.
This is that is talking about what is next. What is next? Let's listen to him. Let's listen to him. Before, I was thinking he is betraying Peter Obi. But come to think of it, I think he has a plan. They have a plan that they will stand where they stand because his party, PRP, is supporting Southern tickets. But I was saying, is it not better they join force and fight one battle? But let's listen to what he's saying.
With its subjects. Leadership is too important to be ignored. I have also said that there is no shortage of good people, wonderful people, qualified people in Nigeria. What happened was that they shied away from politics, largely responsible to the situation we find ourselves in today. We have not experienced or witnessed an era as the last 3 years where the section 14B of the political group running this country happens to be disorganizing, destabilizing other political parties without honor, without shame. The organism called Federal Republic of Nigeria is such a powerful one. Rich, resourced, with a lot of human capital to it. Therefore, when the might of Nigeria is descended upon unsuspecting political organizations, they should be lucky to still be alive today. Quite frankly, it is a miracle that PRP has survived the onslaught that has been going on for the last 3 years. I have also said that so long as you bear the name of a human being, however high you are, a human being will sort you out. And that is what is going to happen. PRP is getting set to produce the next federal government of Nigeria. State governments of Nigeria, every layer, and the legislature accordingly. We have borne the brunt of a group that captured the state of Nigeria so easily. I want to state now that even if the next election were to be declared at 3 a.m. or 2 a.m., it will be resisted. They were only about 6 to 8 hours ahead of me in 2023 when that announcement was made at 4 a.m. I see PRP as a party that will not sit down and watch electoral victory so easily be taken away from the Nigerian people. I see PRP that will look this group of people in the face and tell them, you will be resisted. Face their authorities, the three main authorities that we know, which I don't have to mention. Tell them this is who we are. The act of declaring fake and wrong results is a criminal act. We as citizens, we as Democrats, we as candidates have taken it upon ourselves to stop constituted authorities from committing criminal acts. And so therefore, Professor Amuteku will not declare a fake result in 2027. IREV will not develop a glitch. Nobody will sneak to ICC and declare a fake winner of any election. No barrels will be pointed at Nigerians. No tear gas will be shot at Nigerians. No Nigerians will be followed and arrested because they are stopping criminals from continuing with criminality. I have seen PRP for what it is. I have come out from another political party that suffered the onslaught. I have also said we should feel sorry for ourselves. Don't blame anybody for the disorganized nature. Don't feel bad about anybody moving from one party or another. It is no longer a crime. The might of Nigeria descended on political parties. The might of Nigeria, the wealth of Nigeria was not spent in providing security. Sambisa is there running as it wishes. The Northwest, all hell is let loose, and it is gradually seeping down to the South. The group that did not provide security for Nigeria, the group that did not fix our economy, the group that could not stop stealing, descended heavily on political parties. I say, congratulations to PRP. Congratulations to any party that remains standing up till now. We have seen them for what they are, and we have drawn the line. They can cheat us no more. At this point, I am calling on those good Nigerians, to realize that if you can contest an election and you refuse to, you are as bad as or even worse than the group that is misleading Nigeria. It is no longer a choice. Every good Nigerian must come out to help in this drive to rescue Nigeria. If you can contest, contest. And if you lose that seat, support. If you cannot contest, continue to support.
Chose us. We are honored. And I would like to say to all the people who have come with him,
So that
his
is
old friends, old colleagues, people from the Labour Party, people who have shown faith, people who have stood with him.
that is when Dati went to his brother and told his brother that he was going to join his party, and they gave him a grand welcome. You know, my take on them is, I don't know why they should support. They should try to gang up, because fighting this isolated battle makes things difficult. It makes things difficult. Fighting this isolated battle makes things difficult. Is it not better everybody put their hands together and will fight this common enemy? Fight this common enemy that is called ADC, than everybody fighting in isolation. So that is the take. But everybody is just coming up. Everybody is just coming up and fighting the battle in isolation. So, but I want us to even listen to this great man, Dele Farotimi. I want us to listen to him. He's a man of wisdom. He talks wisdom.
Good morning,
He's
everybody.
a man that I like listening to a lot. I like listening to him a lot. So let's just listen to this Dele Farotimi and see what he's saying. Because he's a man of wisdom. I sincerely like listening to him. Because although I don't really support his approach to things, but the way he handles things, I kind
feel
of
a whole
like
lot
the way
better with myself
his
when I
approach
see
to
indication
things.
from
So
those
let's
of you
see.
who I see online.
Let's listen to
12
him.
of you, I'm
Let's
told.
listen to him. I think the audio. Let me get the audio of what he's saying. Okay. Let me get the audio. The man is an intellect. And another thing too is fighting a battle in which everybody. Let's listen to him.
Agogo tunka wakati ojo. Adopted by men believed to be members of the Nigerian army.
The audio.
I'm looking more in depth when I preach, or shall I say, deliver my lecture for this morning. But what happened to Justice Crack, at least the little we know so far, is merely a window into what happens to the Nigerian victim on a daily basis. It is alarming on multiple levels only because this is happening to somebody who has some level of media presence, and it is almost impossible to have disappeared without consequences, at least without public outcry. But this is what happens on a normal basis in Nigeria. It's merely a window. Practically every uniformed goon feels himself able to do as he cares. And telling the truth is becoming the duties of outliers, not the normal thing that a society encourages. In actual fact, it reminds me of my time in the university where it was easier for you to be rusticated or expelled from the university for being a student union activist than for being a member of one of the murderous gangs that were called confraternities. So you find that the Nigerian state is becoming a place where truth is discouraged, and it is safer to simply keep quiet. That is the message they would like to transmit. But that is if we agree. In the week that was, I saw a video, a young woman somewhere in Abuja whose sister died because of 15,000 naira to transfuse blood. In the week that was. In the week that was, Amukwiton, the APC apparatchik, is still heading INEC. And those we label politicians have not found the grace to demand his removal, mobilize the people to demand his removal. And they are preparing for an election in 2027. How do you prepare for an election whose umpire is manifestly compromised?
Exactly.
In the week that was, El-Rufai is still in prison.
He's still in prison.
Now, I mentioned that deliberately because I saw the reactions during the course of the week from some people who felt it was wrong to advocate that he should be treated using the due process of the law. Let me explain something. If we do not demand that those we find objectionable, odious, be treated and afforded the due process of law, how do we demand the same when it is our own kind or person that are facing the same persecution? How? It is our capacity to advocate for the respect for the right of persons we know to be evil and have declared evil. It is in finding the grace to advocate for respect for their fundamental rights that we have legitimacy to demand that all of us should be treated with legal order applied and not impunity. If we cannot advocate for the freedom of our enemies, not because we have declared them enemies, but because they consider us so, how do we begin to demand respect for our own rights? El-Rufai is a card-carrying member of the Nigerian reigning crowns. Card-carrying member, a blue-blooded member And if they will treat one of their own the way it's been treated, with our acquiescence, where would we find the moral ground point from which to demand that we be treated with the due process of the law? From where? If it is sauce for the goose, it is sauce for the gander. If I legitimize evil when it is done to a person I find objectionable, from where do I derive the legitimacy to demand that I be treated any different? This is where we must find the grace to condemn evil when it is done. Whether that person be Malami, a most despicable person who had no respect for the rule of law as the Attorney General of this country, or whether that be El Rufai, a person who should still be talking to the police if we were a society ruled by law about the disappearance of Daddy Yatta, especially now that he himself has come out into the public space to claim that he knows what happened to Daddy Yatta. But we're not demanding that this be done because we're still busy applauding the treatment of an evil man by an evil system. But systems deal with persons, regardless of who the person is, once the person is funneled into that system. If we legitimize what is happening by keeping quiet because we don't like the persons to whom it is happening, it's going to happen to us, because exactly what happened to Daddy Yatta is what is being processed for Justice Crack. It's the system that has allowed it. We should be careful about normalizing it. In the week that was, something happened that I'll be coming back to repeatedly in the course of my lecture this morning. It was the victimization, the ultimate victimization of the person who would be a citizen but isn't, or rather who would be a citizen but wasn't, but was definitely a victim of Nigeria. Mene Ogidi. He was murdered by an ASP, Nuhu Usman. Mene Ogidi, I believe his last words was, I go tell you everything. Now my friend deceived me. I go tell you everything. Now my friend deceived me. Those were his last words. Before Nuhu Usman paid and kitted, however poorly he's paid and kitted by the Nigerian police, is gone on Mene Ogidi, and he killed him. This is not just about the killing of one victim. This is about a system that is built on impunity. There is a chapter in my first book, Do Not Die in Their War, where I described the eye-opening experience I had at the age of 16, going on 17, when I was slapped by a policeman. That slap recalibrated my brain, and I became fully aware of the fact that however much the Nigerian might desire or delude himself into believing that he is a citizen, he is most definitely anything but a citizen. Citizens are product of legal orders. And legal orders would suggest the rule of law. And I became aware very quickly that the one thing that does not rule in the country, Nigeria, is law. I didn't really need I didn't need too many lessons after that slap to awaken me to my reality. Maybe this was because as a child, I was what you would call a citizen of the world. I read far and wide as a child, so I knew who a citizen was. I read all the Billy Bunters. Can you imagine? I didn't stick with African writers series. I read British literature, English, Welsh literature, Commonwealth literature, New Zealand, Australian, even translated Russian folk tales. I read far and wide and I knew who a citizen was. But I don't want to get ahead of myself this morning. I think it is critical that all of us as a collective, if you're on social media, wherever you are that you carry a voice, begin to demand accountability for Justice Crack. There's very little we can do about Menel Gidi until we are ready to focus on the system, and I'll be doing a lot of that in my sermon this morning. But as far as it relates to Justice Crack, if you're on social media, please latch on to that hashtag. It's the Nigerian army that is said to be holding him. Hopefully, they haven't done their usual thing of killing without accountability. Hopefully. But it is critical that we all begin to speak up, to demand that it should be released or subjected to the due process of law if there should be any reason whatsoever. But at this point, if his arresters, his abductors, would not follow the due process of law, it will be mighty rich for them. It will be mighty rich for them to be demanding due process at this point. The young man needs to be released. Thank you very much. That was a week that was. It's 10 o'clock now. And yes, I noticed somebody said I sound very tired. Nigeria is tiring. It is tiring in the extreme. And it actually takes some special level of grace to remain optimistic and boisterous in the country. Or somebody is informing me that the army said they have, well, we thank God, at least we know he's alive and we know what follows. So
yes, this Justice Crack case is a very pathetic case. It's a very pathetic case. You know, I like listening to Dele Farotimi because he's a man of potent wisdom. He speaks with wisdom.
I've pulled me up and suggested that perhaps I am being extreme in the way that I speak or describe Nigeria.
It's extreme somehow.
And because I tend to speak in absolute terms, and as I've said multiple times as well, I dislike linguistic inexactitude. If a word is meant to mean something, if a precept or concept is meant to mean something, then it should mean what it is said to mean. So I know, and I have always said, that the Nigerian is not a citizen. So the question to ask, who is a citizen?
Exactly.
There was a gentleman, Ni Taiwo. He made a distinction that I believe applies very directly to Nigeria, but let me, first of all, let us be clear about something. Citizenship is essentially a legal and social contract. It takes place between the individual and the state.
Exactly.
It is a legal contract at the level where the person has a passport. He establishes his legal standing in the world. So you carry your Nigerian passport. And because you are holding your Nigerian passport, of course, as far as the world is concerned, you are a Nigerian. Yes, he establishes your legal standing. That is why to go to some countries, you have to stay in the sun, queue in the rain to get visas. They get to treat you like dirt because of your legal standing. You are a Nigerian. You are a citizen of Nigeria in the eye of the world. But there is a second level to citizenship. Your rights to live, your right to live in a country, to vote, to be voted for.
Exactly.
You have the country's protection when traveling. That's right. Passport. You have the legal protection of your country when traveling. So an American will be abducted in Nigeria and they will ship a special force team into Nigeria to rescue one person. And if you are going to believe the myth during the Persian War that is still hanging, they sent an entire team of C-130s, all kind of fighting machines to go and rescue one pilot. That is the value. Even if they were lying, even if it was propaganda, at the end of the day, that was the value they would like to project for the life of a single American. A single American gets into trouble out of his country, the entire power of the American consulate in that country stands behind the person. Those are his rights as a citizen. The reality is that Nigeria is not a state in the classic sense of a state. States have citizens. Nigeria does not have citizens.
That's terrible.
Because, let's be clear, when the only thing that binds you as a citizen to the state are your responsibilities to the state and not the duties of the state to you. What that simply means is that the social contract is non-existent. Exactly. So that social contract that is meant to be both legal and social, that contract of citizenship, which binds me as a citizen to certain duties and responsibilities to the state, binds the state to certain duties and responsibilities to me. And when those have shifted, remember, the duty to rebel, the duty to reconstitute. But those two only arose at the point where your own existence as a citizen has been placed in jeopardy. You can be a citizen in Nigeria, or you can be a citizen of Nigeria. If you're a citizen in Nigeria, it means that you are enjoying the full range of rights that should be yours as a citizen under the full protection of the law, which binds you even as it binds those who rules you. When the law no longer binds the ruler but continues to bind you, you're no longer a citizen. You are simply at that point a subject of a state. Is the Nigerian a citizen? As far as I'm concerned, you're not. And this is very simple. The centrality of the rule of law to the idea of citizenship suggests that the Nigerian is not ruled by law. And because he is not ruled by law, he is not a citizen because citizens are ruled by law. Citizens are bound by law just as much as the ruler and the government itself are bound by law. The rule of law is what distinguishes a subject from a citizen. Rule of law guarantees predicted obligations. It protects rights, and it also shares the responsibilities. I, as a citizen, know that I have a duty to pay my taxes and to obey the laws of the land.
It's true.
The government also has a duty to protect my life and to ensure the protection of my properties
It's true.
and my rights. But how does this track with a situation where a young man, Justice Crack, was abducted and it has taken only the concerted noise from citizens and advocacy group before the army, who considers itself an arresting authority, will now hand him over to the DSS? What happens to the police? Even if the same police will kill Mene Ogidi, to whom the person was. Can you see the systemic impunity that governs your country? How can you be a citizen in a place that is not yoked to law? Let me remind us, in 2016, the Shia were marching. I believe it was in Zaria. Boratai's convoy was driving, and his preferred pathway was blocked by the Shia procession. By Kaduna State official count, 430 Shia Muslims were murdered by Buratai's troop. Now tell me, were those citizens 430 murdered in one day? The Shia suggested that there were over 1,000 murders. Government acknowledged 430.
And for government to acknowledge 430, their account of the story will give us a pinch of salt and we'll have an idea of what happened. For them to acknowledge that number, which means it is murder.
One of the reasons why this number has been easy for most of you to accept is because you're not looking at human beings. Nigeria has a way of dematerializing humanity by labels. Because this was Shia Muslims, their victimization was normalized for the Sunni majority. Their humanity was disconnected for the southern Christians. The loss of their lives, their cold-blooded murder by soldiers became acceptable for other Nigerians. Very few found relativity in their murder. Of what business is it of the baboon if the monkeys have diarrhea? The average Nigerian went about their business. With the press and influencers, Shias were labeled as extremists, deserving of summary execution. 430 by official count, over 1,000 by Shia enumeration. 430 Nigerians murdered in broad daylight, 2016. But why don't we go back a little more? Let's go back a little further. Odi, an entire community leveled. Zaki Biam, an entire community leveled. Nigeria has a history of murdering those it mislabels as citizens. When the founder of Boko Haram, Yusuf, was apprehended, was murdered on video, even after he had been apprehended. The Nigerian state constantly circumvents its own laws. It observes laws more in breach than in observance. What wounds might have been healed and what lessons might have been learnt if he was tried instead of being summarily executed? The last words of Mene Ogidi, he said, I go tell you everything. Now my friend deceive me. Oh no. No, Usman had no interest in hearing anything. All he wanted was the guy's life. And he took it, summarily. I could hear on the video, somebody say, oh, the boy was lucky. Maybe the original shot fired on camera got him in the shoulder. It didn't kill him immediately. But they put him in the truck and they took him to their station and finished him off there. This is systemic. I have told the story in another estate somewhere. I was in my house one day and a friend called me. His daughter was being kidnapped right inside our own estate. But the estate had its own security men. So they blocked the gate and didn't allow these persons to leave. And then these persons identified themselves as policemen. They had tracked my friend's daughter, found that somebody they were looking for, another student in our school, who didn't want anything to do with her father, a child who was about 25, much older than my friend's daughter. She had a dispute with her father, and the father mobilized the police. They got some court order to be tracking the daughter's phone. By tracking her phone, they knew she was in contact with my friend's daughter. They came into my friend's estate to kidnap the daughter so that the daughter might be used to lure the person they are looking to reunite with her father forcefully. The entire powers of the Nigerian state, from the magistrate who signed the warrant to tap the girl's phone, to the police, everybody knew the truth. But because the powers of the Nigerian state must be deployed, interestingly, the gentleman or crook who mobilized all this was one of my Oriental brothers. And I'm saying this so that you would understand the multiple layers of citizenship that exist in Nigeria. I'll bring the relevance of that later on. Nigeria is a place that is not yoked to law. The rule of law means that there is a constant shift from person to principle with the protection of the law. The citizen is not subject to the whims of the ruler, and the law applies to both the ruled and the rulers equally. That is what happens in places ruled by law. Predictability The certainty of the law assures the predictability of life. Everybody knows what their rights and obligations are. You know, in Yoruba, we have a proverb. It says, "Ìlú tí kò sófin, ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ò sí ńbẹ̀." Where there are no laws, there can be no crimes. If you don't know the Yorubas, you fall very easily for that and begin to imagine the existence of a place where the laws do not exist. But there is nothing like that in Yoruba thinking. What they're saying is where the laws are ineffectual, where the laws are not enforced, there can be no crime. And that is what we have in Nigeria. Because for the Yoruba person, for something to be law, it must be universally applicable. Where it is not universally applicable, then it is not law. It is that simple. He says, the way the slave is battered is the same way the freeborn is battered as well. And they go further. They say, when you make laws because of the slave, remember the day when the son of the titled will be ensnared by the same laws. They understood that without universal application of law, the law becomes ineffectual. A story is often told about one of the princes of the Oyo kingdom. I believe it was either Alaafin Abiodun, but I think it was Abiodun. Abiodun was, as a prince, said to have gone, don't quote me on the name, but I know this is a factual tale. He was said to have, after the Alaafin had outlawed slave trade, he was said to have gone slave trading, and then he was arrested by one of his father's vassals, and he was punished. And after he had become king, he had the person picked up, and he was going to punish the person for having punished him when he was a prince. And I'm told that this person now responded that he was merely carrying out the dictate of the law in doing what he did. Whether this was merely an allegory or whether it's fact-based, the important thing is that in Yoruba thinking, laws must apply universally for it to be law. Privileges existed, yes. Somebody just said it is Atiba. I'm not sure. The point I'm making is this. For the Yoruba, for something to be a law, it must be universally applicable.
Exactly.
It mustn't be that it applies to the child of the townsman and it wouldn't apply to the child of the king. Where privileges are given that are granted to the princes or princelings, these are universally known and these are exceptions. And this is not incompatible with the rule of law. Exceptions exist in some cases.
Exactly.
But ordinarily, there must be predictability. There must be accountability. The reality is that if accountability is non-existent, if the citizens are unable to hold the state accountable, impunity emerges. And impunity is incompatible with citizenship. Exactly. Everybody must be equally bound and equally held accountable by law for there to be anything approaching citizenship in a space. There must be protection for the minority, even those me and you do not like or find objectionable or do not. Okay, let me give you a case in point. When Brother Bobrisky was persecuted on account of spraying money at a party, a lot of you found support for his persecution because he identifies as gay, or at least as a cross-dresser. You just simply don't like his lifestyle. I don't like him. But who is him? I don't know him. But that is the instinctive reaction of every bigot. Everything you don't like, you hate. Once you don't understand the thing, you don't like it. It's not your business to like or not like the person. The question is, would you want to be treated in the manner that that person had been treated? After Bobrisky, how many people have gone to prison for spraying money? How many times have you seen multiple persons, including government officials, spraying money? But it was easy for you to identify with the persecutors of Bobrisky because it was a person you found objectionable. In finding his person objectionable, you legitimize this treatment. In legitimizing his treatment, you silence yourself when the same is meted to you. This is how we have built a society that has become acculturated to impunity, whilst we continue to delude ourselves that we are citizens. Every minority, including of thought, because it is not only of identity, of sex or gender, sometimes minority in thought, are deserving of the protection of the law as long as they also obey the law. The due process of the law is just as important as the law itself. Let me show you. Under Yakubu, the last chairman of INEC, at least he pretended to be non-partisan, unlike your current one. Subsidiary legislations were made under the Electoral Act. It was those subsidiary legislations that laid out the process by which we'll vote and our votes will be counted. IREV, BIVAS, and all of that. Those were the subsidiary legislations, part of the due process of the law governing the election. INEC suspended his own process. The judiciary that should hold it accountable to the process it had advertised became an accomplice. And that was why Yahoo would tell you, go to court. He knew his accomplices were waiting in the court. How do you talk about citizenship in a place that is not ruled by law? When my topic was being crafted, because I was at the time looking at the topicality of the argument of Amopiton's partisanship, I wanted to add to the topic, but I felt it would become too long. Because if we talk about the centrality of the rule of law to the idea of citizenship, surely we must understand the centrality of the rule of law to the idea of democracy, because they are all intricately linked. Citizens are the ones who have democracies because their votes count, because the due process of law would ensure that their fundamental right to act as the sovereign will be protected by law. They become active participants in the democracy they vote and are voted for. And their votes would count. And the courts would demand the sanctity of their vote. But that is not the story in the Nigerian democracy. We have a democracy where the courts are actively active, very active in limiting citizens' access to the ballot. Almost every political party that is not aligned with the APC is in one turmoil or the other, all engineered using the judicial process. And they will tell you it's the rule of law. The Attorney General of the Federation actually went to court to file a case demanding the deregistration of a political party in a democracy. The law does not rule in this land. And the sooner we start telling ourselves the truth, the better. The fact of the matter is that active participation and agency, the insistence of members of a state on participation in the process of governance is indicative of the sense of belonging that they have, either as citizens or as stakeholders in the process. In a situation where the rule of law becomes manifestly absent, as is the case in our country, Nigeria, one of the first things that you find very quickly is voters apathy, because the people come to lose confidence in the capacity of the system to deliver change. Look at where we were in 2022 in the lead up to 2023. Look at where we are today. It gives you an idea of how the people have voted in their heads in relation to confidence in both the judicial process and the electoral process. Look, if you look at the modern states with citizens, you find that the source of power in the state is the Constitution, because of the preeminence of the rule of law. The Constitution becomes a ground norm. Every other legislation and laws flows from that Constitution, and to the extent of their incompatibility, they will be struck down by the judiciary. So, the totality of the rule of law takes its root from the Constitution. In Nigeria, Decree 24 of 1999 is the Constitution. It is the encapsulation of the will of the military junta that had taken over Nigeria after it refused to honor the wishes of the Nigerian people as expressed in the 1993 election. It is a fraudulent document. I say that without any hesitation, but it is the Constitution of Nigeria, the existing legal basis for the existence of the Nigerian state. It is the document that is meant to bind me as a citizen, even though its very existence stands in rebuke of the idea of my own citizenship. Because if I were a citizen, I should have a say as to what constitution governs me. But neither myself nor my parents before me had any say. But let's pretend and accept that that document is not the fraud that it is. It simply means that it is what should govern myself and govern those who rule me. In that constitution or that fraud, I have a plethora of rights guaranteed to me. I have a plethora of responsibilities placed on me. But so do governments at every level. The legal standing in any sane society is that there is inherent equality of all the persons who are defined by legal standing. Remember, I've always talked about a composite citizen. Who is the Nigerian? That Nigerian that you can take from Bukuru to Kuru to Igbeti to Umuahia to anywhere within the space called Nigeria, and the identity does not shift, which means there is equal standing before the law. Who is that Nigerian? Can we say that in relation to the Nigerian? Because where we are, the country we've built, your loyalty and your status would appear to determine how you are treated. In the state that we have built, rights are granted and revocable. But in a place ruled by law, rights are protected by law. The full force of the state stands behind you. When there is prosecutorial malfeasance, the prosecutor is obliged by law to own up so that even the most guilty person in the eye of everybody gets to walk free simply because those who are charged to uphold the law did not follow due process. This is what happens in places ruled by law. When disputes arises, as they are meant to arise and as they will always arise in every human collective, in Nigeria it is decided by impunity. The army does not like what Justice Crack was saying. They get him carried. They keep him for days, and after outcry, now they've handed him over to the DSS, who will now be charged. What is the business of the DSS with a citizen's expression of his fundamental right to expression, to his freedom of expression? What is the business of the army? Disputes are decided by impunity, but in places ruled by law. And when a place is ruled by law, it's suggestive of an independent judiciary, not one governed by people who are singing and standing on mandates. Let us be very clear. Citizenship is what transforms a subject from a mere inhabitant or denizen of a land into a protected member of a community with the power to shape its future. The Nigerian is not a citizen. The centrality of the rule of law means that if the law does not rule, you cannot have citizens, because citizenship can only exist in a place where people are treated equally, treated the same. Somebody has to explain to me how we can ascribe equal treatment to those who live in Nigeria or anywhere else, where persons captured on battlefields, persons who are self-confessed rapists, murderers, kidnappers, are routinely de-radicalized and absorbed into the army of that state. But there is a man today sat in a prison convicted for incitement to terrorism and I think treason. Make it make sense to me. This is the same country where Jackson in Adamawa was convicted of murder because he killed a man who attacked him on his own farm with the knife the man was attacking him with and had injured him multiple times, stabbed him. And the highest court of that country convicted the person defending himself on his father's farm of murder. It took the outcry of the rest of the world. I was student union president in LASU 32 years ago.
Wow.
It was all right to be called a student union activist. But it's a shame And I do not see it as anything that, I don't see it as something honorable to be called a human rights activist. Why am I or anybody being activist for human rights? This is the most basic of citizenship rights. It's a human right. It goes beyond being a citizen. But 60-something years, 66, almost 66 years after independence, I am supposed to be advocating for human rights in Nigeria.
As a country.
And we are lying to ourselves that we are citizens. Nigeria is not a state in the true sense of the word state. It is a criminal enterprise. And we delude ourselves when we tell ourselves that we are citizens. The sooner we come to the knowledge of the fact that we are not citizens and then bound together as one to demand to be treated as citizens, the sooner they will stop victimizing us in the manner that we have been victimized serially as a collective. Whilst they have divided you to the point where you normalize the victimization of fellow victims. Fellow victims. Over 100 Yoruba Obas have fled Kwara. If the Obas are fleeing, you can imagine the desolation in the countryside. It's not so far away any longer. But these things are happening because we have allowed it as a collective. What you tolerate becomes the culture. The things we have allowed is because we've allowed ourselves to be divided and fractionalized. Isn't it interesting that the Shia Muslims in Nigeria, recipients of the most brutal systemic massacre carried out against a religious minority, found solidarity when Iran was attacked? All of a sudden, they are their Muslim brothers. But when they are being murdered by the Shia authorities in Nigeria, and by the Sunni authorities in Nigeria, nobody remembers the universal brotherhood of the Muslim. But these are the things we must never forget. The universal brotherhood of humanity.
Humanity.
If we are not citizens, then we are all victims. And it is in the realization of this that we must find common purpose.
Exactly.
The Nigerian is not a citizen. In the absence of the rule of law, you cannot have citizenship. And just as you cannot have citizenship, I'm afraid to say to you, you also cannot have a democracy. If you are going to have a democracy, you are going to have to fight for it. Just as if you are going to also be citizens, you are going to have to fight to be citizens. A place that is not governed by law is not tolerant of citizenship. As things stand today, you are anything but citizens. Find common purpose. It is in the commonality of your purpose that you can build citizenship. We've had a beautiful time speaking.
So
I hope and pray that we'll see you next week.
Yes.
But let me say this as I close.
This Dele Faro to me, I always like when he talks because he speaks cogently. He speaks true to power, and he speaks. What he speaks is exactly.
We get to discuss topical issues across Nigeria
in our society. So he's a man to listen to. He's a man to listen to. So let's shift our gear. Let's turn our gear and turn our our attention to some urgent issue discussed also by this lady. So let's just listen and still move ahead.
Economic and political landscape. We'll have a comprehensive analysis of these issues and try to dissect it as best as we can. So we have a credible, logical, proper, well-orientated conversation where we not just conclude, but at the same time expect that something is modified in the polity. We do this audio visual. I would implore you to actually go onto your YouTube application on your phone, that is your Android or iOS device. First day he did it, but so far can we say we have been able to garner any improvement? Has the economy been better since fuel subsidy was removed? I remember in 2024 during a presidential media chat, the only time that the president had a media chat with the press, and they asked him the question that why were there no like cautionary measures or palliative measures that will cushion the brunt and harsh effect of the immediate removal of subsidy. And the president asked where precisely, where is the reserve, where is the money, from where would they get the palliative? So it wasn't magic. There was nothing that was going to be done, but it was important and necessary for that subsidy to be removed. He admitted that it was not something he was supposed to announce on that very day. But unfortunately, we saw the spiral effect of that announcement on May 23, 2023, when the May 29, rather, 2023, when the president made that announcement. So far, if Peter Obi is also insisting that he will remove fuel subsidy, has the president not done something right? If the opposition is saying that they would also do the same thing, okay? He compared Nigeria's fuel consumption claims with those of Pakistan, arguing that both countries share some similarities in size and population, yet Pakistan reportedly consumes far less fuel than Nigeria. Peter Obi went ahead to add that at this point in time, major presidential candidates had promised to remove fuel subsidy if elected in 2023, that the system was no longer sustainable. So he's sticking to what he said pre-2023 based on one of his manifestos if he becomes a president. But what was going to be the alternative measure to ensuring that that abrupt removal would not affect Nigerians? So what is the difference? Bola Tinubu is doing precisely what Peter Obi said he is going to do if he becomes a president. Well, we'll see that as things continue to proceed. Now we know what's going on in South Africa and the xenophobia on Nigerians and other African countries. Well, today activists and other protesters, they went to MTN's head office in Abuja over the high cost of service. The protesters were led by popular Nigerian activist Omoyele Sowore. They were shouting MTN Ole. At the telecom company premises, the protesters were heard demanding urgent.
But NTN, how can NTN be Ole? Sowore lose what? He had opportunity to exhibit his protesting this thing. This is not how to proactively solve this xenophobic problem. The problem is not in Nigeria. The problem is in South Africa. What is the proactive measure they are taking to take the fight to South Africa, as in not really fight, a diplomatic measure? South African government has a police. What is the diplomatic measure to make South African government accountable? That is what our Senate should be doing. I heard that. Anyway, let's continue. Let's listen. Let's continue.
Action over what they described as exploitative pricing. There are complaints that MTN is taking advantage of Nigerians, taking their money indiscriminately, which does not culminate to the value that they're giving to Nigerians. Adams Shomole insisting on that. Let's take a very quick listen to him at the National Assembly earlier, I think yesterday.
Of communication of the federal government. The second is that we ask the Minister of Communication of the federal government to revoke the DSTV, which is also a South African company that is cutting away millions of dollars, even abusing, resorting to practices that will not even be accepted in South Africa. I don't want this Senate to be shedding tears to sympathize with those who have died. We didn't come here to shed tears, and I'm not going to shed tears. If you hit me, I hit you. I think it is appropriate in diplomacy. It's an economic struggle. What the black South Africans are saying is that Nigerians are taking their jobs. Okay, Nigerians, come home. I take over the job of MTN. Nigerians, come home. I take over the job of DSTV. When we hit back, the president of South Africa will not only talk, he will go on his knees to recognize that half Nigeria cannot be treated, and we do not condone any one life being lost. If a crime has been committed under South African law, they have a right to bring any such person to justice. But to kill our people as if we are helpless, we are not. By the time we turn in the economic hardship, we withdraw MTN license. We revoke DSTV license. Those people coming from Nigeria, from South Africa will have good jobs to do. Let South Africa continue with their jobs. Then when we have this balance of madness, I believe there will be sanity, and we will kick our bilateral relationship in a manner that is a win-win. Right now, Nigeria trade deficit with South Africa. South Africa is the one benefiting. So my colleagues, let not turn this place a place of mourning and crying and lamenting. Let us bite in a manner that they will be the one begging. I so hold and I persuade my colleagues that when we come to prayers, we should include these two prayers. That MTN license be withdrawn, that DSTV license be withdrawn. There are Nigerians who can provide those services, and they will employ those who are coming back home from South Africa.
All right. Still on Adams Oshomole, there was a dramatic event today at the National Assembly. There was disorder, actually, 15 minutes, and it got a lot of persons talking that, is it because it's not a female? A female wouldn't have spoken back at Akpabio today. I'm going to play you that conversation that transpired. Akpabio kept saying order, and Oshomole went at it, kept on talking. So what happened? The disruption began after Akpabio commenced the reading of the votes and proceedings of Tuesday's sitting. When Oshomole, APC Edo North, raised a point of order, the Senate President ruled him out of order, citing the 2023 standing rules, which prohibits points of order during the stage of proceedings. Oshomole then persisted, prompting Akpabio to call on former Chief Whip, Senator Orji Uzor Kalu, to clarify the rules. Kalu supported the Senate President's position, stating that points of order were not permitted at that time. Now, despite repeated warnings, Oshomole continued. The leading Chief Whip, Senator Tahiru Mongono, cautioned that disciplinary powers would be invoked if the disruption persisted, but the disruption persisted. And we saw that in the time of Natasha Akpoti, we did not see this take so long. We did not even hear certain statements made and the vituperations that were, that was expressed by Adams Oshomole. Let's just say, indeed, it's a man's world. But let's take a listen to this.
Mr. President, point of order. Mr. President, Senator Mongono. I'm invoking Senator Mongono. Approach the chair. Approach the chair. Approach the chair. Senator Mongono, approach the chair. People have been in these chambers for 3 years now. We should begin to know the rules of the Senate. I don't want to be accused of executive arrogance. That's why I keep tolerating these things. Please, there's no new senator any longer. There's no new senator any longer. Let us try our best to abide by the rules here. I've said if you're a policeman, you will wear police uniform unless you are in investigation. If you're a soldier, you must wear the army uniform. If you're a senator, you must go by the rules. Am I right? So, point of order, you are ruled out of order. Page 1. Mr. President,
Distinguished Senator Adams Oshimole, please be guided. Be guided. Distinguished Senator Adams Oshimole, I am now invoking powers conferred to the office of the Chief Whip to order you to resume your seat and be guided by the ruling of the presiding officer. I am saying so in my capacity as the Chief Whip of the Senate. Be guided. Be guided. Be guided. I don't want to. Be guided. I don't want to invoke the powers of the office of the Chief Whip. Be guided.
No, you don't need to come to me. I just want to tell you, you see what I've been saying, that we must read the rules. We must read the rules. We must read the rules. Page 1964. Page 1965. So, distinguished Senator, we shouldn't just go home, fill form, contest election, come here without knowing anything about the rules. Order 20 sub F says that the Senate President shall interpret the rules. I didn't write this. So, please, Senator Oshimole, for the last time, if you become unruly in the Senate, we will use these same rules to take you out of the Senate. So this is the last warning.
Now, Nigerians are saying it is when something interests them that they become passionate. They never passionately discuss issues like this when it has to do with, we the ordinary Nigerians. We don't see them fight over insecurity. We don't see them clash over insecurity. But, a lot of things are going on. The next Senate president for the next dispensation, there are issues. Hope Uzodinma was vying for that position. But as it stands now, the Senate quickly went into a closed door, amended their rules. Hope Uzodinma is no longer in the running, so possibly it may go to someone from the South for Senate President in 2027 if Tinubu comes back again. Interesting, right? The same thing too is being mapped out for Vice President for 2031. They're looking at having to zone it either to the South, and they're saying that possibly because of Peter Obi's infusion in this particular electoral cycle, there's a possibility of putting out the Southeast completely. How true is that? Well, let's get into the conversation today. Kenneth Okonkwo, literally. Okay, let me start off like this. Kenneth Okonkwo, Baba Chiolawal, Dele Momodu, like I have never seen top big wigs in the ADC crash out. Ever since Peter Obi left the ADC, there have been serious gnashing of teeth, serious crashing out. So what does this mean? If a particular person was not so important in your political party, if you had other better candidates, as you said, Baba Chiolawal said yesterday that there were other better candidates. He cited Atiku Abubakar. He cited Rotimi Amechi. He cited Hayana Tudin. He says these persons are viable candidates, who had a very good reach. So if indeed these persons are there, then none of you were supposed to be talking or calling out Peter Obi's name. But anyway, Kenneth Okonkwo actually said that he doesn't take Peter Obi seriously or relevant since his defection to the NDC. He made this remark during an interview on a Monitor television program. He accused Peter Obi of switching political parties 3 times in the last 6 months, stressing that if not for the restriction in the Electoral Act, the former governor would have still defected to another political party. He also maintained that Peter Obi's defection will not affect the ADC's victory at the 2027 presidential election. That's not the only person that is also gnashing. We have Nyesom Wike saying that Peter Obi wants a mama put ready political party. Any political party that has any challenge, he walks out. He made reference to the challenge in Abga, he walked out. He made reference to the challenges in PDP, he walked out. Made reference to the challenges in the Labour Party, he walked out. The same thing in the ADC, he walked out. So is he saying that if any challenge occurs in the NDC, he would walk out? A lot of criticisms have been coming on Peter Obi having to leave political parties when there are issues, and they made reference to a particular interview that was carried out by him where he said any political party he belongs to and he feels they do not want him, he doesn't like issues, he's a loyal party member, but if things no longer go based on what was agreed, he leaves. If he sees you do not want him, he leaves. So if the ADC sees they did not want him, why the problem? Then again, the question was, what was the arrangement before he joined? Was the ADC the main political party he had intention to run with? Did he have this in mind all this while? How many persons did he carry along? What about the supporters who already have clinched tickets or are interested in one political position or the other in the ADC that may not be able to live with him? Now that he has left, what happens to those who rode on his back, who will remain in the ADC? Will they trust them? Will they treat them as third class? Will they consider them? These are big questions that have been asked. Meanwhile, Aisha Yesufu has actually left the ADC and joined the NDC. In the meantime, the court has stopped the NBC from sanctioning TV and radio stations. The Federal High Court in Lagos restrained the National Broadcasting Commission from sanctioning broadcast stations and presenters over the expression of personal opinions, alleged intimidation of guests, or failure to maintain neutrality. Justice Daniel Osiago granted the interim injunction on Monday following an ex parte application filed by the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project and the Nigerian Guild of Editors. The suit was argued by counsel to the applicants Adeyinka Olumide Fushika. The court order prevents the NBC from enforcing several provisions of the 6th edition of the Nigerian Broadcasting Code pending the determination of the substantive motion before the court. It doesn't mean the case is not before the court, but for now there's a substantive injunction from the court saying that broadcast stations are not prohibited from allowing persons to express their views, all right, or their opinions about critical issues in the polity. That does not mean that you will call in here and insult anybody. Don't insult the president. Don't insult. You can make a logical conclusion, a logical recommendation on issues being discussed here. Does not mean that it gives you the license to start talking anyhow. Show you here. Too. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, let me first of all introduce my analyst in the studio. I have Mr. Elvis Elimehele right here. Mr. Elvis.
Good day, Esther.
Good evening. How are you?
Sweet to be here again.
Really? I know why. Mr. Elvis is telling us unto. Don't worry, I will tell you why he's telling us unto. And then I have Mr. Lawa Ekondare right here in the studio. Mr. Lawa, how are you?
I'm trying.
Mr. Lawa, stop for me humble. You have fire in your head. Anybody that sits here now would think you are quiet. Taloni, Mr. Lawa is not quiet, oh. Welcome, sir. How are you?
Not bad.
Yes, thank you for coming around today. I have missed you, specifically in my studio. So quite a while you were present here. I will not tell them why, because if I tell them why, you will tell me I shouldn't have said anything. So I'll keep quiet.
Yes,
It's a personal business. Gentlemen, welcome to the studio.
Thank you, Esther.
Mr. Lawal, Mr. Elvis, you said Esther. I said this thing last year. You're going to replay it. You're going to play back that tape. You know, you've been saying you said it. But, I mean, let's look at the scenario like this, Mr. Elvis. I know the political scene is interesting. To be honest with you, having Peter Obi in the political scene makes the political space interesting. All right? Otherwise, everybody for don't just, okay, you know what? To attend to Israel, now the usual them. Exactly. They do their thing, so we know they. But the status quo seems to be quite buzzing. Now, my question is this. I want us to listen to this particular conversation. Please call in on WhatsApp. Don't call on WhatsApp now. We're still having a conversation. I'll let you know when you can call. Okay? Please, let's just take a listen to this, Mr. Elvis, so you understand the context where I'm coming from.
Let him tell Nigerians. Jeff, you are telling us the mass movement. We left ADC because His Excellency Atiku Abubakar said that coalition was formed in his house, that ADC is his party, that nobody will tell him anything. We went to him and said, can you step down and leave Peter Obi, Rotimi Amechi and others to go into primaries. Let Atiku say he is stepping down today, that wrote me Amwechi, that he has considered to the south, that wrote me Amwechi and Peter Obi should go to the state and do primaries, or any other person from the south. If Peter Obi does not come back tomorrow to come and face anybody, are you telling me somebody that stood for election in 2023 and you are telling me about primaries? My brother, stop telling lies to Nigerians. Tell us how you people came into coalition. And we said no. Former legislators and current legislators, we sat down, we went to all their houses. And we're not getting that the South way. Kwankwasia movement, they're considered to the South. What you hear them saying tomorrow is that Kwankwaso is just a politician in Kanu, that he has no other places to conquer. But I keep on asking.
All right,
I'm coming.
Yeah, because of time, Honorable, you can land on your thought in 30 seconds so that we can begin to wrap up.
But you gave him 20 minutes.
No, because
go ahead.
No.
But he shouldn't be attacking Peter Obi.
All right, I understand. We're actually waiting for you to join in. Yes, I would have brought you in.
You cannot tell me that ADC, did he attack Honorable Abajide that left ADC to ADC?
All right, let me take it to Mr. Fabi.
We are here.
My apologies.
All right, Mr. Elvis, I'm sure you heard that.
Yeah, I watched this in live yesterday.
So when it was obvious what was happening, is it wrong that he left? I've seen the timeline. If for those who have been in different WhatsApp groups where the Obedient and the Articulate decided to be together, they have been abusing. It's funny because you would think that opposition would tackle the current government. Is your problem not that you want to make sure that APC does not return? Do you see how they're fighting themselves? You're fighting your fellow opposition, somebody who is not yet in government. I'm seeing people saying we will do all it takes to ensure that the North does not accept Peter Obi. We'll do all it takes to ensure that his votes is divided. The Southeast will no longer give the almost 99% voting pattern or voting block that happened. So you're wondering, is he the president? Why is everyone? Daniel Bola went on TV immediately to conduct an interview. They were asking him something else. He was responding and calling Peter Obi's name, forgetting that there were other called serial defectors too. I mean, Bayo Nanoga, the same thing. Nyesom Wike, the same thing. Everyone. So it's like he committed a heinous crime. There are other serial defectors as well. So is politics not about interest? I would like your thoughts on this based on what he admitted.
Esther, the issue here is that the integrity you don't have, if you see another person have it, it becomes a problem to you. That's what is going on. A tree that does not have edible fruit, nobody throws sticks at it. You walk past it. They know the antecedent of Obi. They are worried that Obi has finally gotten a platform where he will now feature as presidential candidate in this nation. Because they knew Obi won't get it in ADC. That's why they were, celebrating that Obi was going to be locked up in ADC. But thank God he quickly jumped out. In December 31st, when Obi went to join the coalition, I was in this studio. I told you I don't like where Obi went to.
Yeah.
Because everybody that were in that coalition didn't for power. I said, how can Obi go and face primaries with Atiku Abubakar? The same Atiku Abubakar he ran from in 2023 and went to Labour Party. What has suddenly changed? That he now went to join Atiku Abubakar's party. ADC is Atiku Abubakar's party. Thank God that the interview you played now, Esther, has revealed it. How he told them that this party was formed in his house. That was why they hijacked the leadership of ADC, bought it, and removed Raf Wonsu because they were able to meet, his demand. Then suddenly picked up ADC, and here we are today. And is it not what they are contesting in the court? Is it not what the president said? He went to privatize another person's political party. The president said something like that last 2 weeks. And he went to privatize another person's political party. Everything you are seeing in ADC is revolving around Atiku Abubakar. And anybody that is not buying into it will eventually be facing this kind of mudslinging that you are seeing from government spokespersons. It's not new. I just pray that Obi and Kwankwaso and every other person in NDC will be able to be focused on the challenges ahead of them.
Okay, so we're beginning to get reports too in the NDC. Some issues are coming up, and it's something that
is coming from Adona. Is it not the one from Adona?
No, Ado. Okay. So in Imo State, the party leaders there, everyone is trying to set up the way Sarah Dixon does it is if you say you want to be a ward chairman or something, a ward leader, fine, come. You're given a card or whatever. You go and establish where you can establish, but he gets to monitor stuff. So we heard that Imo State there are already issues. People are joining the NDC now. They want to take over, and those that were there saying no. We no go agree. You cannot just come and say because you have some kind of superior or whatever. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So issues are already developing. Now the question is, it could lead to a situation where certain persons already know, and this is politics. People are making money, and once you see such disgruntled person and they're exposed to cash, they can do anything. So would you say that in the NDC, if those who are there do not politically make sure there is maturity, what was being experienced in the ADC that caused them to go to court could happen in the NDC?
They don't have that kind of persons that are what is currently happening in APC is what might happen in some states. That people influx of people coming in to displace those that are
I'm talking about NDC right now.
I know. Like ADC is talking about leadership. Nafiu Bala said he was not part of the coalition. That's why he went. But this one we are talking in NDC now is that some people are now rushing into NDC.
And they want to take some position.
Just the same way people rushed into APC and coming to displace the original, the aborigine
in ADC, yes.
of NDC. You understand? Those new people that are rushing in now, they are trying to come and displace those ones that have been there before.
Just like in ADC.
Just like in APC. APC had the same problem now. People that rushed into APC, you're hearing it from
them. They still have it.
The same thing. APC is going through that now. All Progressives Congress.
It's not been going through the same problem. Now people that rushed in are not being denied, are not trying to displace those that have been there before now. And those that have been there are saying, come, you can't just rush in and begin to take over all the positions. That's why you are seeing some of the consensus are not working in some states. Some people have already been penciled down as candidates. Like you have even in Nasarawa, a former IG has bought form and told Wada that the governor is pushing that you are on your own. I will buy form, irrespective of what is going on. Even in Lagos here, remember the SMA, what they call SMA Gold. He has also bought form and said he's going to. He's not aware whether APC has given the consensus, made the Hamza consensus candidate. That's what we were talking about. These are some people who are already been in this political party.
So you're saying something that can happen in all the parties, not specifically in NDC.
Yes, that is managing success.
But don't you think that, according to any issue, they will say it's APC? Don't you think it could be taken advantage of? Leke Abejide was given an assignment. We heard money was paid. Nafiu Balatu collected money for some of these things when he was no longer useful. Obviously, all of those things left. Don't you think that this now Peter Obi will be having issues with APC and ADC? It's almost like opposition and the ruling party, everybody's against you. So there'll be machinations. In fact, I was reading on social media where some persons were saying we need to crush NDC. And this was another opposition, that is the ADC, saying they need to crush the NDC. So their power and focus is not to unseat Tinubu, is to crush their fellow opposition, which brings the attention to what was the initial intention of this coalition. What was their plan in the first place? Was their plan for the people, or was a plan for themselves, to use themselves?
Esther, I asked that question last time, and I said, have you ever heard to ask ADC what they have for Nigerians? They kept telling you that they want to send Tinubu back to Bodilon in Lagos. They have not told us what they have for. It was about a month ago that they said they are coming up with their manifesto. I said manifesto since November when they started talking about ADC. Nigerians ought to know what the manifesto of ADC is. Not hurriedly coming to tell Nigerians this is our manifesto, and Nigerians will not even be able to digest it before the election comes in. You see, many of these political parties don't have any ideology. What they just have is just want to displace the ruling party. It is the same way APC came in 2014 to deceive Nigerians And that's what we are faced now for almost 13 years of APC rule now. So we cannot even allow such thing now to begin to manifest now going towards 2027 general election. Nigerians must be able to ask silent questions that will benefit. What are you coming to do with this security that Nigerians can no longer move?
Yeah.
Esther, as we speak to them now, people are no longer going out in my town, Ekpoma. Ekpoma is locked down. It's on siege again, Ekpoma, since for the past 4 days now. But we have a city governor, APC governor in that state. We know they displaced PDP governor, you know, and now APC governor is there, and the state is locked down as we speak now. So when you are coming in, tell the people what you want to come and do for them. Not just coming and want to come and remove the opposition, the ruling party, and come in there, and at the end of the day, you will not still be telling us this same story the ruling party is telling Nigeria now. Nigerians cannot wait to see that if we have a new government in 2027, we'll still be hearing that Nigerians cannot travel, Nigerians cannot feed, Nigerians cannot buy fuel, Nigerians cannot take their children to school. We don't want to hear that. Tell us what you want to make, the changes that you want to bring, genuine changes, not the kind of changes APC brought and say change. Then next level, you know, they upgraded our suffering.
Yeah.
When Buhari came in 2019 to 2023, he upgraded our suffering to next level, and that's where we are now. We don't even know the level we are now in under Tinubu's administration. We don't even know the level we are now.
In all of what is going on, who is the betrayer between Atiku, Peter Obi, and others? Because I wouldn't lie to you. I have never witnessed such toxicity in the polity.
The betrayal is coming from ADC. They knew what they cooked up when they went to start forming this coalition. They knew what the man has just revealed it now, that they went to his house and he said this party was from in my own house. So every other person they were just trying to woo into that party, they knew they betrayed those people, because even some of them that are still there now are still taking a be left. Some of them are still going to be disappointed when this ticket would have been hurriedly cooked up and given to Atiku Abubakar, and at the end of the day, Atiku Abubakar does not have that political cloud. Let me tell you, the 7 million votes. Listen, next time coming. The 7 million vote, how many million votes he got in 2023? Was because there were still some fringes of PDP governors who were able to organize the state for him to get some vote. Today, how many governors do PDP have? Where is he going to launch his campaign from? Even his state, Adamawa, has been taken over by APC.
Yes.
It's taken over by APC.
He's making. I love this analysis. This is a real analysis.
As at last time, Fintiri was his own boy in 2023 when he was contesting. Was his own boy. He had a base, he has a home. Today, he does not even have a home. Even the ADC in his state are even saying that most of the key persons, you know, even in ADC, that the world leader have even suspended some of them. So there are issues. Forget about it. They are the ones that betrayed Nigerians, that never told Nigerians what is what they put up as the changes that Nigeria will get in ADC, not just hurriedly putting it up around one person who after 4 years will leave Nigeria until a year to election, he comes back and starts telling Nigeria, I want to go back, I want to contest. That's not what Nigeria needs. Now Nigeria needs somebody that is on ground, that will be able to actually face the problem Nigerians are facing, some of us that cannot run out of this country, or squarely, not coming to tell us stories.
Mr. Lawal Kundayo, some persons will say that they're not surprised with the outcome. Some persons will say that if not for the Electoral Act, like what Kenneth Okonkwo said, that Peter Obi would move last minute, you know, and there have been different issues. Some persons felt he should have remained. Why are we talking about this? The political space seems to be where Nigerians feel that by 2027, the biting economy, the lack of power, the lack of energy, insecurity, somehow there's a new leadership, all of this will be curbed. And so they are all focused on the political space. If you look at most media houses, including ours, Peter Obi has been the topic of the conversation. All the political parties are speaking about him. So if you say this person is insignificant as an individual, if you have belittled him, if you've called him several names, you say he's a bigot, you've said he's weak, you've said he's spineless, you've called him all forms of names. Why is he always on your lips? Why do you guys make it such a big deal? Why do you inadvertently promote him? That's the question. If someone is not important, you disregard the person, don't you? So the big question is this: is it wrong if Atiku had said, Peter, let's be strategic in doing this, deputize me, think about it? All this while they were all discussing, we're talking about this coalition, according to what they said, has been on for 18 months. Isn't that what they told us? Before they eventually, you know, opened up and announced whatever ADC, was it not in August last year? So for 18 months, Mr. Lawal, 18 months, what were you guys discussing? What was the plan? I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Exactly.
When you were trying to establish structures, what was the whole consensus amongst you guys? All that time, nobody could say this is the strategy, even if they don't want anyone to know. So some person said Atiku was disrespectful by saying, maybe if we bring him in, we will hedge him. Well, you know, he's my person, he's my boy, and he will deputize me. What was wrong if Atiku had called him as a man? Peter Obi is a man. Yes, he's younger. Let's do this like this. Think about it. You know, would it have been wrong if that was the case and everyone says, okay, fine, Peter Obi, you'll be the VP from the onset, even if they want to create a sense of let's do direct primaries. Well, what's your take on that?
Let me tell you something. We already know that the party that Atiku is, he will definitely contest. So when he was galvanizing and putting, doing this about ADC,
yeah,
people anticipated that he's going to contest. Now, when he now begin to do consultations with some big wigs like Obi, it's already written in the air that he's going to contest. That is Atiku. Now, maybe what they agreed on is that, sometimes you have your cards, you have your supporters, you have what you decide, what I want to do, what your supporters may want. Maybe when they approached him, that is Obi, he had an option that, okay, if I don't get the presidential ticket, I will get the vice. So I have two options, at least we call it EJ in Yoruba. I will still get one. But when he now join it, now maybe some of his supporters now feel like, you are more popular than this person now. You are carrying more weight than this person. You should be the flag bearer. And how can you now be the vice for somebody or in a group in which you are the most popular? You should sell yourself that we want to see you. And then the whole thing, the story begin to change.
So you're saying that there may have been an agreement initially?
Yes, initially, because
maybe people convinced Peter Obi not to consider it.
Because maybe when he saw his popularity, that I'm more popular now, and so many people are coming into ADC based on my presence. So many people want to ride on my popularity.
But Peter Obi came out to say that nobody had approached him or met him to say, be my VP.
No, they can't say that in the beginning. It is by the time the aspirants, they cross from the aspirants.
They can't say that.
No, they won't say that.
So you're saying that he must have he must be told about it, because I remember that interview. Do you remember the interview when he declared? He reiterated that nobody had approached me.
Do you know he said that I am not desperate to become president? You know that he said that. That means it's an indirect way of telling you that I can consider.
But he said I'm desperate to see a change in Nigeria.
Yes, a change. So you can be a vice. So what I'm saying that he's just trying to play carefully.
Okay.
But along the line, he saw that maybe he's the most popular person in that ADC. Everybody is rushing to ADC. You now begin to work. Your supporters. There are some. When it comes to politics, no matter how rich you are, people will eventually support you financially. When it comes to politics, you can't put all your money down.
And there are talks that he listens to his supporters.
So maybe along the line, the supporter now say, no, you need to fight this thing. And you know discover that along the line now there's an issue now. Atiku now say, no, I am the person who said this thing now. You get now this one is now saying, no, I am the most popular person in this area now. Now you not go that along the line, you not go that maybe Obi now saw that this person has already machinate the whole ADC system. That is, I have a low chance of getting this in. So he now decided to try his plan B. That's why a politician has plan A, plan B, plan C. The same thing he did in 2023. You remember, he had to apply plan B. So he's now applying plan B based on the fact that you all remember he always liked to listen to his supporters. Like obedience, he loved to listen to them very well. So it could be some big people there that told you, no, we want to, because you are most popular as of now. We want to see. That's why he crossed to that area. And I'm not blaming him for that.
Okay.
I am not. Because one thing is this, when you are the most popular person, you can't deputize. You can't. Okay. Because the reason why you are the most popular is because people see you as a person that can do it. Now, you now see that all the others are now focusing on him. If you now became like he is the president,
okay,
you know, because both the opposition, they now diverted from the situation going on while they are opposition to begin to oppose the opposition itself. And then you get distracted.
Infighting between themselves. All right, Mr. Elvis, let me come to you. What is the manifesto of this new political party? Would we say it's not the same self-serving interest?
Talking about manifesto. I think we should come down to our level. We should stop borrowing foreign terminology and foreign everything. Nigeria is not a party-oriented individual. We follow individual. It was during the era of PDP that we are talking about party. We follow individual. Peter Obi has outlined what he will do. We should stop talking about manifesto. That is my own point of view. Manifesto this, manifesto that is not a Nigerian political strategy or political whatever. What we do in Nigeria, what are you going to do? There are things online. There are things on the ground to do. You talk about manifesto, What is manifesto? You talk about manifesto when the country is a state of what is it called? In a state of abundance. We are in a state of survival. You want to tell me now you are talking about manifesto, there is insecurity. You are talking about manifesto, healthcare has a problem. You are talking about manifesto, education has a problem. You are talking about manifesto, corruption. So we should stop talking about manifesto. We should hit the line. How are you going to tackle electricity? How are you going to tackle insecurity? How are you going to tackle healthcare? How are you going to tackle education? Those are what we need. We are not talking about manifesto. Talking about manifesto means that we are in a realm of peace and we don't have anything to do again. Then we are not trying to think of what we are going to do. We start thinking of manifesto. Now, what are you going to do? Every Nigerian knows the manifesto. I've outlined 5 things: insecurity, healthcare, education, corruption, transport, livelihood, cost of living. Is that no manifesto-ish enough? That is manifesto-ish enough. So when we talk about what is your manifesto, is as if we are just borrowing quotes. When we are Nigerians, we are borrowing quotes to wear for traditional marriage. I hope I'm making sense and I understand it. We'll talk about manifesto when you are in a state of abundance, when you don't know what to do again. There are plenty things to be done. Nigeria is suffering. Insecurity everywhere. And we're talking about manifesto.
We saw a lot. For example, Gbadebo Rosevival has come out to say, I will stay in the ADC. He said that we all saw what he went through when he wanted to defect, how his sister was injured in the process. Hoodlums attacked his sister. I mean, people went through stuff, and to just leave after going through that sacrifice to another political party is something he doesn't want to consider. But then there are fears that all of the obedience or persons who rode on the back of Peter Obi to join the ADC, they may be left in the wind. You know, there'll be lack of trust. They may be considered to be moles on activities in the party. They may relegate them or put them in the backseat. Do you think that's what will happen? Or because they may be forced to, in order to prove their allegiance to the ADC, they may start having to express enmity, toxic statements, show some form of loyalty to them by saying terrible things about Peter Obi just so that they can trust them. I don't even understand what I'm saying. I mean, we're seeing this post-election, most obedience that they come to the All Progressives Congress, they started attacking Peter Obi to prove that indeed they're loyal. Even his own kinsmen had to start attacking him as a person to prove indeed that, yes, we are supporting you guys. Are we going to be seeing more of this?
We are going to be seeing it. It's already happening. It's already happening. But the issue is that where he has gone to now, NDC, they should not lose focus. It is very, very normal for politicians to, attack themselves especially when they know that this one is a little bit much more superior than me. They want to look for where to pull that person down and, you know, brand him names before the audience, I mean, the generality of Nigerians that are going to do the voting. But that's not just an issue. Yeah, let me tell you, Esther, some of them may remain in ADC. They may not be able to cross, but they are going to, on the day of the polling booth, I mean, the voting, they're going to vote, you know, that candidate that they believe that even though I'm there, I cannot jump out now because of the circumstances surrounding it. I'm going to vote my choice. So there's going to be those kind of, they don't even know that some of this, all this polling of his name now everywhere is making him much more popular. And it's going to bring some sympathy votes for even Obi in NDC. That's why I keep telling you that Obi and the leadership of NDC should be much more focused and guide NDC jealously for this few period before the election, because the opposition and the ruling party are now facing NDC. So they're going to look for everything possible to make sure that NDC doesn't work. But they should be much more tolerant, much more acceptable to people, especially like what you just said now. Some people coming in and say, oh, they're coming to displace us that have been there. They should find a way to manage it. It's normal. Some of these things happen as a result of unexpected explosive popularity that you don't expect you'll get. When they came up with NDC that day, they never knew that Obi was coming to join in. I saw most of their campaign on social media, you know. I keep seeing young men, young boys, you know, buying into Saraki Jason's NDC. But today now, you know, most young men in Nigeria want to flock around Obi. And that's why you see
they want to ride on his way.
Yes, that's why you see the popularity NDC just got now between Sunday and today, Wednesday. It's alarming, Esther.
Well, but Mr. Elvis, I think advice needs to be given. In the last dispensation in 2023, people who rode on his wave, nobody knew who they were. And they performed poorly. Some of them performed poorly. And they decamped to the APC.
It's not even performed poorly, Esther. They betrayed him. Because they all decamped less than 6 months in the National Assembly. Let me tell you, that was also part of the hostile nature of this present administration. Opposition is difficult for opposition, one, and number two, they themselves, if they had the power, they won't decamp. So now let them work towards having the power generally. You understand? If they had the power generally, where would they decamp to? Then those ones who are not serious among them, they will not get ticket in the next election. You do understand? If you cannot work up to expectation, whether a state governor, a legislator, or whatever, if they form the ruling government, then you will usually know those that are not measuring up, and as a result, you'll be withered off.
And then another thing is that when they move to this NDC, watch very well that they didn't want to repeat the mistake they had in ADC.
You
know, in ADC they moved the leadership and put another leadership. They removed the previous leadership and put another. That's why Balago could take that action into. But this one,
they didn't put any other. They just did not recognize David Mark leadership.
No,
they didn't put any other leadership.
No, what I'm, you know, the present executive.
The thing is that
they moved away, and the new one comes.
Okay, you're referring to
But in this NDC, no,
he sold it.
He just sold it.
But in this NDC, what I'm saying
it was deliberate. He sold it.
In this NDC, you know, they didn't do that.
They can't do it now. It's Erica Dixon's party.
Yeah, you know, they didn't move away.
No, they don't even have the time for that.
What I'm saying is
there's no leadership change in NDC.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That they avoided that because it's a important issue.
What you're trying to say is that agreements were properly done and signed this time compared to how it was in ADC.
Just leadership will just do the agreement.
All right.
So it will not be difficult for anybody to say, I am going to challenge anything.
All right, Mr.
Because
Lawal.
the leadership still remain the same.
Mr. Lawal, there's a situation on ground now. Like I said, the reason why the political space is highlighting is because there is a problem across. I don't know if you understand what I am saying. The insecurity, the insecurity, the economy, no power supply. Everything is just, I don't know, everywhere just get as the be.
Upside down.
The killing of Nigeria in South Africa.
Do you understand? It's all over the place. So it's worrisome. And questions are now being asked. Okay, what is going on? Don't we have a government? What is the government saying to all of this? What's the attitude beyond infrastructure? Beyond borrowings. I mean, we have immediate needs to be attended to. So a lot of persons are looking forward to, okay, maybe there's a change in leadership, things will be better. All right. But then these guys have not brought up something else. Peter Obi is insisting that fuel subsidy will be removed. I mean, he's maintaining the same thing that Tinubu said he's going to do. But then we'll come back to that. There's a situation with, yes, whistleblowers are now being detained. It's becoming a trend. There's Njoku Ifeanyichukwu, a whistleblower. She exposed Anita Anurika Odom, a senior staff member of the FCT, who obviously forged her certificates. And the lady is being persecuted by the Nigerian police force. Apparently, Mrs. Odom is being prosecuted by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission for forging academic certificates, which she purports were issued by the University of Port Harcourt and the National Youth Service Corps. So, Mr. Ifeanyichukwu, the whistleblower who exposed how Mrs. Odom forged the Uniport and NYSC certificate, which she used to gain employment at the Abuja Geographic Information Systems, is being prosecuted by ASP Alabi Suleiman of the Anti-Visa Fraud Unit of the 4th Criminal Investigation Department in Abuja. That's not the only person. Justice Crack, who exposed what happened within the Nigerian army, called out and said, see what is going on. He's being detained by the DSS, being tortured. The lady, the nurse in Enugu State, who called that the deplorable health condition and the facility, no light, nothing, the same thing. In Akwa Ibom, somebody to expose the theater where they supposedly carry out operations, and the hospital. Is it Akwa Ibom? Which state was that? Aside from Enugu, there's also another state, Nsukka, University of Nsukka. A student exposed the dormitory and the restroom where the students stay. How bad it was, so terrible. No cleanup, nothing. Deteriorating hostel. They're being picked up. So what is wrong if you call out a death in the society, you're being picked up by the DSS, and if you don't have any connection, if nobody hears about you, you could be detained for a long time and tortured. What's going on? Is this a system where you're buried for calling out anomalies in government?
It's the hostile nature of this government, Esther. They don't want Nigerians to hear the truth, to Nigerians to speak the truth and hear the truth. Let me tell you, during Jonathan's administration in this nation, Channels Television did a documentary on Nigeria Police College Ikeja. The theoretic situation of Nigeria Police College. Nigerians were taken aback. Is this where policemen are trained? This is why they misbehave on the road. The following day, Jonathan flew into Lagos.
No, he was going somewhere. Took a detour.
Yes, I was going. Now took it and to check the facilities on ground. That led to the renovation and upgrading of the facilities in Nigeria Police College. Instead of him, arresting or sealing up the station that exposed that documentary, he did what was supposed to be done as a leader. But under this APC dispensation, you can't do that. By the time you do it, the station will be either be sealed up or the person will be picked up. Why will you expose it? That to tell you that they are not ready for us. That's the reason why we are saying let there be a change in 2027 to see whether this is how governance actually is, or we just find ourselves, like an unfortunate of victims in this kind of administration.
This is so bad, though.
It's bad.
The lady in Enugu, do you know she was taken to the police station? She was arrested.
Instead of the governors of those states to quickly come in and say,
and they will charge her to court, or they will charge her to
they will first of all take you, and then if you don't have someone who raised alarm on your behalf,
you won't even know where you are.
In Justice Crack case, the army took him in for so long that even when the DSS saw him, they said we can't carry him because
today there was a protest on him now.
So nobody can say anything. If, for example, normally media houses are meant to cover issues like this.
Yes.
Most times when you cover it, before you release it, so many documentaries we've done here, we have to reach out to them. You will reach out to them.
Like, should I speak the truth?
Hold on. No, we will reach out to them. They will delay. They will not answer you. We will say, please, we need to speak because we have done our documentary. We've done this. They'll tell us who is our source. They'll ask us who is our source. Who told you what? Where is the person? They want to investigate the department of the person working in that place. Why the person released such an information? How will I start giving you the source of my information?
Journalists don't do that.
And now, if you now publish it, they will now, before you know, they will first of all take you to police station, put you in cell, ask you to release your source, and if you eventually do, they will remove that person from their job. That's what is even going on with the army that sent that man. They call those army, they're in the guard room. They're being detained.
Yes, they are even, I think
if you know what is wrong, why do you do it?
The same thing that happened to Brigadier General Adeniyi when he said Buhari's government should give them ammunition to fight Boko Haram. He was picked up with all his boys, court-martialed and dismissed. Why is it that the same Buhari, remember he said he was going to end the insecurity. Somebody said, we can do this job. I am in the theater of war and I need this. Then it became an offense. Why are they hostile to Nigerians that speak the truth? That's the change we have seen in APC government.
It's because when you are not serious to do the right thing, anybody that say the right thing is your enemy.
But it's wrong.
Criticism is a part of government.
You like propaganda.
It makes you to sit on your toes.
You like embellishment.
Let me look at this one. Look at what the Health Ministry said last time that I think last year, in which they said that they didn't release the money that was allocated for them.
Yes.
That's a whistleblowing now. And what I said that is government to set up an inquiry immediately to find out why it is like that. Just like the
government already knows.
That's what I'm saying.
It was already exposed. They set up an auditing committee.
They know it, that this is what we are doing. So the moment you expose the truth, they fight you because they are the one who put it there. You understand what I'm saying? You put the problem there. If somebody now say there's a problem, that person is your enemy because it's exposing the problem you put there. That is what we are facing.
It's a banana peel. Just put landmines.
Nobody's wrong,
everywhere.
Mr. Elvis.
It's wrong. Esther, is it not the same thing you just read that now in your prologue where you were starting this program that court has now, giving us a little bit of leverage to talk?
Yes.
Have you not made mention
because
of it just
when
now?
that happened, a lot of things we couldn't say.
We can't talk
Mr.
now.
Elvis, we have documentaries. We have documentaries that have been done.
NBC is constantly on broadcasting houses.
See what they paste all over the place. It's there.
5 million naira fine. 10 million naira fine.
Don't want us to talk.
And look at the case of
that's our constitutional duty.
Look at the case of Edu. The president said something I think in September. Edu came up and said, "No, this is this is the reality on ground." What happened to him after some months?
He's been thrown out.
He's been thrown out now. Is that not it? Because that's whistleblowing. When something is said truthfully and then that person is punished for speaking the truth, is it a crime to speak the truth? Because when you get to court now, they'll give you a Bible or a Quran or whatever you worship, maybe God of iron or thunder. They'll say you should swear to speak the truth, the only truth. Is that not what the law upholds? And when somebody comes out to speak the truth, he becomes the enemy of the state.
Mr. Elvis Elimehele, it's terrible what we have found ourselves in, where corruption is the order of the day, and the postulation and the attitude is not seeming so. Nobody is saying that you propagate false information. I mean, there's somebody that Tony Elumelu took to court and arrested. I understand that kind of thing. You don't come out with such whatever on somebody's family. That is malicious. I understand.
Very, very malicious.
You understand? I understand you taking that step. But something that calls out a rot in the system, something that calls out
the video.
You can see the evidence.
Video evidence.
Sir, this is not the first time the Nigerian army has showed us videos and pictures. Okay, let me give you. There's a Southwesterner who was discharged from the Nigerian military that went on the podcast to tell us that they used their money to buy their kids.
Yes.
That they use their money to buy everything that has to do with them. He told us how much their salary. He showed us all those things. So why didn't they go and take him out or possibly do what they want to do with him? That man came on a podcast. That is a Nigerian soldier. Before that man was allowed to go, he was kept in the guard room. He says a lot of soldiers who have done nothing but very minute issues, maybe they were disgruntled, one or two things that they could have attended to, they locked them up. And he says if the Nigerian army is looking for soldiers, they should go and bring those guys back and put them in the system. He said we should go to see different custody of the Nigerian military in the guard room. That a lot of them, they've kept a lot of them under the sewer, no sun, over what? So if you know there's a rottenness in the system and we're complaining that there's an infiltration in the Nigerian military, they're leaking information to terrorists, there's no cohesion, certain persons in the echelon are literally taking advantage of these young soldiers. Now, when it comes to their feeding, the Nigerian government increased their salaries. We are hearing that they cut off their salaries before it gets to their account. And then you send them on special missions. You take out of the money. Somebody calls it out. You take them, you arrest them, you torture them. Why?
Now, nobody's asking anything. People
are asking.
No, what I mean by the government just look at it as it's a normal thing to do.
No, the Nigerian army said that the young boy was inciting the military.
How?
That they was having conversations with them that made them look like maybe they needed to challenge openly the system, and it's against it. It's almost like it's treason.
But the person, the army official who took the money and didn't disburse it, that one is normal. You get what I'm saying? Because he's supposed to disburse the money, didn't disburse it. Is it normal? Do you know? Wait, Mr. See, I want to say something. Do you know that Mr. President actually sent us this? He should come out and begin to defend Nigerians himself, because he said, go and meet your governor. He turned us into whistleblower. Do you know that? He said, go and meet your governors. He didn't know that I'm giving them more money. You should go and meet your governors. So he's sending us to these agencies by saying that we should be the whistleblowers. So he must come out and protect Nigerians now.
Any credible government, from local governments to state government to federal government, should encourage such openness. It helps them do better. A state governor cannot know everything happening within his province. The same thing too with the local government or federal government. If these things are highlighted, what do? You investigate it and do something about it.
They want to hear Esther, they hear them. The one, another turnaround maintenance for Nigeria refineries now. Those are the ones they want to hear, the one that will benefit.
Maybe the Calabar road has been extended very well.
The 47 kilometers of Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway.
Yes.
How many times have they commissioned it? They want to hear those ones. Those ones are the ones that are beneficial to them.
Nelfon, don't forget that
it belongs to the family.
You have issues with Nelfon.
No, it's based now. In Yoruba, we call it based.
Because you pay back. The companies that are handling them, it's a family company. So they will continue to celebrate what they have done for 47 kilometers.
Mr. Alves, something needs to be done about Nigeria. You can't stop people from expressing themselves.
What needed to be done about Nigeria is not more than Amukuton should give Nigerians credible election for Nigeria to vote, and our vote will be counted. And let's see whether we can see a change of government. Let's see whether we can even have what we call governance framework for once in this nation. That's just it. Otherwise, if it goes the same way Amukuton is now tumbling INEC up and down, I'm afraid.
Mr. Elvis, let me say something. We should not request, we should demand. We need to demand from INEC that we want a credible election. It's our right. So we are not requesting. You get it? Nigeria should not request for the proper election.
If you demand, and the people that brought him into power are not listening to your demand.
No, see what NASU is doing now.
Our demand. You are talking about.
They're no longer going on strike.
At least they call them now negotiate. If they didn't do that, do you think they will call them?
Calling out for protest, peaceful protest.
You demand it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're taking a very short break. You kindly stay with us. This is the Evening Rush right here on Voice of the People 90.3 FM. After the break, we want to discuss.
You fit to call 0. Join forces with Uzodinma. Then Uzodinma was actually very, very well intimidated. If you see the very first time, the wife of the former president, late President Muhammadu Buhari, visited Imo State.
Yeah.
I have that video. That day, Rochas Okorocha did not allow Uzodinma to be heard at all. You know, that states them. In fact, because Rochas Okorocha was trying to bring his own
person,
son-in-law through the other party. There was a party he already went when they did not give him tickets any longer. So at the end of the day, Uzodinma was able to wither all this, even with the court and all of that. So number 4, he became the
Justice Kekereekun,
our present Chief Justice of the nation. So he became number 1. So you can see that influence of Oshomole, being the APC chairman then, and surrounding him to get out of all that humiliation and intimidation, becoming governor, he still stays. Politicians love people who actually play, who are loyal and play along with them. And today, the person, the Chief Justice of the nation, who read that judgment now, who's not the Chief Justice of the nation, who read that judgment, it's also still there now, much more pronounced now in the system.
So who do you think will be the potential Senate president for the next dispensation? Because Tinubu is confident he's winning the elections.
If he gets his way back into the National Assembly as a senator, I hope Uzodinma.
It can't be possible.
He has been a senator before.
No, I know. When is his tenure expiring? I think in
it's going to expire on the 29th of May 2027.
No. Imo State was part of those that did off-cycle election.
It's an off-cycle election.
Yes, it's an off-cycle election. It's not the same time as this coming up election. So it's going to be months.
He has just done a year plus, a bit 2 years.
Yes. So he's not going to be eligible.
It's not.
So we're going to be seeing a South person for Senate president in 2027 again.
Well, that's why
or is it Gospel Akwa with the president to go with?
That's why it's probable that if APC wins this country again, President Tinubu may still use Akpabio, because Akpabio never disappointed him. They will share like 200 naira to them, 500 naira. Very, very insulting. They can queue. There was a time they queue in this Oshodi Solo local government. They queue from that Oshodi Solo down to Aro Jobe. It's like about 4 kilometers. People queue in the sun, waiting to go in and collect palliative. These same people, they are the one that they will use to put those godfather will use these ones to put their children there. What they do, they will just say, no, this is better than going, and then they will not share money to others. In it, you see, it's a child coming in as a rep. You get it, or this one comes as a chairman.
Yes,
you now see them fixing them here and there. You begin to wonder, what about us that have been following you for 20 years?
And that's the question. That's what I'm asking you now. You're repeating what I'm asking.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm telling them so that they can think that you don't join political party and keep quiet. Join and fight. The issue is not them bringing in their children.
Okay.
It's matter of choice, and it's democracy. Their children can come in. The only thing Nigerians need is that let there be credible electoral system.
Okay.
They can bring in their children. If there is every position in Nigeria has an opposition.
Yes.
It's not as if their child is a return on opposed. It's the only person. If you now see the antecedent of the father, and you know that this is the son of this so man, and he's now bringing in his son, and the electoral system is credible, will you go and vote for such person, knowing fully well that when you vote, your vote counts? We have seen George Bush, father and son. They were president and governor in US. Electoral system is credible, and they also know too well that the father did not disappoint. That's even when the son came, this was able to still win election until it was pushed out. But this one that we now see that what they do here is like they have turned it to hereditary. Now, when I finish, where I stop, my son must be there. Or we just made mention of Obasa's son. Ajomale, the former APC chairman of Lagos State, the son is also there. Shegun Shopa, the son is there. Erufai, the son is there. James Ibori, the daughter is there.
Yes.
So many.
Even David Mark. Even Atiku.
It's because the system is not credible. If the system is credible, you know the parents of these children, how they fare. Is still in history. We are still alive. You know, we would have voted them out.
All right.
Just get the ticket, and it's a walkover.
In the case of Fubara and what is going on now, apparently impeachment proceedings have commenced. Wike said he's not endorsing Fubara, and we even saw Wike endorsing PDP and APC candidates for certain positions very recently. It's actually quite funny. But Wike has said Fubara is not coming on again. But the president did something. If you want to come back to the House of Rep for a second term, or not, but will this impeachment proceeding fly?
Two people are involved in this, Esther.
Okay.
APC leadership and the people of Rivers State.
Okay.
Enough of this, Esther. If APC leadership actually want to put their steps down as a political party that knows their honors, somebody like Wike, who is not even a member of their party, is not supposed to be dictating the shot what is happening in APC.
In a state that is governed by APC.
In another state that is being governed by APC. See, governors in their state Fubara must also enjoy it because he's a member of APC as we speak, not PDP.
But the president has said it now. He said, go to your governors.
Yeah, and it's bad. Very, very bad. Not just that, there are some local governments in Lagos here and other states that seems not to experience any form of development. So people say it's deliberate. We've been hearing about Amowo Odofin, some Festac area, Ajao and all of that the roads are terrible, like terrible. Somebody called yesterday to say his bumper was cut off. Now, in that particular local government, communities want to vote for that particular political party if the dividends of democracy is not being felt there. In Enugu, some communities are complaining no water no water at all.
We won't have water in Lagos.
You know, so when people are providing services for themselves and you're expected to pay tax in this regard, should this kind of situation be looked at from a prism of tribal identity or the ability of an individual who supposedly is in a political party but needs to do the needful based on the promises that he gave the people?
Now, when the president travels abroad to say he's getting investors, this electricity should be overhauled. The totality of this electricity should be overhauled.
Exactly.
This system can never grow with the way it is run now. But still, we see money being given to them when they are already making money. How do you expect performance in that area? Nothing will come up, and that's why up to now it's not coming out. Now you are talking about people. We want indigenous to good. It's not a problem, but the point is this: what are they doing? If you have a car, the car is damaged. Are you going to look for your own relations to repair that car, or you are going to look for the best person for the job? What is wrong with us now? You look for the best, but the problem we have is because they see politics as a means to enrich themselves. They don't see it as a place to work. They don't see it as a service. They see it as a job.
If you are talking about Lagos politics, you are just talking as if we're talking like a father and children and his children. Lagos don't have politics. There's no democracy in Lagos. It has been one man since 1999 till today.
It's true.
So if you have that, if you are close to him and you have that opportunity to get into that power, what else do you expect? It's just for you to be in his good book. If the people were actually allowed to actually choose the leadership of the various positions in Lagos, 90% of the people that are there now won't be there.
Yeah.
And as a result of the wrong people are there, that's why you see facilities are not
because they are loyal to one person.
The person they are loyal to, I've not seen anything wrong in them. Even if we that are complains, and the system favors them because they have a godfather who like shouldered them up, they will remain where we are. The transparency in the electoral system is what it still boils down to it, Esther.
Yeah.
That if we have 5 persons contesting for one position and all the 5 have equal rights, what else?
Hello? Turn down the volume of your radio. Turn it off. Hello? Work is fine. Good evening. What's your name?
My name is Steven. I'm calling from Coca Express.
Stephen, good evening.
I want to talk about that road that man complained yesterday in First Tap. If you come today in First Tap today like this rain, we don't have any way to pass again. If you stick, hold up everywhere. Close everywhere. There is no way. Okay, we are.
Well, I'm Sunday calling from Munshi. What I want to talk about, you see, the issue of Obi defecting, either we like it or not. Everyone who have an enemy cannot stand one place. Exactly. We have an enemy in this country, either we like it or not. Aniboma said, "Oh, but no, I should get on you so. Emmanuel will get survive." So the fact is that those who are after Obi are very close to Obi. The best he can do is run for wisdom and then run for their life. Even though he have defected, that's the fact is that we are praying for him that the new party he went into
will not have issues.
Exactly, that God will save him. Not even, in fact, issue might come up, but God will save him in that issue. I will not be surprised that if I was told that there's an issue tomorrow in NDC. But all I believe that would God intervene to the matter, Obi will be totally free. So my prayer to him is that, because somebody who have an aim for betterness, it's not easy. In fact, if you are a light and walk into darkness, you know that darkness will disappear.
Very true.
Bless you for that.
Amen.
Yeah, this is Boyes. I'm calling from Afro Media.
All right, Boyes, and welcome.
It's what he's saying. He has a point. Obi is the main target for these people. They want to remove Obi. They want to extinguish Obi so that Obi will not contest. That is their main aim. So when Obi does not contest, everything is done. Everything, they are free. But God is doing it that Obi will contest. And this NDC that is having issue, ADC that is having issue, his issue was orchestrated because of Obi. Immediately Obi entered, now wasn't Atiku there? Was there court case? It was when Obi entered now the party started experiencing upheavalness. Let's go.
You want to be an activist? For what now? Nigeria, everything is clear that nothing is working. You have so much crowd, and I thank God that the so-called rattles, most of them, they're out there doing the activism. He's not the one controlling them, but he's trying to control them still. That they should not say anything. So if you are doing activism, so why is she already doing activism and trying to, be part of what he's doing? He hasn't condemned Showore. And Showore too hasn't been arrested as well by the so-called government that would actually see people and they are doing the good thing.
This Showore, I don't really understand him. He was talking about all the parties coming together to form allegiance. Now all the parties have come together to form allegiance. It's now as if he has distanced the parties. Now he's a solo fighter. I thought he would be happy when the coalition came, his own voice that they are fighting one cause. But now it's as if he is fighting his own cause. I don't really understand this show of a guy, of a man. He's a man. I don't really understand. I don't really know his way at all, and his way is not pure.
Nigerians, and they'll go for them. And another thing again, for the military to go and kidnap this boy for no reason. Can you tell me how many times they've kidnapped one Boko Haram? They have been doing videos, TikTok. How many Boko Haram have you seen military captured and say, oh, we saw him on this TikTok video, he made this statement, and that is why, even when they killed military people and they wear their uniform, we didn't see any arrest, we didn't see any kidnap. So Nigeria is just, it's just a joke. Nigeria, this is the time for all Nigerians to wake up. And again, I'm just want to re-echo again to Peter Obi and Kwankwaso. I hope they're going to go back to the Senate, because we should not just be here and be happy and thinking everything is rosy. That electoral act should still be revisited. And it's a criminal act for them to do things like that and thinking is okay. So Nigerians should wake up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Amy. God bless you, ma. Thank you. Okay. Where are my callers? Where are you guys? Because I'm going to move straight to the panel right now. Okay, Madam Deborah, are you there? Madam Deborah. Okay.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening to you. Please talk to us. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Elvis.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening to everyone watching. You are welcome to today's program. Yeah, I'm a bit excited about this current development. Although I'm still a bit, how will I even say it now? Because it's almost looking as if both the coalition, the opposition, everybody is working against Peter Obi. That's the way it looks now. Because even the opposition, the so-called ADC before, to be honest, it looked more like a lot of them they are working for Tinubu. Because I said it the first time. I said, you remember the last time we were saying that we're suspecting that it looks like Atiku is working for Tinubu. He's kind of just pretending as if he's wanting to become president, but indirectly, I'm sure he has a deal with Tinubu to say, okay, you go and muzzle the opposition, and at the end of the day, stop any other person from coming up. Probably that's why Tinubu awarded him second position in the last election. We all know that Atiku was not second. We all know.
It's true.
We all know what happened in the last election.
It's true.
So it's just a shame, but like you rightly say, I hope they will not find somebody to buy again that will come out and start saying is the chairman of NDC, NDC belong to him, I won't be surprised. I will not be surprised if that does not happen. My only concern a bit, I don't know, because I'm hearing that the chairman of the NDC is somebody from the south.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Those people, they like money a lot. So I hope Tinubu will not go and buy them. And then they'll start. I just hope so. I just hope it's not going to happen. And I pray that confusion does not come. And I really hope that this time around, Peter Obi will be able to maneuver his way through. But my concern again with the elders, my fear again.
Yeah.
Even if Peter Obi tries to win this election, is there not going to be a repeat of what happened in 2023?
Yeah, it could be, but this time, Peter Obi need to rely on Nigerians if we are ready.
Do these people, do they look like people that are ready?
It's not like that.
They don't look like people that are ready now.
I don't know. If it happens again and the people did not react, let everybody move on.
Yeah, those states on now. I don't even believe that those people will sit down and fold their hands for Tinubu to rig Okpebolo in as governor. But it happened, and nothing happened. It happened, and did they do anything? They didn't do anything. So I don't know, Bo. Nigeria matter, but at least this is a positive word. Now Atiku people are crying up and down. They are crying up and down on social media because now ADC, nobody will hear about ADC again.
All right. Thank you, man. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. L.
Thank you, man. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, hello. Your name and where you're calling us from? Okay, Mr. Alex.
Yes,
talk to us.
Yeah,
thank you, my brother. Yes, sir. Thank you. Talk to us. Good evening.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you for what you're doing. I want to commend Mr. Peter Obi for the bold step him and Kwampaso. It's never easy to come out of a kind of lions, hyenas, and coyotes. A lot of people are saying, what happens if a repeat of what happened in 2023 happens again? Like you said, Nigerians, we decide their fate this time around. Nigerians, we decide their fate this time around. And I want to encourage Mr. Peter Obi. It is not time to condemn Mr. Peter Obi now. It's time to bring solutions to him. It's not time to be asking questions that you, as a human being, can also know that Peter Obi is a human being. He cannot answer all your questions. You also can bring in solutions. We are all together in this. You can suggest to him too. Obi does not know it all. He is just privileged to be in that position to be our leader. So we cannot say do they look like they are ready? Do we look like we are ready? That's the question. We are all involved in it. Let me remind you, Mr. Evans, to answer somebody that just spoke. Edo State was the first to deliver Obi in 2022 in a PDP. Labour Party won. Last election in Edo State, they had other things that played out that made Edo people keep quiet because of the administration of the past government. So I know Nigerians are feeling the pain, the price of foodstuff, the kidnapping, the insecurity, the borrowing of money, the looting of money, the nonchalantness of Mr. President. I mean, the absenteeism, the massive traveling of Mr. President. You know, the recklessness, displayed in Plateau State where people were killed and the president spent 10 minutes with them at the airport. These are things we should be reminding Nigerians, and we should support Obi. We should praise him. He is not trying to bring money and fear. Encourage Mr. Peter Obi, encourage Kwampaso, speak to Nigerians, remind them there's this amnesia, there's this forgetfulness with maybe it's diabolic, I don't know. They forget so quickly. Remind them of the price of fuel. Remind them of the killings, of the kidnapping, how we cannot pass the road again. Remind them of the price of foodstuff. Let Let them wake up again. We can do it again. Obi has left now. He has made a bold move. We can do it again. And Obi should cut from what happened in those days in 2020 when Obaseki was to fight, the tiger and the lions. Obi can copy that model by involving the international community. Thank God Donald Trump is not a president that is like Biden, that tolerate a lot of things like all those drug matter with the president and all those things. He should try and make a personal contact with Donald Trump so that they can help us monitor this election from the White House. We can do it. These are solutions. Instead of spreading panic and fear and failure, we should bring these solutions. And Obi is listening to me. Now I know he's listening. He should engage Al Jazeera. He should engage CNN. He should avoid BBC, Fox News. Let them know what is going on in Nigeria, what you're about to do, and invite them. Let Donald Trump send people from America to monitor it by himself. And a screen should be laid in the White House before Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump is not that kind of president that tolerates what Biden tolerated with Tinubu and Professor Mahmoud. We must invest the whole world because we go to other people's election. We also act as a monitoring team. Good luck, Jonathan. It's always in different countries monitoring elections. So it's not true to invest power. Well, we talk to Donald Trump. They should engage America, engage Al Jazeera, engage Fox News. In the coming elections, we must think this is the way to go because APC depends on rigging, nothing else. They have not done anything. They just came to borrow and borrow and borrow and steal and steal and steal. That's what they did, nothing else. So they have nothing to campaign with. So these are solutions. We should bring these solutions. Kudos to Peter Obi, kudos to Kwankwaso, kudos to those on social media, kudos to the obedience, kudos to Nigerians. The future has begun. Thank you, Mr. Elvis.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Alex. All right. I need to go back to the panel right now. Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience with us. Please press on the like button, share. Dollar sign is right there. You can support us. And we are also raising money for solar. As you know, there's no light in this country. The account number is right there on the screen. We still have about 1.650 to go. Please do your part so we can run this up. I appreciate every one of you. God bless you all. Okay, let me call Mr. Jonathan. Mr. Jonathan, finally we have you. Thank you, sir. Good evening to you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I greet you. Happy Sunday.
Thank you, sir.
God bless you for the good work you are doing. I greet you. I greet my fellow panelists, Mr. Alabo. Mr. Alabo, happy Sunday to you. God bless you greatly. Mommy Diaspora. Happy Sunday to you.
Same wishes to you, sir. Okay, Jonathan. Good evening, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Mommy Diaspora, God will continue to strengthen, uphold you. I greet you and I greet my fellow commenters and callers and prospective callers. I greet you all wherever you are. God bless you abundantly. You are welcome. You see what I spoke yesterday about the mumu mindset of Nigerians, and I don't think I can stop reiterating, re-emphasizing, rebuttressing that going forward, because that is the state of Nigeria. And we need to correct this. Maybe when people know, because nobody wants to be called or referred to in a derogatory manner. And if that is what it will take, if people will start calling us Nigerians that we are mumu, if that is what it will take to reset our brain, so be it. I think that would be a small price to pay to reset our brains. Because an average Nigerians, generally speaking, are very prideful. They are very, very prideful. Put 10 Nigerians down now. Close your eyes. Six to seven of them, you will find that pride in them.
You say 6 or 7 of them. Are you not in Nigeria? Why are you exhibiting yourself? That's another pride, though. For removing yourself from Nigerians as being proud, is that not another pride? So you too now are being proud for exempting yourself from us. Eh?
They don't want to be. That's why they will say Nigeria know they come last.
Exactly. Now
Nigeria, they are very proud. So if that is what it will take, let it be. So be it. Because since yesterday, I've been hearing all this argument, all this saying. People, people have been coming up in a very stylish manner. People who are not obedient, Mr. Peter Obi supporters, they will now come out as if they are supporting him. But at the end, they say it's his fault. He cannot manage the party. He cannot be with them. He has moved from one party to another, about 3-4 political parties now. He cannot do it. They are not his supporters. Oh.
See what we put on the screen now about Tinubu now. So if you are talking about Peter Obi, see what we put on the screen about Tinubu. Tinubu have moved from, let me see the Tinubu has also moved now. You are talking about Peter Obi has moved. Peter Obi has moved. What about Tinubu? They are just using it to capitalize on Peter Obi. Tinubu have moved from SDP to AD, from AD to AC, from AC to ACN, from ACN to PDP, APC. As far as Obi has moved from ABGA to PDP, from PDP to Labour Party, from Labour Party to ADC, from ADC to NDC. So it's 1-1 goal, let's draw now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 1-1 goal, let's draw. So what the hell are we talking about now that Peter Obi is moving? Peter Obi is moving. Nobody has seen the one Tinubu has moved. Tinubu has also prostituted now. Tinubu is a political prostitute. So if you call Obi political prostitute, then Tinubu also should be called political prostitute. So it's 1-1 goal, let's draw now. It's 1-1 goal, let's draw. So that's the contention of that's the situation. So you can't just say Tinubu, Obi is moving from one party to another. Tinubu is also moving from one party to another. So that is it. That is that. So let's just continue.
Find a cheap one, but we need to send a message to them that they are mumu. They are factory-fitted mumus. Their mumu mindset must be expressed to reset their brains. I've heard people talking about Showore, using this time to talk about Showore. You are not Peter Obi supporters in the first place. You are only using every opportunity that you get. You see this as an opportunity.
That's sure.
To now want to put your Showore in the forefront. It aren't going to work.
That Showore is working for Tinubu.
It's not going to work. Because you people with your mumu mindset, a factory-fitted one, people are already telling us Tinubu is going to win. Let me say this. Yes, Peter Obi, I don't know, if Peter Obi and Kwankwanso or any other qualified, competent person can and will defeat Tinubu come 2027. Yes. Don't bring this defeatist mindset. Defeatist people accepting defeat even before the election.
Imagine.
Very cynical.
Very, very.
That's a cheap mindset, a submissive mindset. Naive. You surrender before the contest. You are going into an election with a defeatist mindset.
Imagine the concombility.
Meaning that you have classified yourself as a loser, as a failure, even before the contest. How do you characterize yourself? I don't want to be in that class of people. I don't even want to be close or find myself being associated with that type or class of people. Defeatist people. Submissive. very crooked and cynical people. They don't see anything good. Even before you go into a contest, you are accepted that Tinubu will win. Even if you know that that is a possibility in Nigeria, must you carry that mindset to that contest? Won't you go in there with everything that you have? If you are not going to go in at all, don't go at all.
Exactly.
Don't be part of it at all. We are part of it. It is like preparing for an exam. And they are telling you, all of us can relate to this. If you have gone through the 4 walls of school, not even college, not even university, even primary, secondary school, if you have passed through school in your life, people can do it. You will know that people say that that exam is very difficult. So far, statistically, for the past 10 years, it is only about 10-15% that passes that exam. It's very difficult to pass that exam. You must have heard this before. And then because of that, I say, I'm not going to write that exam because historically, statistically, only 10% pass. Now only 15% now they pass. That thing, they're very, very difficult. Even in a clean environment, no rigging, no. And then you are entering into that exam with a defeatist mind. Who does that? Will you tell your child, my children have come to me, and all of us can relate to this. That's why I'm using something that is relatable. If you have child or you have children, you come to you and say, no, you have to prepare. You have to you put that child down. And each and every time they have learned from me that, wow, I got it.
Exactly.
I succeeded. You don't go into something with a submissive mind, something that you know will profit you at the end of the day. This is what people are selling to us from yesterday. I've heard it over the social media. All over the space now. They can think. Factory-fitted mindset. I cannot buttress this enough. People should stop saying this. It is stupid. People should stop bringing it. If you don't have anything to say, keep your mouth shut. Listen to other people. You don't have to come to any platform, anywhere, whatever platform it is, big, medium, small platform. You don't have to come and say that. That Tinubu will win in 2027. So just surrender. Just throw in the gloves. Who does that? We can't do this. I've heard the argument also. Peter Obi is moving from one party to another. I heard a very good submission from someone on this broadcast today, one of the presentation, one of the videos, who highlighted exactly what I pointed out that I'm going to say here today. He gave a very prompt, accurate response. When people will say, it's moving from one party. Nigerians, a lot of people don't know anything about politics. They don't even understand human psychology. They just want to put their own voice into it. But you are not helping matters. Because you don't follow politics. It is now that you are talking. You cannot just talk because of the event of the last 2-3 days.
Exactly.
In fact, you cannot contribute to Nigerian politics because of the event of the last 1 month. You will be so inaccurate.
Exactly.
You will be so inconsistent. The worst of it all is what I have said. You will be so cynical and very, very submissive to criminals and to fraud. Because your mind is not enlightening on the subject matter. That is it.
We have been on this political landscape for a long time.
Tinubu himself has moved from party to party. He moved from party to party.
I think we have mentioned the parties Tinubu have moved to.
Somebody who is just joining politics, who is just talking about politics.
Yes, we have mentioned the parties Tinubu have moved to. So Tinubu have moved to SDP to AD, from AD to AC, from AC to ACN, from ACN to APC. Likewise, as Obi have moved from APGA to PDP, from PDP to Labour Party, from Labour Party to ADC, from ADC to NDC. So is he not one go, let's draw? Is he not the same? It is the same.
A month ago, or 2 months ago, even 2 years ago, even you will not know this.
Exactly.
He moved from AD to AC to ACN to APC. And people will say, oh, it's not this is the same party. How could it be?
How?
Can you just write a name now and say it's a political party? As if you are forming your community association in your village. It has to go through the due process. You have to file a form. The party must be registered. So it's all the parties are brand new one. You think it was just Tinubu, AD to AC? Tinubu just wake up one morning and say, there is a new political party now. It's now called AC. No. It went through the process of the party to be. So it's a brand new political party. All of them, each and every time, they were all brand new political parties. He moved. And why was it easy for him to do that at that period? These are the things people don't know. It's as simple as that. They just don't know. Why? Why was it easy for Tinubu to move from AG to AC to ACN to APC? Because at that time, 1999, up to 2018, 2017, 2018, if I'm correct, see, Niger Watch can register a political party in Nigeria. That was how easy. That was how easy it was. That's why you see all this bunch of political parties all over the space. Just get a good lawyer. Hire a very fine accounting firm ready to spend about 10 to 15 million naira. Your party will be registered. That was how easy it was then. But APC have succeeded making sure that no party can be easily registered. If the likes of Atiku cannot register party today, the likes of Obi cannot get party registered. Who are you? They register parties that they know will not give them problem. Whether it comes out to favor them at the end or not, but that is their intention. Do you think, in your widest imagination, that someone like Showore will register a political party today in Nigeria?
And he's not having issues.
And people will be saying, Obi should go and register his own political party. Obi should just go and register his own. Until you have registered. You people don't know history. You don't understand what is going on here. I'm trying to debunk all these cheap, unenlightening arguments that people have been bringing forward. I'm trying to put them at their proper place.
Exactly.
How? If it were that easy in this current dispensation in Nigeria, Obi could have registered 5 political parties all in a row within the last 2 years.
Exactly.
You can't do that in Nigeria now. This APC will not allow it to happen.
Exactly.
What Tinubu enjoyed, which was very easy for him, and he has the capacity, he has the wherewithal. That was why it was easy for him. Do you think what he did in 2003 to 2014, he could achieve that now? Within a space of 4 years, he moved from AC to ACN to APC. Who can do that today? When the likes of Atiku, all the combination together, Peter Obi, Kwankwanso and all their likes could not get a political party registered since 2023 to date. So I don't know what people are talking about. Someone like Showore will come out and be talking to people whose mindset are factory-fitted mumus.
Exactly. And tribal bigots.
Will be saying that all of them in that ADC, they are fraud. You put all of them inside one basket. Now, yes, many amongst them brought Nigeria to where we are today, and they don't deserve to hold any public office. But in an attempt, because of the frustration, which I have just talked about, the almost impossible way that they have set, the way and manner at which it becomes impossible to register a political parties. These people have to find a way. Someone like Peter Obi, he needed to find a way. Starting from the Labour Party debacle, the Labour Party issue since 2023 with Abure. Obi will have registered a political party with the likes of Alex Oti of Abia State. There are like-minded people there. It will have been much easier for them, but it will not see the light of the day.
Exactly.
That is the issue. So don't come and tell us all this cheap, defeatist mindset. If Obi will move, if it is possible for him to move from this NDC between now and next week Sunday to another one, so be it. Because the person who is superintending over Nigeria now, in a space of 4-5 years, moves to 4 different political parties. When 2-3 people can sit down in one room, yes, as at when Jonathan was president, as at 2010, you can sit down in one room. Nigeria Watch can register a political party back then. Put yourself, how do you think many of like Zenith Party, all these political parties that you see in Nigeria, how do you think they register? Can they do that today? The reason why you are seeing plethora of court cases today, because most of these people knows clearly that there is no any other party to go to. They cannot set up another one. But there were issues. In this year, at the days of Yaradua, all these politics, since your time, they always have issues within parties. Much more than what we're seeing now. But back then, they don't go to court pretty much. They just go and form another political party.
Exactly.
Yes, if you want to history, if you don't know history, nobody is going to. The book is in front of you. You have computer. Start googling right now. Google. AI is there. Grok is there. Start asking questions. All these political parties, their chairman, I will make it easy for you. Very, very easy for you so that it's not going to be difficult. Go to INEC website. All the political parties, all their chairmen, all of them, take 6 political parties. Write the names of their chairmen, each of those political parties. Write them down. Then ask the political history of each of those chairmen of these political parties. It will tell you where they started. PDP. With some of them are with Buhari, ANPP. Some of them are with this Tinubu AD. But back then, they don't go to court. They won't go to court pretty much. Because why? They know that within a year, their own fresh political party will be available for them to control. The reason why now they are fighting to the end is simply because even though many of them are not legitimate fights, as we know, I'm not naive. Many Nigerians like myself are not naive. They are not stupid. They don't have factory-fitted mumu mindsets. No, they don't. They know that some of these are orchestrated and sponsored by APC. Exactly. Yes, the facts are there. But in some of the cases too, there are cases that, many of these people will just say, okay, you know what, I'll go and set up. Everybody wants control. That's why I said someone like Sowore, in your widest imagination, all of you support. Sowore cannot set up a they will not even accept his application in. Talk less of say he's waiting for it to be approved or registered. They won't even accept it in today's Nigeria. Unless we have the right system, the right people in place that will turn things around for us in Nigeria. So these are the things that I have seen in the last 24 hours on social media. Very cheap argument that people are putting forward that we need to put them in their right place, their right position. It doesn't hold water. When people tell you Obi is moving, it's a stupid submission. When people are telling us that we should just forget it, Tinubu will win in 2027. It doesn't make any sense. Even if you know that your opposition, because the APC, the only good thing I'm hearing from people, one of the goods anyway that I'm hearing from people is the fact that APC will rig. They don't have any other option other than to rig. Come 2027, on a clean slate, in a free fair election, Tinubu stands no chance. The baby in the womb know that. The deaf, the blind knows that. Tinubu will not win on a clean slate, on a credible election. He will not win. So the only thing they know is that they will rig. And if I know that, does that now, can that now, just that alone, put me in a position of being submissive or accepting failure and loss even before the contest? Certainly not. That will not be. It is now on the Nigerian people. It is on the Nigerian people to fight. It is on the Nigerian people to fight for what is theirs come 2027. If we don't want to become the United, if we don't want to become the United States of Mumu, USM. Because after 2027, that's what the country's name will need to be changed to United States of Mumu, Mumus, USM. That will have 200 million people, and they will allow that to go past through. Then you need to change your name. Mr. Elvin, let me leave it here for now. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. God bless you, sir. Thanks for that wonderful submission. Yeah, but I'd like us to hear from others. Thank you very much, everyone listening to us. God bless you all. Thank you, Mr. Joseph Oji. I appreciate you, sir. Thanks for all that you do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you. Guys, press on the like, help us to share, press on the dollar sign, encourage our work, and also support our ongoing contribution, over our solar, so that we can run this up on time. God bless you all. The account is right there on the screen. Do your part.
How much is remaining, Mr. Davis?
Yeah, 1.650. Thank you very much, everyone. Do your part. Yeah, you have the floor.
Yes, sir.
There's noise coming from your end.
Thank you, Mr.
Can you?
Yes. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay, talk to us. Put it into you.
Okay. Please pardon me if I log out, because we are there. I beg you, help me bring me back. Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Davis, for what you do. Nigeria, you saw the account number, please. It's a Nigeria project. Please send in your $1, $1, £1, £1. It will go a long way for us to get this done. It's a contribution we are doing because it's our project. It's everyone's responsibility. Just be part of it, please. Thank you for everyone that have contributed so far. God bless you. Thank you, Mr. Davis, for your patience with us. I know one of the comment section panelists. I greet every one of you. God bless us for coming out every day to put our voice to this and what is affecting our country. Because I strongly believe that the new Nigeria is coming, and that new Nigeria is possible. Which political party that they were able to register under Mahmoud as Tinubu enter office. The whole reason is because of Peter Obi. We can destroy the Labour Party with Abure. And since they succeeded that, they know that Peter Obi will register a lot of not just one, which I am aware. And are you aware why the Attorney General took some Zenith Labour Party? Because they heard this rumor that we'll be moving to Zenith Labour Party. A lot of things happened that don't come out to social media to talk. They took all these parties they know that it's possible for Peter Obi to go. Those are the parties they took that today they are challenging them in court that they should deregister just because of one man. What has he done? He wants a better Nigeria that will work for both the criminals. What kind of human being are these people? They just want to remain the same way it is. They are benefiting from the corrupt system. This is the main status quo anti-ballot. That is the system they want to maintain. That corruption they want to maintain. That is why you see Dele Mamudu, Kenneth Okonkwo, a lot of them want Atiku to come so that status quo will continue. Where I will give you a block, I will give you my refinery, I will give you the president, we will share this as if it's your personal property. It's sad, Nigeria. Is it the way they are allocating? This is what you are seeing today. It's the same thing Tinubu is doing for everybody is buying. Give and take. Not their own. Nigeria resources. You can go to an estate to borrow how many million just for you to bribe people. That same billions of dollars, you can use it and build Nigerians standard hospital that the King of England can attend. And the Saudi king used to come to Nigeria in Ibadan to attend. But you prefer to borrow those huge amount of money to give to Emma, give to kings, give to pastors, just to support you, sing your praises. This is Amechi. That is why I said, tell him to keep quiet. Do you know how much we have in River State under Amechi? He could not use it to do anything. He used it to go and sponsor Buhari. If Peter Obi have that kind of resources in Anambra State, go and check when he was governor, how much was he, the allocation was he receiving? Other internal generated revenue was he having in Anambra? Can you compare that to billions of naira you receive and you use it to go and sponsor a PC? Today, Tinubu deceive you. They came to Port Harcourt and align with you, deceive you. That they will give it to you. You will be this. That is why you decide not to support Tinubu. Because you feel betrayed. Your bitterness, you are bringing it to Peter Obi. Because you know how much Rivers resources. It's not your money. They will have a way of eating it back from you people. When you steal from the masses, you will lose it mysteriously. Please, who is making noise on the background, please? Can you mute yourself? Because it's echoing over here. You will come to tell Nigerians to compare your government. The one you built school, that Wike took some of the money, the one you put in charge, that could not complete the modern school you say you are building. Let's go and see the school. How is it? Talking of sustainability. We're talking of significant project one person would do with the resources we are exposed to. So much money was coming out of River State, but you couldn't do anything for it. Corruption took 80% of it. The little you used to do project that people cannot go and see today. You are comparing yourself to Peter Obi. Did you hear him that he stole any money? Mr. Businessman Amechi, that your wife is a businesswoman. Which business was she doing? Okrika, wake up, she's selling. And that is what is giving you money to pay for delegate, to run for 2023 election, to sponsor Buhari, to sponsor almost majority of APC governor. Governor Lalong then of Plateau State and Governor Otom, all of them attest to it to say you single-handedly sponsored them. Where did you get the money? Son of nobody. Where did you get the money? Which business do you have? You want to compare yourself to Peter Obi? So just keep quiet, shut your mouth. The same thing you came to Rivers State and be doing because you see crowd of us, all our struggle registering people in ADC. You want to see it as if it's your own personal project. You are jacking. Now you will see how many people you will have in that ADC. How many crowd will follow you. You put it as if it's opportunity for you people. You want to live on his glory. You want to cage him. So that people will catch him and keep him. When you keep him at 9 minutes, you will knock him out. Because he will not have the mind to behave like Mwikena to destroy people. You know that when you do that to Peter Obi, he will go to his house and sit down. But we Nigerians are the one. He has told you people that wherever the people want him, that is where they will go. And this is what we in Nigeria that is running on our behalf. This is how we want him to go. And he has answered our call as a listening president. So all of you, you will be put to shame that want to maintain the corrupt system. Because you know if Peter will come in, there will be no sharing of money. A lot of these things will not be happening. So you will just decide the realistic something. You can decide. Old people will come around and say, if this guy enter now, they will block our shopping. You people should thank God at the age you are, what you have achieved. You have stolen so much in Nigeria, all of you. Go and continue and enjoy your corrupt money you've stolen. That sickness will soon come upon a lot of you people that you will not be able to, money cannot solve. And keep quiet and allow the space. We need a new Nigeria. We need a better Nigeria.
It's true.
Enough is enough. We are tired of coming to beg anybody. We are not coming to beg Atiku. Any of you who are talking that Peter will be, hey, they will divide the vote. They paid you guys to come and be saying Peter will be, hey, Tinubu has already rigged election. If somebody who has a rigged election is trying to shut down opposition party, why did he not go to bed and sleep? If you know he has won an election. He know he did not win in 2023. He told you that he bought it. And he know it will be difficult. Because the people that sold it to him say we are not going to sell again. So he's running right as he want to, by all means, to make sure that no political party stand. So you are saying he has rigged. Who told you rigged election? That is the same thing they pay people like our party. Our party to be talking on a Arise TV that the election has already been won by Tinubu. Shame on all of you. Nigerians, this is the new direction. Get ready. Our registration has begun. Get your PVC on the 5th of May. The portal will be open. Please get your PVC. Thank you, Mr. Ebi. And God bless you, sir.
Which portal of PVC that thought you are still campaigning for NDC because now na carry that NDC carry and go. Una carry and go. Hold on. Let's correct ourselves. Hold on now, please. Let's correct ourselves. You are part of the people that carry that ADC put for shoulder, or I don't know how you not take carry them. Everybody go and register. Everybody go and register.
No. I'm not supporting info. He carried it in the head because Obi was there. He carried it in the head because Obi was there. So you should not tell him to be lukewarm when Obi is there. Just like we now that is talking about NDC. We are talking about NDC because Obi is there. So don't blame him for carrying it in the head. Don't blame him. Don't just blame him at all. Don't blame him. His principal is there. So he has to carry it in the head. That is how it's done. That's how you know a loyal follower.
And the people that have registered, then how do you apologize to them? Allow people be. Now Peter Obi will they follow, not be ADC. Now ADC is now a thing of the past now. So please, nobody should come here and go and register with NDC. Let's focus on Peter Obi. Simple. Thank you very much for your submission, Mr. Labo. I'd like us to move on. Let me come to Mother Rita. Mother Rita, thank you very much, man. Good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Good evening. I thought it was Dr. CM. Okay.
No, it's you.
Oh, okay.
After you, yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Elvis. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to everyone. In the comment section, my lovely mommy, I'm still your baby girl that loves you. And happy Sunday to everybody in the comment section as well. Madam Amy that called. I don't know if Mr. Joseph Audi called because I came late. But good evening, sir. And good evening to everyone. I am very, very happy. I'm very happy Peter Obi moved. First of all, I'd like to just say that even if Peter Obi moves to Igoria party or a party called Niger Watch, I'm going to move there. It's not the party right now. It's the person. So if anybody, the other handlers, the other ignoramus handlers that they've paid on social media to give people reasons why they feel Peter Obi is unstable, please ignore them. The person that we are after is Peter Obi. And if Peter Obi happens to be going over to a party called Mr. Rabbit's party, I am going to follow Peter Obi to that Mr. Rabbit's party. So I am happy. It's so obvious that this is definitely for sure one person is having sleepless night. That's the man from Babylon. Because the whole idea is for Peter Obi not to be on that ballot. Period. Exactly. He has given instructions like, do whatever it takes. I do not want to be contesting with Peter Obi.
You have...
Do whatever it takes. I do not want to be contesting with Peter Obi. Bajabi Amila, that was saying, he called somebody's name that, yes, go and scatter them in ADC. Right? Okay. They've scattered it. That's fine. In the NDC, if they want to scatter it, well, that's fine. I know the time frame is very short. The NDC, they're having their first national convention on Saturday. That's the night. That's fine. If NDC, they better sit down properly right now because the ADC has crashed. So if NDC want to be a relevant party, my advice is for them, do not mess up and do not bring handlers from the man from Babylon, because you all know what's going to happen. Because right now, it's between now and the end of this month, or between now and the 21st, it's very, very, very technical right now. This is where the politics has to be played smartly from the Peter Obi end.
Exactly.
Because this critical time, there's going to be a lot of traitors because the price has increased.
Exactly.
From Bola Ahmed Tinubu's camp, the price has increased.
The price
that man, betrayal. We all know. Well, in case you don't know, he has a policy. Give them what they want. If they want money, if they say it's not enough, give them more money. If it's not enough, give them more money. So this time, between now and the 21st of May, it's very, very critical for Peter Obi. So now, we all know the price is going to increase for those who are going to be Judas Iscariot. Yes, even the hybrid of Judas, because Judas Iscariot was just did one thing. And that was just one that led to the death of my Lord and Savior. But this one, they are triple hybrid of Judas Iscariot. That's what we have present day Nigeria 2026. It's not a joke, it's a fact. Triple Judas Iscariot. So the price and the desperation is going to go so high right now. This month of May is going to go extremely high. So please watch out. Because I know for sure there are traitors around Peter Obi. Yes, and there are traitors already in NDC. As a matter of fact, I think the man from Babylon since last year has put in people in every existing party in Nigeria, including the so-called AAC. Yes, every existing party in Nigeria has a spy. And I think they did it from last year when this man started talking, when Ganduje started saying there was nothing wrong in having a one-party system, and he used China as an example. That is the moment that they put people to infiltrate every single existing political party in Nigeria and to fight, and they all know their roles there. Look at this man that went to the ADC. All of a sudden, that resigned all of a sudden because he wanted money. They probably went to a lot of people who were there before. This is the one that got money. I don't want to even mention Kachuku's name at all. I don't want to even mention that one. But the reason why we had this
scuffle in court was because of that other man that said, he didn't resign or whatever excuse. I already know. I know. However, regardless of whoever they plant in this
so that we don't have this kind of,
because I'm saying these things because that's our reality. Nobody should be a baby right now in terms of politics or in terms of how desperate the APC and the man for Bodilon is. You cannot be ignorant of the fact that they are extreme. This is not ordinary desperation. Extremely, if there's another higher word after extreme or more than extreme before desperate, that is what the man from Bodilon is. So everybody should be aware of that. We are just waiting. I pray. Sometimes when I use the word I pray, I will sound too religious, but I'm just going to say I pray that they will not have another rat that have been paid that will have a reason to say, okay, there's something wrong with this party. As a matter of fact, if anybody come out now, then those doubters, those doubting Thomases that said, and including the newscasters that will say, what proof do you have that APC is part of this this fracas or this different parts of the ADC that we're having problems? This is it will be another proof. So we're just going to prove them right. Prove them right. I mean, prove us right. Like, listen, Peter Obi has entered NDC now. We are waiting. What's next now from the other camp? Because they are not sleeping right now. They are not sleeping. They are not sleeping.
They are not.
I want to encourage everybody. Please, the movement of Peter Obi to the NDC, we have not even gotten close. Well, I can say is the first step to victory. However, this is not time to jollificate or to be overly excited because we have Section 63, Section 137, and Section 138 of the provisions in the Electoral Act that needs to be amended expeditedly.
Exactly.
And this will have to go to the National Assembly.
Exactly.
Yes. And I'm just saying, just in case, the NDC have another reason why they feel they want to destabilize, please, Peter Obi, go to the PRP.
Oh, PRP have issues already.
Go to the PRP.
PRP have
every other
already.
one that is existing now, they all have spies and traitors ready to trigger. The PRP will be the next one. But because the window is so short now, after this convention, I expect the NDC now, if they are serious, Peter Obi should be the consensus candidate. If they don't, within a week, I'll just know that just forget it. If they're dragging their leg like the way the ADC was dragging their legs, just forget it. You know that, of course, it has been infiltrated by the dark people, D-A-R-K, not complexion. They have been infiltrated. Peter Obi shouldn't just wait. This is not time for wasting because the window is short, the desperation is short, and the price is very high. So many people are willing to take $1 million if it comes to that, because money is not even the issue right now. Everybody, this man from Bodilon believes everybody has a price. Financial price.
Exactly.
Position price. They have a price. That is their belief, and it has been working for him because we are a greedy nation.
Exactly.
A greedy set of people. It has been working, but it's not everybody that is that greedy. Very, very few. So you see, there's a price. Even Atiku has a price. Yes, Atiku can have a price to do what he's doing. That one definitely now. The dages of this, or all of course, definitely now. Those ones have price. So, Peter Obi, we should all be prepared and to be heightened. On the other side, what we need to do now, if the books are looking like Peter Obi will be the chosen flag bearer for the NDC, is that we should start thinking of outspoken people like, Mama P and Peter for Nigeria is not enough. In every tribe, I'm talking about vivacious, informed people that are very outspoken. And you see that Dr. Haruna Goro, I respect that man. At his age, he is fighting for our generation. It's so touching. It's so touching. And the way he's speaking, he's in tune with how we are thinking. He's in tune with the political system and the temperature. He's in tune with it, and there's so much he could do. Even Mr. Niger, Mr. Elvis, there's so much Mr. Elvis can do, honestly speaking. So anybody who is supporting Peter Obi, the obedient or the non-obedient or the ones who just want a better nation, I think we should have to come together with ideas. And please, nobody should do like what happened in 2023. Everybody wants to show their face in front. That's not the idea. The idea is about Nigeria. That's the project. It's not about Mr. A or Mr. B or whether she's this tribe or that religion. That's not the point. Together, and we should start looking for how we can come together to, sort of wave out the obvious that is coming to us.
Exactly.
The obvious. January 16, we know what will happen. We already know. Don't kid yourself. It's going to be a number. It's not going to be a number election. Don't kid yourself that they're not going to cheat. They are going to cheat.
Exactly.
So I have pinpointed. We have to look for a lot of people with ideas. Second one is the amendment of the provisions of the Electoral Act. And then the third one is everybody should come together and look at what's going to happen on January 16th and also 17th. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, moderator. Thanks for your submission. God bless you. Okay. I'd like to appreciate. Yes, sir.
Just 10 seconds, please.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, please. I just want to buttress Madam Rita's last line, talking about the obedient people to get more people, and Nigeria should be part of them if they are really serious. If they are really serious, they should. Two things they must do, and I mean it in every sense of it. Two things that they must not only get in touch with Nigeria Watch. Mr. Peter Obi should come to Nigeria Watch. For crying out loud, for God's sake, he should come here so that traffic will come with him. And going forward from there, it will be projected on this platform as we approach 2027. They must do this. It is not ifs or buts. They must do it.
What is wrong with these people? This spirit of entitlement has come. What does it mean? What do you mean that Peter Obi should come to Nigeria Watch? And how many subscribers does Nigeria Watch has? It's not up to 200,000. Domaza has close to 250 now. Arise has 1 million. Channels has 3 million. Peter Obi cannot divide himself. It's you and I have to do the work. You and I have to do the work. Leave Peter Obi alone. Let him do his due diligence. Then you do your own. Forget Peter Obi coming to, that's a selfish interest. You should now come to Nigeria Watch to promote your own platform. No. Promote Peter Obi where you are. Everybody promotes Peter Obi where he is. Peter Obi cannot be going around to promote himself around everywhere. There are plenty platforms that have plenty subscribers, millions. Let Peter Obi strategists, let his analysts, let his media aides do what they can do. Then you do what you can do. Everybody bring what they can do to the table. That is it. That is it. This Nigerian phenomenon is everywhere. Whether we are good, this Nigerian phenomenon, everybody has it in their blood. So just forget, do what you can do. Everybody does their own.
What they must do. I have to say that. Thank you.
Mr. Jonathan, God bless you, sir. Thanks for your wonderful voice. God bless you. All right. I appreciate you all. Thanks for your time with us. Press on the like, help us to share. I can see the like is very, very minimal. Guys, do your part. Press on the like, help us to share.
Like and subscribe.
Let me hear from Augustine.
Like and subscribe. I can see 47 people now. There's 47 people, and we are still having these lower subscribers. Please push the subscription button. The subscription is counting. We have 244. Please, before we leave this live stream, let it be 500. Let it be 500. Please. This is what we are saying. This is what we are saying. Please, if our platform is big enough, we will still promote P2B with this platform. See what we are saying. Please. It's still 14. It's still 244. It's still 244. Please push the subscription button. We have 45 people. At least if 40 people, push, we'll be moving forward. We'll be moving forward on our polls. We have 163. When we started this live stream, we had 190 subscribers, and now we have 244. So they are not even up to 100. They are not up to 100. So please push the subscription button. Let's move Peter Obi and Kwankwaso ahead. We are going to 2027. 2027 is our destination. We need platforms. We need platforms to promote. We need platforms to promote Peter Obi. We need platforms. And this is one of them. So push the subscription button. Let's
have on the show. Good evening to you, sir. Please talk to us.